Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak back at it again, ladies and gentlemen, for another Wheel of Madness. It's been some time. Since we've done the Wheel of Madness, as they say, folks. But before we get into it, let me just quickly go through the moves. So, we do a thing, basically, where if you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, it is half price. So, the first price you see, it's half price on the PayPal Ko-Fi. So, if you want a premium meme, to give you an example of what not a premium meme, just a meme. Ignore what I just said there. I just woke up, okay? So if you want the meme to be played at any stage, it is $10. It is $5 using Ko-Fi PayPal. An example of said meme is...
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. Next is if you want a specific topic, so to bypass the wheel topics at any given time, it is $50. Or if you use PayPal or Ko-Fi, it is $25. If you want to spin the wheel, so the way the show works is that we have a wheel. It has preloaded topics. If you want to move on to the next topic at any time, it is $20 to spin. Or if $10 if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal's. If you have a particular topic that you like or you enjoy and you want us to stay, make sure we stay on it, it is $20 to lock the wheel, which means it'll be another $20 for the next person if they want to spin. So the spin would then become $40 or $20 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to change the wheel, change the theme of the wheel, it is $50 or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal's. And just to give you an idea of the different topics that we have, we got Bollocksology, which is basically like, just think of like random dating, religion, philosophy, and politics. We're going to be starting off with Bollocksology, ladies and gentlemen, today or this week. And if at any stage you want to drop or return a panelist, it is $10 per 5 minutes. Myself included. Everyone can go ask King. He basically he used this move to its fullest extent when the Raccoons took over. And it's only $5 per 5 minutes using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And if you want to outright just ban someone, kick them off the show, say, come back next week, buddy. It is $100, and also if you want to return them as well as the same price, it is $100 or $50 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And the reason why we give a 50% discount on the Ko-Fi or PayPal is because I don't know if you know, chat. I don't know if you know this, but Apple and YouTube are thieving bastards, right? They both take 30%. So if you're on an Apple device and you send a $10 super chat, what will happen is Apple will take 30%, putting that down to $7, right? From the original 10, and then YouTube takes its 30%, which is another $2.10. So then your original $10 super chat, I only get $4.90, and then I have to pay fucking tax on top of that. You know what I'm saying? So we're living in a scam world, to say the least. And just finally, just remind everybody, no doxing, threats, or family or children. If you do any of that shit, you will get a 24-hour ban on the house. But without further ado, folks, let me introduce the guest backstage.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back. We're back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
We are back, folks. Oh, shit. I was still fixing the strings. Oh, god damn, you got me, bro. Welcome to the show, Mr. Rat the Reason. It's good to see you back, bro. It's good to see you back. Back on the scene. You're muted, by the way.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Thank you, sir.
How's things? Been up to much recently? Any of those things?
Just working a lot, man. And I'm free for about a week or two, and then I'm heading back to work. So just figured I'd pop in, come say hello, and play around a little bit.
My man, is speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. We got the wheel loaded, as they say. So we get the first topic is free. And like I said, the new rule is that if basically we both agree on the topic and all that kind of stuff, rather than me trying to sit here and just like bullshit just by taking the other position, it just basically gets the free form as well. And until we get the actual spin of the wheel, then we basically just kind of like it goes free form essentially. Do you know what I mean? It's just kind of imagine if it's just like a regular kind of open panel. But without further ado, folks, let's spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy.
Spin it! Spin that wheel! Perfect. Ooh.
So, compassion is strategic weakness.
It's definitely not. I don't think it's strategic weakness because, like, you can feel compassion for a squirrel if you accidentally run it over driving down the road. You know what I mean?
Possibly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage as well. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Darth, welcome to the show.
Why?
What up?
Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Assuming much? Why do you care if I'm gay? That's the bigger question, right?
You are gay.
I just want to know if I'm getting lucky tonight or not, yo. Oh.
Hey, $20 is $20, as they say. Also, shit, Shantae's giving out to welcome in, Shantae, welcome in, Rev Russ, welcome in, bye, Cramps Crabs. Who else is chat? Who else is out there? Welcome in, Simple Turn to Chaos. Welcome in, James. Welcome in, Blue Aqua Tiger. Section 230 as well. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. I forgot to do the chat introduction as well. Like I said, I'm kind of rushed because as soon as I sat down, got my coffee and all this stuff, I even had to leave Easy's early. I didn't even get to do an outro on Easy's because of like I said, I just woke up. I haven't even took a sip out of my coffee yet, jamming. But Darth, what's your opinion on the current prompt? Compassion is strategic weakness.
I think compassion is necessary. I don't think it's necessarily a weakness.
Okay, interesting.
It's true. Like, you can have compassion for others, but I wouldn't take it as weakness because
It's
you
actually
can be
kind of a
compassionate
strength,
for the
right?
small things, but you can be as strong as you want in the other things, right? Like, you know, you go out and shoot
Wouldn't
10
wisdom-
soldiers and not feel bad about it, but actually, like I said, drive over a squirrel on their way home and, you know, feel that compassion a little bit. It's all in the person.
Well, just to kind of like give some form of like the counter position here, like if you're in war, if you're on like a battlefield, like you're in the trench, all this kind of stuff, and they do the whole like, you know, like think of like the Puss in Boots thing where he takes off the hat and he looks all cute and you're like, ah, and then he takes out the sword and he stabs you in the heart and all this kind of shit. Like surely the psychopaths reign supreme when it's in those type of conditions. Like in a time of war, compassion, you know, like you're more likely to fall victim to, you know,
But is there
underhanded tricks and all this kind
compassion?
of stuff.
Is there compassion in war, though?
It
That's
could
what I'm
work
saying.
in both ways, though, right? Like, so let's say you've got your sights lined up on somebody, you're ready to shoot them, right? And that person is actually an innocent person, and you let them go. Let's say 20 minutes down the road, they come back. There's a guy pointing a gun to the back of your head, and he's about to pew pew you, and that person comes and saves you, right? So it's kind of like a double-edged sword.
Yeah, right. Because I mean, kind of human condition. Because I mean,
Yeah.
who decides when
And
they're
there's compassion to strategic weakness. Like I said, like a soldier could go out to the battlefield and be hard ridden, go out there and pew pew, let's say 30 to 40 people, drop them all, and then he accidentally runs over a squirrel in his truck and he starts crying in the truck. You know, there's a whole different type of compassion.
Yeah, I've run over a kitty and I felt
Yeah.
really bad about it.
Yeah, I would too.
So
But I-
what are the benefits to compassion?
It makes
Humanity.
you human. Without compassion, you would live in a world where people are just insanely like, yeah, you would be running in like 1940s Germany all over the world, right?
Yeah,
There'd be
and
no
logic
compassion.
and reason only gets you so far, right?
Well, like
Compassion
There's
is
an
a
intrinsic there's
necessity.
an intrinsic thing that is humanity, which is what separates us from everything else.
but couldn't one make the argument that like in modern day society at least that like we have too much compassion, we almost have like suicidal compassion?
No, that's not true compassion. It's fucking made up bullshit.
It's true. Like there
So-
is limits to compassion. To you can over exaggerate everything in the world, right? Like you can over exaggerate absolutely everything, but when it comes down to the core of it, is where you're looking at what is real and what is not. And when you look at compassion as a core, If you're not compassionate enough, you're a psychopath, right? And
Or a
you will
sociopath.
literally just you have no feelings, into which the world would just be, everybody would be dead because everybody's just there. There is no feeling there anymore.
Well, and
So,
why
like-
is it okay? Why is it okay when a wolf eats an animal's face off, but when it eats a human's face off, it's different?
Right? It's because it's a human, and everybody thinks, "Oh my god," because they actually have the reasonable thought to think, "Oh, that's disgusting." But if it was 100 other wolves watching them, it's just a normal day in the
But
woods.
Like the key thing or thing like I'm drilling down on is like the compassion, and you kind of brought up a point there where it's like a lot of the modern day one is like fake compassion. So the key question I'd then ask is like, how do you identify the fake compassion? Before we do that, one sec, gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Machiwa, Rev Russ. Welcome to the show.
Hey everyone, God bless.
God bless. God bless.
About
Any thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I think I got something for that. I would say no, compassion is not strategic weakness, and that's actually kind of a shallow reading of strength. A tyrant can be hard, a fool can be hard, a selfish man can be hard. Hardness by itself isn't strength, guys. See, true strength is power under command, right? And compassion is what teaches power where to aim. So it gives us a way to focus our strength and to guide us into protecting what needs to be protected. For example, compassion sees suffering clearly, and compassion understands what's broken. It moves a man to protect the innocent, correct sinners, feed the hungry, defend the weak, and rescue the lost. That's what compassion does. And
This motherfucker's
consider
reading
that
AI right
weakness.
now. There ain't no way.
No, that's,
I'm a
no,
preacher.
he's actually
He's
reading the Bible.
freestyling from the top of the dome. What,
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
I know. Just fucking with you. Just like, what the fuck?
No, that's kind of what
Well,
I was
ask
trying
yourself,
to hit on.
what's strategically stronger, a leader who rules through fear, or a leader who gets his people to trust him
Oh yeah.
and
It-
actually has
it's-
compassion on his people? Who's gonna be able to rally the troops? Right? Is a tyrant going to be able to rally his troops as effectively as a compassionate and kind king who takes care of his realm?
Not through happiness, but through force.
Yeah, but force only works for so long because then the men really have nothing to fight for but fear. So you got to ask yourself when you're on the battlefield, what's the greater fear? The fear of the tyrant that may take your life when you come home, or the tyrant standing in front of you who's ready to lop off your head? And that's where you get defectors from. See, like when you have a tyrannical rule trying to use force to get their military to do something, their military would usually defect at the sight of the enemy. But the compassionate ruler, now his troops would literally follow him to hell and back, because they'll be more loyal to the leader if the leader is compassionate to their plights.
So then, like the key thing for me is like, how do we identify like this kind of like fake compassion that we see? Because like we see, like for example, like a lot of these like Democrats will, or even like the protest, the Palestine protests and all this stuff, they'll say, "Do you not have compassion for like the people of Gaza and all this kind of stuff?" But these same people would have zero compassion for their fellow countrymen.
I kind of think as like American politics are concerned, if they're saying anything, then I should not trust them. They are not authentic, and they do not seek God or understanding of these things, right?
I
They
don't
claim
even
to.
think you would need to have God in the word of compassion, right? Like, I think compassion is just a normal feeling between humans, no matter what religion belief you are, right? And I think without compassion in the world, it would be catastrophic. There wouldn't be a world anymore.
I would
Everybody
also
would
argue
just
that Christ was the
kill
most
each other.
compassionate man who ever lived. And he's
Yeah.
also the strongest, most immovable, and honestly, the most strategically
Absolutely.
disciplined man who ever walked the earth. We can even look at scripture when Jesus had compassion on the multitude because they were scattered sheep, and instead of like wringing his hands at it or beating his chest, he sent workers into the field to gather the sheep. That's compassion. See, compassion moves. And when compassion moves somebody to do something, what they do is usually just and right. But we shouldn't confuse true compassion with this fake compassion. And with the fake compassion, usually it's a form of cowardice. So you gotta watch out for that.
But
Could you
yeah,
elaborate on what the cowardice of fake compassion is?
trans movement,
Hmm. Yeah, I would say that.
LGBTQ.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth. I'm equally
You're
curious.
not. But I mean, the compassion in a real world it's just it's a feeling that's necessary. It absolutely is. Kind of like you said, reason. You know, reason is something that is necessary in life to be able to perform in natural ways. Without compassion and that within the world, there would be no world, right? Everybody would just absolutely slaughter each other. There'd be nothing left of the world because compassion is what stops you from taking out thy brother, right? Like, without compassion, there would be one person left in the world.
I think a good way to sum it up with the fake compassion compared to genuine compassion, and we can look at it even in the trans movement. Real compassion that says, "I love you so much to leave you bleeding, enslaved, deceived, or even destroying yourself. I'm going to step in and I'm going to try to help you because I love you more than you love the path that you're on." While fake compassion says, "I love myself too much to risk you being upset with me." Right? You're
I'm
too scared to say
feeling
the
it.
hard things, and that's that kind of cowardice compassion where you allow somebody to continue in their sin and in their own personal self-destruction without trying to offer some form of correction. And you say, well, I love you so much that I'm gonna brace you so you could be the true you and the real you and all this and do you boo, slay queen,
Yeah.
whatever it is nonsense that they say to each other. This is fake compassion. You're just enabling people to the grave when you do that, to their own
Well,
destruction.
Section 230 says fake compassion is another word for empathy. Democrats call you to have empathy for their causes. It's weaponized sympathy. It's fake and gay. Do we agree that like this whole aspect of like fake compassion would be empathy, or like
Well,
that like
I can
empathy
say
is fake?
unless you're a Betazoid from Star Trek, you don't have empathy, right? There's no secret power that allows you to feel what other people are feeling or to think what other people are thinking. It doesn't work that way. We don't have like a sixth sense of things like that.
To an egregious though. What if you've
Also,
experienced
Star
what
Trek.
that person has had? Let's say you've both been in a car accident, you both,
That's a
crippled
form
yourself
of
for the rest of your life, right? No.
that's a
But
form of
now you're looking at
compassion.
that other person and you're
Mhm.
seeing, living, knowing what they've lived through. That is empathy.
Yes, that's
So
compassion.
there is actual empathy. No, there is actual empathy, but you're confusing empathy and compassion. They say it was a made up word how many years ago, but there is a distinct difference between the two. It is what I have felt and what you have felt, right? So if I haven't felt what you have felt, it becomes compassion. But if I have felt what you have felt, it is now empathy.
Doesn't that get tricky though?
It can be, unless it's I felt it, you felt it.
But who's to determine what I felt and
I
what
broke
you felt?
my leg in one certain
Mhm.
place. You broke
Yeah,
your leg
but
in the same place. I know
God,
exactly the pain you're
God
going through.
knows what both of us felt, right?
well, that would really depend, though, Raz. For example, I have a very, very high pain tolerance, a very
I do as
high
well.
threshold for pain. I've broken bones, and like for example, I've shattered my
Yeah.
foot and walked around on it for a week.
Mhm.
Um, I've
I
blown
actually
out
have as well.
knees. I've blown out shoulders. I can dislocate my shoulder at will and pop it back in. Most men would cry when they do that, but it doesn't phase me because pain doesn't really affect me the way that it would affect anybody else. So if I were to say break my ribs and you broke your ribs in the same place, how could you say that you're feeling exactly what I'm feeling when my pain tolerance is completely different than yours?
See,
It could
this
be
is
a
where a
tickle
lot
to
of
me.
people
No, I was
confuse
actually making
empathy.
the
No,
same
hold
argument.
on.
It's
This is
just
where a lot
only
of
God
people
knows that, or only
confuse
you know that.
empathy for compassion. It's this one word that everybody distinctly
Mhm,
just hones in on. It's exactly.
mhm.
It doesn't
See,
matter the exact feeling, it's knowing the feeling. It hurts, right? I've broken that exact part in my body, so I know it hurts. It doesn't have to be the exact feeling between two parties.
Yeah, but isn't that what? Because like you can relate, right? I can relate to
I
somebody
can
going
relate for
through
sure.
bad
Bro, I got
things,
3
but
frozen
I
ribs from
can't
wiping on a dirt bike.
feel exactly what
Isn't
they
it just a
feel
perspective thing
in
then?
the empath in the sense that like how science fiction would portray an empath. For example, are you familiar with Star Trek: The Next Generation?
No.
There's
No.
a character on there. Her name's Diana Troy. She's a counselor. She's half human and half Beta Z. Now, normally Beta Zs, they can read minds. They could project their thoughts into your thoughts and communicate with you telepathically. You would hear their voice in your head, and likewise, they would be able to hear your internal voice. However, because Diana Troy is half human, half Beta Z, she doesn't get that full array of Beta Z abilities. Instead, she can feel the emotions of other people, like literally feel their emotions. And
Mhm.
that's what empathy is. I feel what you are feeling, not I've felt something similar to what you're feeling, but it's literally one for one. I am feeling the exact emotions, the exact feelings that this person is feeling right now. Their emotions are now affecting me on an emotional level. That at least that's
Is,
how the
Yeah.
lefties kind of describe it. They
Yeah.
they treat it
but
like
isn't
a
that kind
magic
of my
power, right?
preferences, right?
To me, it's kind of like you have to feel what I've been through to feel the empathy, right? Like that's where I think the word has been lost and where it's been construed and conflated into whatever it wants to be that. But it was started as I've been hurt the exact same way you have, so I kind of know what you're talking about. That's where empathy came from, and now it's been construed into this wishy-washy, whatever the fuck it is now, right?
Well, shout out
Right on.
to Fernand Desire for the $5. He says, if you're projecting your own feelings or experience to someone else's, are you empathizing their experience or your own? I guess we can go around the panel. So, Rath, if you want to kick us off.
Projecting your own feelings, experience on someone else's. Um, that's where feelings shouldn't come into account, right? Like it's not basing the differences on your feelings; it's the difference on your experience. So if you had the exact same experience, you're gonna know kind of the feeling that that person's been through. I don't know how to try to explain it more than that.
No worries, no worries. Darth, what's your thoughts?
Well, you only experience your own experience, so what you feel is through the lens of what is oneself, right? Like, what, for instance, I broke my hand in 3 places at the same time. It hurt a lot, but I didn't cry.
Mhm.
But if somebody else felt that pain through their neurons,
They may cry. But did they break their hand at the same 3 places? This is where I think empathy comes from. It's not like this wishy-washy. It's kind of I broke my hand and you broke your hand. No, it's
there's a second part of this story though. So when that happened, it gets tricky. I was a military kid at the time, so I had to go to a military ER room. But there was like a triple homicide / unaliving, and they're like, "Go home. You're not getting in." And
all right, Jack, get your ass up here, bitch. Come on now. I see that comment.
Well, like, should I have had?
Oh, come on, Jack. Get
for
your
sure.
fucking steak microwaving ass up here. Let's go.
Jack pulling the good old fashioned Dave Chappelle.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
You know what I'm saying? But in terms of, I just want to get Rev Russell's opinion on this prompt as well, because he did send in the $5 for it. Rev, what's your crack at this, or your thoughts on this?
If you're projecting your own feelings, experiences to someone else's, are you emphasizing their experience or your own? I'd say you're mostly emphasizing with your own experience and not theirs. See, that's called projection. See, you're taking what you felt in a similar situation and laying it over their situation and assuming the inner world, their inner world, like, matches yours. Kind of like what I was saying, like, my pain threshold is completely different than Wrath's. So Wrath may have experienced the exact same injury that I have, but does that necessarily mean that his whole worldview, his internal worldview, completely matches mine? That injury affected me the exact same way that it affected him. For example, an NFL collegiate quarterback could blow his knee out, and that'd be detrimental to his entire life. Me, I'm a desk jockey. I blow my knee out, big deal. I ice it for a while. Guess who doesn't run anyways? So it doesn't affect me the same way that it would affect the quarterback, right? So I can't really empathize with the quarterback because I have the exact same knee injury that he does. His knee injury ended his career, ruined his livelihood, brought his dreams, his hopes all to an end. He might have been seeking that championship ring that he now probably will never get. I don't know what that feels like, even though I have the same injury. So it's
that's where empathy comes into play. But if you were another quarterback and it happened, so if you were another quarterback and the same thing happened, you would be able to empathize with the other guy.
Well, we can even make it a little more spicy, right? Say me and my black American friend,
Jack, you better back the fuck off, Shante. I'll kick your ass.
Why has it got to be black? No, kidding.
Well, because we're gonna make this interesting. We grew up in the same area. We went to the same school. We go to the same church. We love all the same things. We watch Star Trek together. We watch Dragon Ball Z together. We play Mortal Kombat 2 together on the old PlayStation, right? Like, we are boys through and through, okay? But he's treated a little differently than I am. And I can't relate to that extent why he's being treated different, nor can he relate to me in an extent to why I get treated differently.
That's discrimination. That's
exactly,
not empathy.
but I can't empathize with him on that because I've never
because you're not on the same level, right? This is where empathy comes from. This is why this argument is so null and void. Empathy comes from the same level.
So
not
there's
compassion.
such a narrow
Compassion and
scope.
empathy were such.
So I think that very, very narrow scope for empathy.
No, they're not.
But I think what's that, gentlemen?
Doppelganger and myself to be
I think
empathetic to their plight.
I think a huge thing in this is in terms of like the actual like definition. We're getting caught up in the word same or exact, right? And to be fair to our section 230 says like we're either running off the definition or we're not. So I looked up the Cambridge College of Cambridge in England, sir. He says the ability to share someone else's feelings or experiences by imagining what it would be like in that person's situation. So it's like, it's not that like I have the exact same emotions as you or whatever. It's being able to imagine, like put myself in that position and then be able to kind of say, okay, right, like what feelings or emotions would be going through like one's head if that wasn't the case. So like the example you gave was the like the quarterbacks player, like it's not just about dislocating the shoulder or like blowing out the knee or whatever. It's about imagine like you've built like your whole kind of life towards this one career, and that career has now been taken away with you. You can no longer do that career.
You have to.
What
put
would you be going
yourself
through
in that person's exact shoes? You know what I mean?
And that's a very difficult thing to do if you don't know the person.
It is, but it's not. It's not, right? And that's why I've always argued against this whole empathy, compassion argument. They're two differently scoped, two completely different things.
Okay.
Fascinating.
We're listening.
Because, well, like I said, you have to put yourself in that person's shoes. And for that to have happened, you have to have been the exact same person doing the exact same thing and feeling
Well,
what
perception.
that person's feeling.
Well,
You only have your
there you
two
go.
eyes.
So now
right?
you're going into perception, and now that would be,
So
it would be empathy. It would be
more feelings.
there you go.
yeah, projection,
Compassion.
doing like, well, compassion's
No,
more the
compassion's not
action.
more feelings.
It's like if I woke up this morning in the sound of Teriak. We woke up the exact same time this morning. We both got out of bed. We both stubbed our toe at 8:52 in the morning, and we broke our fucking toe, and it hurts. I can feel empathy for that motherfucker because I just broke my toe at 8:52 in the morning, and I know what it feels like. So that is what empathy is. It's not, I didn't break my toe, but he broke my toe, but man, that sucks. I can almost feel what he's thinking about. Like, I know how that feels. That's compassion.
So, I'm actually doing it in. I have a Merriam's dictionary right next to me. So it is like empathy in the Merriam-Webster version is the experience as one's
You
own
imagine what the
feelings
other person's
of
feeling,
another.
right?
Yeah.
But to imagine what somebody else is feeling, you have to put yourself into that person's body. You have to be that person and imagine the pain that they're feeling.
So you can't have compassion without being empathetic?
That's what these people are saying. That's what they're saying. You can't, there can't be two. They're saying there is no such thing as empathy.
Yeah, because you can't account for people's hidden goals, objectives, desires, and
So you're throwing a bunch of liberalism
Right.
or leftyism into the word just to kind of muckle it up a little bit, just to delete the word empathy. You're putting your feelings into it.
Yeah, so it's like the kind of thing here is that it's like, oh, like you're not that person, ergo empathy's bullshit. But what people are pointing to when they use the word empathy is this whole aspect of you being able to imagine yourself in that situation and then, you know what I mean, determine like the process from that. And what I mean by this is, like, for example, like when the left says, oh, do you not have empathy for a trans person and going through that and all this kind of shit, you could say, well, yes, I do have empathy for them because I've imagined myself in a situation where I would have mental illness. As a rational person or in a rational state of mind, I would want to seek help and actually correct that mental illness that is the whole like trans dysphoria or whatever the fuck it's called, or gender dysphoria, whatever the fuck they're trying to call it. Do you know what I mean? Rather than what we're talking about, this fake compassion where you just basically just give them whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? It's not a thing of like, oh, you have to exactly feel exactly what they're feeling in that moment, all this kind of stuff. It's being able to use your imagination. But here's the thing. you're not able to do that, and like this is like well tracked in the literature. Like you have to have a certain level of IQ in order to be able to imagine and put yourself into that position. Do you know what I mean? That's why for example, like low IQ societies, like for example, like Somalia, where the average IQ is 80, they don't have empathy because they're not able to imagine themselves in another person's position. It's usually a factor of being able to judge what's a high IQ and all this kind of shit. And from that, there is that whole kind of notion of like this fake empathy or suicidal empathy or fake compassion that we're talking about, where it's just performative. It's just an act. You know what I mean?
But empathy could happen within those countries, like you're talking about. One guy could get bit by a lion on the left arm and the tricep at the exact same spot, and the other guy could get bit by a fucking lion on the other arm. You're still gonna know what that man went through and to know it's a lot of pain. Right? So that's what empathy is. Like you can still feel empathy. It doesn't matter world stage or whatever situation you're put into. You can still feel empathy.
You know, but like specifically imagine, like not going through that experience, but still being able to imagine what that experience would be, and then to be able to articulate that, like from their position to the point where like that person would genuinely think that, like, oh shit, this person's reading my mind.
State, put yourself in that mind. That's compassion. But if you can, because it's happened to you, that is now empathy. That is the big difference between the two things. And everybody just seems to throw it out the fucking window.
No. Like you don't have to have gone through that experience. It's like being able to imagine yourself going through that experience and then to be articulate like what that person.
If you have gone through that experience, it's a lot easier to imagine
100%.
it happening and feel the pain. Right?
Oh, this in compassion shooting Old Yeller.
So
right?
this is where I distinguish the two, and I always say that compassion and empathy are two separate things, because if it has happened to you, it completely separates from what everybody else is saying. And you are now not feeling compassion, you are feeling empathy because it has happened to you. And you know what it feels like. So you can put yourself in that person's body and imagine the pain and feel the pain.
No, everyone dies.
No, because you wouldn't need to imagine, you'd just be remembering.
But it's not on yourself. So you're not remembering it of yourself. You're imagining it on the other person.
Yeah, which you can do whether or not you had that experience or not. That's what I'm saying. Like empathy, like you don't have to go through the same experience. It's easier for you to empathize if you've gone through that thing yourself as well.
But that's where I'm saying, like the word that doesn't make the word empathy void. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm in the same camp as you.
That's like something he's saying. Like the word empathy doesn't exist, but it does.
Well, of course it does.
The phenomenon.
Say it, right? But I looked up the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and it says that empathy is used for a wide range of psychological capacities. I think that's part of the problem, right? Is that there's way too many ideas and definitions, personal, I guess you would call it subjective presuppositions of what empathy is, so it can be misused or even abused in some cases, right?
So I think this is I'm sorry, Rev, I think I'm confusing you, because I think this is an argument I had with Mo or Abe, that they have no belief in empathy. So I thought it was you that was the ones that were saying that there is no such thing as empathy at all.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what kind of empathy we're talking about. Because if it is trying to feel somebody else's feelings exactly one for one, I don't think that's possible.
It's not possible.
Unless you got some sort of telepathy.
But if it's happened to you and the exact same injury happens to somebody else, you would have the empathy because you know what it kind of feels like for that exact.
You would have a general idea, right?
Yeah.
So we could easily say that empathy is kind of like a smoke alarm. It can tell you that there's pain in the room, but it can't tell you exactly what that pain is, how that person's experiencing it. what's going through their mind exactly, what other things are they thinking about. For example, we can go back to the quarterback example, blowing out his knee. We can imagine dude just lost his career, he wanted that championship, he wanted to be in the Hall of Fame, all these things. We could sit here and picture and try to put ourselves in that position, but really what this guy's worried about, he ain't worried about the ring, he's not worried about the championship, he's not worried about the Hall of Fame. He's worried about his kid and their next meal. And we completely overlooked that. But that's that man's primary focus. He just never says it to anybody, right? So we're sitting here focusing on what we think might be the things that he's going through. But really, deep down inside, it could be something completely different. And we could totally miss the mark. So I think empathy can tell us that there's pain there and that can trigger us to be compassionate towards somebody, but it can't tell us exactly what they're going through. Like we can't read them one for one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
get a
but here's
complete idea
well,
of their emotional makeup
Shante
at that time.
Shante wants to express her empathy here.
Oh no! Anyway, last week.
Anyway, spin that wheel, says Shante. But I agree, like, you're not going to be able to have the exact same experience as someone else, but this being able to understand and all this kind of stuff, like, that's where I'd kind of go with it. Gentlemen, is tribalism human nature?
Tribalism, human nature. I'd say it's part of the fallen nature of man, for sure.
I would say it is absolutely human nature.
Yeah, and Darth?
He's just smoking weed.
No, I was actually trying to find a way to be a contrarian on that, and I can't think of a good way. So, yeah, I agree.
Comrade, you do not have to be well, if you want to kind of practice your kind of like debating skills and all that stuff, yeah, I would encourage you to do the other thing. But if we all agree, like I said, we can kind of like break it down even further and all this kind of stuff. But just your initial thoughts, like no pressure, all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's human nature. Look at cities and
you just see the way people roam nowadays. Everybody goes into a pack that they feel comfortable, right? Like, no matter what you are, who you are, you always try to go into a tribe in which you feel comfortable. Whether you're leftist, gay,
I will say, I think that's problematic.
It is problematic, but that is society. And that's why we have so many problems as a society.
So you would say tribalism is a problem?
Tribalism is a problem, but it is human nature.
Well, when there's only two options, right?
Like, everybody wants to hang out with their own. You walk around the streets, everybody wants to hang out with their own color, their own authenticity. The Irish want to hang out with the Irish, the English want to hang out with the English. It is a thing worldwide, and it always will be. You are always going to be tribalistic. You're always going to want to hang out with the people that you were closest with to your heart. Whereas if the world just gave up on that shit, there'd be no racism, there'd be no hate towards other people. You wouldn't hate somebody for being a different color, or you wouldn't hate somebody for being Australian, or hate somebody for being English. The Irish wouldn't hate the fucking English. That's where tribalism comes into play.
Would you say that tribalism's a moral good?
No.
Depends on whose side you're on.
Because if you put tribalism as a moral good, only one tribe would be the one that succeeded, right?
I'd say, yeah, tribalism's definitely not a moral good. Because since it's part of the fallen nature of man, yeah, if we ground our morals in God, then then prior to the fall of man, there is no tribalism. So tribalism's one of those unfortunate consequences of the fall, much like slavery. St. Augustine put it that way for slavery, that it was a condition of the fallen nature of man, much like death and murder and all matters of sin and malice. So that's the same category I put tribalism in.
Well, it all comes down to what you depict tribalism as. To me, it's a grouping of people with the same beliefs and the same systematic kind of, just belief into the world, right? So that would be a tribe. It's a group of people
just real quick.
Same structure.
Yeah, Rev, can you turn your mic up or like move your mic closer to your mouth, because it seems like you're like a lot lower than I'm trying to. I put everyone on auto.
Yeah, he was definitely low.
Yeah, I'm testing out a new mic. I got a shorter mic from re-examination. So when he came to Michigan, we met up, had some Greek food, and he hooked me up with a new microphone. So getting used to the new digs, and plus half of my stuff's tore down, so that's why I'm not on camera right now.
Can you turn your gain up a little bit?
Let me see. I don't have the
right now. I've done it on the back. I've done it on the back. 1 sec, and then Rath, you speak.
Seems
hello.
Okay, so I think I have a balance there. And with that as well, we have Southern Man with the $2 says tribalism is a survival mechanism. Thank you very kindly for the $2. And believe it or not, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jacob Blades, welcome to the show.
Oh shit, my adversary.
What up?
What's going on, Jack?
I just woke up. I was getting everything together, so that's why it took me time to come up here.
Your adversary. I just made a couple of fun of you a couple times, and what the fuck?
I make no funny. I'm serious. No, I'm just kidding.
You microwave steaks, motherfucker.
God,
to perfection. To perfection.
The fuck?
Hey,
there ain't no,
he's on the tea break. Don't piss him off.
Bro.
He's not able to smoke weed right now. Don't piss him off.
Yeah, I'm about to take my first shot.
I was thinking he's taking what I said to heart. It's all in good love, sir.
I take nothing to heart. Nothing.
And just real quick shout there as well. It's the wheel bank is just the super chat one, because it's easier to do the copy paste and all this kind of stuff in the notes. So if you see it, like it's $18 to spin, but if you use the Ko-Fi PayPal, it's only $9. So just like any of these like prices that you see with the wheel bank, for example, 1 sec, it's just basically half price if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal. That's the general rule across the board. Because Shante is kind of screaming at me, you know what I'm saying? It should be $7 in the banks. There was 2. Oh shit! Oh yeah, I forgot that. Un momento, por favore. So there's 7 in the bank.
Well, hold on. What's
What
Jack's
it is? Then
position
13.
on tribalism?
100%. Jack, what are your thoughts on the prompt, sir?
Yeah, I do think it's a human nature. I guess I'd kind of go back and forth on whether it's bad or not. I think that's where I'm delineating my head, because I can see sides for being that it's good and sides that that it's being bad, you know.
Well,
would we? Because it's natural, it doesn't mean it's righteous. You know, sin is natural to fallen man too. And pride's natural, lust is natural, wrath is natural. But that doesn't make them virtues, does it?
Not necessarily, but I think, often a lot of the time, when it comes to tribalism, that sometimes we get caught up within something of comfort, you know, something that we're used to, and the bad side that I can see of it is that you aren't letting opposing forces to come in and change how you perceive things. through that.
So do you think,
think,
like the
Southern Man asked
Apache
a good
natives
question.
of 1842 were comfortable with other native tribes just coming in and slaughtering them?
Like the Comanches.
So,
Well,
I think you're construing the word tribalism is what I think you're doing.
Well, I would say to that, like, a lot of the time when we see these type of things are going to happen. I think that a lot of the time, like, in the past, I think it was more prevalent than it kind of is now, you know. So in that way, I'm conflating it to a future perspective. If we're taking it like back, then I mean, I don't think that's
do we not
necessarily
have
like,
wars right now?
huh?
Do we not have wars
Well,
right now?
How would
Yeah,
you guys
but I mean,
define
like, not a
tribalism?
lot of them are taking land, you know.
What's
Well,
happening
like,
with Russia and Ukraine right now, then?
Well, yeah, but that's the
just
only
to
example, you know.
just to give it a definition, because it did come up in chat as well, and Rev Russ just asked there, is like, what are we defining as tribalism? And like, I'd point to like the example of the 12 tribes of Israel. I would say there is like ethnicity linked to it. There's a shared historical, shared culture, shared like history, kind of like stories, mythologies, and all this kind of stuff.
I don't think the 12 tribes would be a good example of tribalism. See, for me, tribalism is disordered group loyalty that elevates one's own group above things like truth, justice, righteousness, and even love of your neighbor. That's tribalism.
To me, tribalism is just a group of people that band together with the same beliefs, religion. Doesn't have to be ethnicity.
That
but the
sounds
same
like community.
beliefs, right?
That sounds like community.
Well, the community would be the tribe.
Yeah.
But tribalism, and then why do we have two different words, community and tribalism?
Why do we
don't
have
just call
empathy
it?
and compassion?
Community can be
compassion's good.
all different types of
Empathy's
tribes.
appealing.
That's why they're split up in that way.
A social division in traditional society consisting of families, communities linked by social, economic, religious, and blood ties, with a common culture and a dialect typically having a recognized leader. So as long as you have a leader and you're a bunch of different people, that would be a tribe. So,
And like, just to reference like section 230, it's like, because we speak English, the English are bastards because, well, you could call them bastards, or that's probably because I'm Irish, I'm part of the Irish tribe. But like, the English language has this kind of uncanny ability to, you know, go into other languages and just like extract out like the word, you know.
According to the City University of New York, tribalism is the psychological and cultural tendency to strongly identify with a social group, a tribe, while prioritizing its interests over those of outsiders.
So cannibalists are okay now.
So,
It
so
once
that's
served
the
as an
of New
essential
York.
evolutionary survival mechanism.
So why don't you just
by
listen to the
enforcing group
California
cooperation.
explanation of it too? Because then we could all just be in our
frequently
fifis.
I'm pretty hungry. Who's cooking human?
One at a time,
Ideas
gentlemen.
and
One at a
us
time.
force that mentality,
want to take a
viewing
piss and have a cigarette.
polarization, prejudice, and systemic bias. Yeah, that's one definition of it.
But when it comes to like the prompt here, we're not deciding if it's a good or bad thing. We're just saying as a human nature, and I think we would all agree that it is
human nature.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a
It's
matter
part
of
the
if
fallen human
these.
nature.
Yeah, it would just.
Good.
I think like I'm kind of on the middle on that, because I think it could have its benefits, but I definitely think it could have the drawbacks as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends on how it's used, and you know what all that entails. It'd be like a case by case basis, I think. Like, I don't think it's a completely carpet example, you know?
Well, like, situations where tribalism is a bad thing would be like, for example, like the communisms. like communism seeks to destroy the tribe, to destroy the nation.
Right. I mean, that would definitely be a bad example. But is it bad for the people?
Oh wait, shit,
Like,
no.
Yeah,
anti-tribalism. I said, I should have said, is when it's bad, is like the whole communism thing. But then when it's like a bad example of like tribalism is like when you have like the Papua New Guinea cum warriors, or like the cannibalism tribes and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, when they're being forced into these type of things, yeah, I would agree with that. That's definitely the bad side. I don't know if that's like the Papua New Guinea stuff. I don't know if that's like a human nature type of thing. I mean, I guess in some weird kind of sense it might be, but I don't think that's a human nature.
So like,
but I mean that is, I guess that would be considered tribalism.
Because in terms of the in terms of like this aspect of like human nature, like a sense of belonging is part of like the human nature. It would be quite a abnormal or a singular kind of like type of mentality to be like, no, I just want to constantly be by myself, I want to be lonely, like that whole kind of mentality. Also with the whole fact like every human is born to parents, those parents like descended from some sort of like lineage or ancestry, so you can't really escape tribalism in terms of that aspect. I would say that if the tribe holds reason or truth or whatever kind of like synonym you have for those words, if they hold that as paramount, then I would say that would be a what would be the word? For lack of a better word, that'd be like an ultimate form of like tribalism, where I don't think you can make a case against that tribe.
So, what about strong in-group loyalty often combined with a negative view of outsiders?
Are you able to get close to the mic, Rev?
Yeah, sorry about that. What about a tribalism with strong in-group loyalty often combined with a negative view of outsiders? Take the Comanche, for example. They were a warring tribe, and often cannibalistic. They didn't get along with anybody, and they had a very low view of all the other tribes around them. So they would go around warring them and pillaging them. Would that form of tribalism? Is that all right? Or does that fall kind of like into one of those dark areas? But then we can also look at other forms of tribes that went out and conquering and pillaging. We've got the Mongols. We've got the Persians, the Muslims. A lot of these groups have a very negative view of outsiders, and that's kind of like what I tie to tribalism. Is it's a group of people that have a really strong loyalty in group, right? And they put the tribe, their group, over everything, including God. And we saw that in Old Testament, and it didn't work out too well. But then they also have like a very bad view of outsiders, right? So they put their group above everybody else. Everybody else is subhuman compared to them. That's usually what I see when I think tribalism. Anyways,
to be honest, if you look around the world right now, that is exactly how every religion and every type of person works. Is they put themselves above a different step of person.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Christians shouldn't be that way.
I mean, they say they're not, but they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everybody does that. So, like, that's where tribalism is just it is part of human nature. Mm-hmm. Is when you are part of that group, you have picked that group over that other group, right?
But is it a part of human nature that we ought to embrace? Should we embrace our tribalistic memes?
I think without that, we'd just be one happy family, and it'd be really weird. I don't know how society would function, right? Without combatants, like what is society?
Definite pushback on that. No, we should definitely be tribalists.
Yeah, But the society would just be just bleak, boring. Everybody would be the same person.
What,
It would
like it
be,
is now? It's already tribalism.
No, because you got the lefts, you got the rights, you got a lot of different personalities. But if everybody was the same, under the same belief across the world,
That's not what tribalism means.
it would be if you take that tribe, if your own belief.
What is a tribe?
Your tribe is your belief and what you feel and
Yeah,
how
people
you
who
are,
agree
right?
with each other, right? And
Yeah.
generally,
So if the
in
whole
human
wide world
statistics,
was a
about
tribe, one
150
tribe.
people actually agree with each other, right? And those
Yes,
things.
but if that tribe succeeded and took over the world, everybody would be a part of that
we
one
did that.
tribe.
What would be the problem with that? We can look at Revelation 7:9, and after this, and lo, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man can number, of all nations and kindreds and peoples and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hand. This imagery in Revelation shows exactly what you're describing as being like bleak and boring. We have a great multitude of all nations, people, kindreds and tongues, but they
beautiful.
all come together as one tribe before the throne of God, one people singing in one chord, because they cry with a loud voice together, saying, Salvation to our God, which sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And they sing this together, so they have that community, they have that tribe. It's quite beautiful. And even the Apostle Paul says that there is neither Jew nor Greek in the body of Christ. For those who are baptized into Christ have put on Christ. And if you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. So
I think life without confrontation or resistance would be absolutely horrid. You
'Cause,
wouldn't
like,
have anything to live for.
Because one way to look at this is like, for example, like there's tribalism, and then there would be like, I'm going to coin a new term here, multi-tribalism. Like, do you think that like we'd be better off in a society of multi-tribalism or tribalism?
I think that's kind of what I'm thinking, but I'm not for sure.
See, without competition, life becomes boring. It becomes repetitive. You would have nothing. If everybody in the world thought the same way that you did, life would be absolutely horribly boring. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about what we're talking about on the internet right now, because we would all agree and just be all fucking holding hands and going down eating lollipops.
Yep. We'd be all saying kumbaya. You know?
Well, and beautiful art comes from contention, right?
And that's a part of tribalism. So you can have that part of your life. Right?
Oh, I'm angry all the time, so fuck yeah. But I'm me.
I just don't think like if one whole tribe ruled the whole world and we all believed the exact same thing and we all had the exact same beliefs, it would not be fun at all.
Yeah, who
You'd
the
just
hell
be
would I
living
talk
in
shit to?
simulation at that point, right?
I wouldn't talk shit. And you all mostly agree with me, so.
Right?
well,
Yeah,
there
but
would
I don't
definitely
think
be less arguing.
But I
Less
don't think
debates,
that
though.
like because you're in like one tribe that means that you think, because it kind of goes back to what we're talking about the empathy. It's like you'll never be able to think exactly the way someone else does, even if you're in the same tribe. You know what I mean? Like when we're talking about like tribe, it's like this kind of like notion of like a shared culture or a shared system of beliefs or a shared value system, shared religion, shared morality. Like that does not necessarily mean that everybody is like robotic and just thinking the exact same as the next person beside them.
So
No,
what is
but if you
what
all
is an
believe the same
individual
thing,
then?
right?
What is an individual?
You'd still have your own individual thoughts and your beliefs, or your own train of mind, but you would all believe in the exact same thing, which would
Well,
just
then you're not.
become extremely boring.
It'd be hive mind
Isn't
thinking.
that? Yeah, that's tribalism.
So it would suck.
It does suck.
Well, it's also like I said, like a comfort. It's a survival instinct. I think that's why I think it's a part of the human nature.
Because like if we were all like 100% individual, then like this is kind of like the whole like Tower of Babel story, where it's like, okay, we're all just going to invent our own language.
Yeah.
Not
Wait,
necessarily.
what was that?
I just
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, what I'm saying is like to take kind of like this aspects of like the tribe versus the individual, right? There's cases where, and like as Rev was pointing out, like where it's like extreme, like us versus them, everyone else is an enemy to this tribe and all this kind of stuff. Like that's bad tribalism, let's say. But then there's also like individualism, like people say, oh, well, I'm going to go anti-tribalism in a sense of like rather than multi-tribalism, which would be part of like the individual, like each individual is their own tribe. Then you have, like I said, the bad version of the individualism would then be this whole thing of like, well, every single individual is going to make up their own language, is going to make up their own beliefs, going to make up their own values. And then you have basically Terra Babel situation where the whole city comes.
Yeah, but at some point
Bumping
it has to come to a front, right? Like, you're not going to be able to have 10,000 different tribalisms when you have a tribe that's 30,000 strong. They're going to take out that tribalism of 1 and 2 and 3. They're eventually just going to take it over, right? That's the way tribalism works. Is you take it over. You want your tribe to be the leading tribe of the world, right?
Yeah, you want them to be the tribe. Yeah.
There is no mercy with tribalism. Like if you look at the
what about what about the kind of tribalism that we see in politics, like on the left or on the right? For example, in the realm of politics, when tribalism takes hold, the left, they don't see anybody on the left as doing any wrong. They can do no wrong. And same on the right, unfortunately. A lot of people on the right, they could do some heinous things, but the people on the right will see them as not doing anything wrong and will try to excuse their wrongdoings. I think that's also a form of tribalism, and I think that's a very dangerous one.
I agree.
That's
very interesting right now, actually.
It's needed.
Exactly.
Because if one side was running one way and it was completely wrong, that takes the other side of the tribe to step back and say, hey, you're doing this wrong. Like, put it in perspective when you voted Trump into presidency. You knew your government was going the wrong way, but now you voted in somebody to try and change the ways. So that's why tribalism is needed, and it's within human nature.
Well, yeah. Well, look what happened with was it Joe Biden presidency, right? The Democrats covered up for this guy. This dude was wandering off in the bushes, and like everybody was saying, dude, he's in great shape. He is in great shape. He's completely lucid. He is good to go. You know, they lied for the guy. That's blind loyalty. That's a kind of tribalism that's dangerous. You know what I mean? Like they couldn't even step up and correct it. And then what did they do when Biden steps down finally after they forced him to step down behind closed doors? They prop up Kamala Harris without even
that
wasn't
democratic at all.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And they wouldn't even call their own party out on it. And that's tribalistic because if something like that were to happen on the Republican side or on any side, I'm an independent, so I really don't care. I ain't got no skin in a two-party game. But if I see that on the left or the right, I would call that out as like wrong. You know, you're going against the normative the norms of the electoral process.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the left, they'll see that happen and then they'll excuse it. They'll write it off. They'll try to explain it away. Either way, nobody on their side can ever do any wrong. I mean, look what's happening in Minnesota. I mean, look at all the fraud and the embezzlement going on over there. And that's all Democrat run. And the Democrats won't speak out against it because they're trying to cover up for their people. It's a blind loyalty to their tribe, which is how I see tribalism. It's your tribe can do no wrong. You will have blind loyalty to the tribe, but anybody outside your tribe, you attack them. And we see that on the left. Anybody that's not a part of their group, they'll attack them either verbally or physically or emotionally if they're family. People on the left cut off their own family members. And that's a dangerous form of tribalism.
Unfortunately, I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of similar to the aspect of like courage. Like we should all be courageous and courage, but courage is that like perfect middle ground between stupidity or foolishness and cowardice. You know what I mean? Where if you just constantly go head first into a situation, not having any thought about repercussions or consequences and all this kind of stuff, that's stupidity. But it could appear to be courageous and all this kind of shit. Equally, the cowardice thing is like you overthink the situation too much, and then you let the fear overcome and say, "Oh no, like I don't want any of these outcomes, so I'm not even going to act." But courage is being able to think about the outcomes and say, well, and work out what the necessity is, and if the necessity is to act, then you act. That is the courageous aspect. And as we kind of mentioned there with the like if the tribe goes off drift and like let's say the main kind of values or beliefs of the tribe gets corrupted, being able to stand against the tribe and say yous are wrong, that would be courageous because you're kind of like working out the repercussions of doing such a thing to the tribe, because you know that the fact that if the tribe continues down this way, there will no longer be a tribe, for example. Like that's kind of like one aspect where it's like that's a necessity. I need to speak out now, otherwise we are not going to have a nation. We're not going to have a tribe.
Wouldn't
Of course, that's
wisdom
a
be a
solid
part of
virtue to
that?
have. But the thing is, though, is when you get into these groups that are hyper tribalistic, like the left, if you try to speak, if you're on the left and you try to speak out against the left, they ostracize you. Bye. You're cut off. And they do, and that's tribalism. You've spoken out against the tribe, therefore you are not one of us. And if you're not one of us, then you're against us. And if you're against us, get out of here. So you can speak out against the tribe. You can say the tribe's doing wrong all day long. You can scream that till you're blue in the face. But the tribe's not going to budge. You're the one that's going to budge right out of the tribe.
So what is the synthesis, let's say, between the tribalism and then the individualism?
I'd say there had to be a healthy blend between the two. And also, of course, the only cure to anything in this fallen world is Jesus Christ. You lean on him and you wouldn't worry so much about the tribe of men. You worry more about the Church of Christ. But that's a whole different story. As far as dealing with it today, man, just buckle up and ride it on. There's nothing new under the sun. It's all been done before. It couldn't be fixed then, absent of Christ. It's not going to be fixed today, absent of Christ.
Would you not call that like the Christian tribe or the tribe of Jesus? I think someone mentioned it in chat. I think it was Southern Man that mentioned it in the tribe of Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there'd be none wrong with that, I don't think. I mean, the kind of tribalism that I speak out against is blind loyalty to a tribe and placing that tribe over all that is good and righteous, and basically making the tribe itself an idol. When you idolize something, then you're clearly off the rails. If you're worshiping the tribe more than you're worshiping Christ, that's a problem. But that can't happen when you're in Christ. Because if you're in Christ, then you worship Christ. You're not worshiping the tribe. But you see, in the Democrat Party, they worship the tribe. That's their God. You can't go against the tribe. You can't go against the collective. You go against the collective, they cut you off. And if you're not a part of the collective, then you're their adversary, and they will fight you to the bitter end, as we see today.
Well, like we have the examples of Copernicus and Galileo. like when they were kind of saying, no, you guys have this wrong. It's like the Earth is not the center of the universe or the solar system. It's the sun that's the center, and we revolve around the sun and all that stuff. Like we seen that, like the Christian tribe, at the time at least, and again, like it was specifically the Catholics, the Roman Catholics, that went down that avenue and like exiled him or punished him in terms of like that aspect, even though he was right in the end, that we know now. And you know, before any flat earthers in chat or any trolls that want to do the flat earther thing, I'm looking at you, Shante. But in terms of like that aspect, like I think with any kind of tribe that we kind of speak of, there is that kind of tendency to say no, and this is with like democracy as well. Like this is what democracy exposes, and why the Democrats are so in favor of democracy. It's like, no, the majority say you're wrong, ergo you're wrong, or like you're like, that's an unpopular opinion in the tribe. Watch your mouth, or you'll get exiled. If you have that kind of aspect of like reason or sound reasoning being the like being a crucial part of the tribe, I think that's the only way to have tribalism and for it not to end up in the Tower of Babel.
Mm. Yeah. It's almost as if they say, love your own and hate or neglect the outsider. But I don't see that in the how they feel. Let me scroll up and see. The Christian tribe. Yeah, so the Christian tribe is unity in Christ. It's not tribalism. Because Christians do have compassion on the outsiders as well. So that's a little different. But when I look at like the really, really deep down tribalistic groups, the leftists, Democrats,
Rev, have you gone low? Can you pull the mic a bit forward?
Yeah, let me see if I can adjust this a bit. There we go. I'm definitely gonna have to download the software for this thing because I haven't moved, but apparently the mic thinks I am.
But it's much better now.
I totally forgot now. Okay, cool.
Like you were kind of saying
I'm
in
good
terms of
now,
like
but
the
I lost
unity
my
of
train
Christ.
thought.
Like
Yes,
the whole kind of unity of Christ.
isn't tribalism. Tribalism basically says love your own and hate or neglect the outsider. The Christian tribe doesn't do that. We actually have compassion on the outsiders. Hence evangelism. So it's definitely different compared to what you see with the super hyper tribalistic groups like the Democrat left, even some far right groups, but those are few and far in between. I guess the best example is the Democrats, but also Muslims as well. If you're a Muslim, right, and you try to leave Islam, they'll try to take you out for that. If you leave Islam and your whole family is Muslim, your whole family will cut you off. You're ostracized. But Christians don't really do that, right? So when their children come out and say, "Well, I'm atheist," well, we're not kicking you out of the house. We're not trying to do honor killings. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to compare the Christendom to anything that's like worldly tribalistic, I guess. It's a good way to put it. Because we don't place the tribe over truth, and we root truth in Jesus Christ. So the tribe isn't over Christ. Christ is the head, the church is the body. So now
But would you not say
tribalistic tribe would place the tribe above all else, even God.
But like this whole aspect of like the different denominations, like the main kind of like three to group them would be like Orthodox, Catholic, and then Protestant. You know what I mean? Like that's not necessarily unity.
Well, you got Orthodox, Catholic, mainline Protestant, and then your offshoot non-denomies. So those guys are different than mainline Protestants.
So
Mainline
those are all
Protestants
tribes.
well, denominations. The body of Christ is made up of many members, and not every member of the body has the same appearance or function.
Or belief.
The eye can't look at the ear and tell the ear because it can't see. It's not a part of the body, nor can the ear tell the eye because you can't hear. You're not a part of the body. If the whole body were an ear, where would be seeing? If the whole body were an eye, where would be hearing? And the hand can't look at the foot and say, "I have no need of thee."
Believes in his body, so that becomes a different tribe.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the beauty of Christ. The body, like I said, body of Christ, many members. Not all of them have the same appearance or function, but they all work together for the glory of the body. And when one member suffers, all members suffer with it.
Cha-cha-cha.
But is that not like group collective punishment or collective accountability?
I don't know. When the whole thing with the Catholic priests come out, a lot of Protestants and Orthodox too caught the brunt of that.
What you mean?
Because when the priests were accused of touching children, it wasn't only scrutiny that came on the Catholic Church; it also came on Protestants, on anything that resembled Catholicism. So a lot of your high church Protestants got a little bit of brunt from that because people didn't understand the difference, nor did they really care. Just like Muslims, man. Muslims don't care if you're Orthodox. They don't care if you're Catholic. They don't care if you're Protestant, Presbyterian, Baptist. They'll lop your head off all the same.
Well, like that, yeah. That is the whole kind of aspect where.
And such
to like that point,
world, all those that are of the world outside of Christianity who don't adhere to one of the branches, either Orthodox, Catholic, or Protestant, those that are outside, they don't care about our denominations. They don't care about what church we go to. They just look at us, they say we're Christians, and they basically lop us all together in the same category. I don't know how many times I've had people confuse me with a dispensationalist. Like I believe in some pre-tribulation rapture. But we're all locked together. And it even happens in different groups, like Catholics and Orthodox will lop everybody under the Protestant umbrella. But that's disingenuous. You can't lop non-denominationals in the same group as Presbyterians. We don't even adhere to the same doctrinal standards or ecclesiastical standards. So, just as that happens, it happens broadly outside. Those who are not Christian will just lop us all together into one group. They don't care.
But between yourselves, you do devise yourselves. So would that not be forms of tribalism? When you believe in the same thing, but you don't have the exact same beliefs.
I'd say we all believe in the same core gospel of Jesus Christ. And then the other things, we use different languages and different, how do you put it, like philosophy to
So you'd be using different dominations of the same aspects, so that would become tribalism. So you're not believing in the exact same thing. You have the same fundamental belief, but you don't believe that fundamental thing came from the exact same route as the other one.
Just saying, didn't I kind of mention that earlier?
Mm-mm.
Right? So like would you not be a part of the tribalism?
Part of a tribalism.
When you go from orthodoxy to, let's just say, when you go orthodoxy to any other type, right there, is that not tribalism?
Tribalism. If I'm Presbyterian, right?
tribalism would be saying, well, the Presbyterian Church can never do anything wrong. Even if they do something wrong, I'm going to put on the blinders. I'm going to ignore it. The PCUSA, they allow female clergy. You know what? I'm a Presbyterian, diehard Presbyterian. I'm going to ignore that. The PCUSA, they affirm LGBTQ plus. Okay, I'm a Presbyterian. They're Presbyterians. We're part of the same tribe. I'm going to ignore that.
But you're not sharing the same beliefs.
Oh, but according to
well, hold
their,
on.
according to
Doesn't this-
professional
hold on, I
standards,
have a
we
question.
do.
I have a question that just popped in my brain. Doesn't that, like, even, like, discussing this take you away from your individual relationship with God? Like, instead of, like, having this conversation, you could be, like, asking God,
I could be asking God what?
what do I say right now? I mean, are you
What?
not familiar with prayer?
Well, yeah, of course. So there's a
Is that
time
wild
for
of a thing to ask?
there's a time for war. There's a time for peace. There's a time for everything. And right now, I'm having a enlightening conversation with you, gentlemen. But if you'd like
For
me
sure.
to go off and pray, I can definitely do that.
No, I
but-
didn't mean go pray the second, but
Like
shouldn't
a
the
weird
authority-
phenomenon. A weird phenomenon happens with Darth, where it's like almost like he's making a point, and then like halfway through the point, his brain just kind of says, "Nah, fuck you, Darth. You're on your own." You know what I mean?
He's not wrong.
It's that tetrahydrocannabinol.
He gets her started. He just can't close her out a little bit.
Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol.
Mm-hmm. Affecting the cannabinoid
Have you seen my
receptors in
shorts?
your brain.
Well, actually, it increases brainwaves, which is hilarious. I have a funny story.
But sometimes it also causes misfiring neurons in the hippocampus,
Mm.
disrupting the conversion from long-term to short-term.
It's actually fake,
or short-term
fake
to
science.
long-term memory.
THC is known to be a neuroprotectant, as is CBGA. I have a video about it.
I'll have to check
It's
it out.
current like research because we weren't allowed to do it. You know,
Drugs are bad, McCoy.
Drugs are bad, okay?
cannabis is not a drug.
It's
medicine.
Same as caffeine.
I've tried a lot of different stuff, and mushrooms are the.
Oh yeah.
Oh, ego death's a whole other thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that's what my channel's about. But
I assume based on that 420 sign for your avatar, and looks like he's.
what are you talking
smoking a
about?
shotgun
Teriac
shell.
shit says Teriac 420.
Teriac 420.
No,
I lost the original account. Okay,
Well,
like I
don't
had an
know.
account on Twitch called Teriac, and then I had to make a fucking new name because I can't get the original name back. It won't let me get the original name back.
So
Yeah,
you
there's-
chose
Twitch are a
There's
bunch of
no-
bastards. Okay.
There was no
And
chance
the
that
numbers you
Teriac was on
chose.
my 420 stream. My first stream on 420.
That's funny.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. Not really, but yeah. Kind of. Maybe.
Because like the key thing for me in terms of like the tribalism, like I would say that like tribe is a synonym of nation, but like nation is just like the what would be the word, like the upgraded version of the tribe, if you get me. You know what I mean? But even like we kind of had discussions there the other day, like even trying to define like what a nation is, there's certain kind of categories that people, like I'd say a large swath of it, people would agree with, that would also match with tribalism, but there's certain degrees that people don't agree with. And like the point that Rev Russ is making, like when the Catholic Church had its scandal, people just threw all Christians in on that boat. Whereas it was like directly the reason why it's specifically a Catholic problem is the way that like all the way up to the Vatican, their whole plan was just okay, we're just going to send these fuckers to Africa rather than actually call out the sin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was more so like an administrative or like a leadership issue rather than the actual act itself. Because you look at any religion or any group of peoples, like that stuff does happen. Like no group is immune to that shit. Like PDFs are everywhere. You know what I mean? But in terms of the like the fundamentals thing, like I would say the even within like I'll put it this way, like the question, like, do you think that like Christians should unite under one doctrine and say enough of this, like you know, Protestants, Catholics, and Orthodox, there is like one church, and we should all adhere to it?
Ooh, that's tricky, isn't it?
No, because that would be against the will of God. God willed it to be this way in his body, and if that's his will, then that's his will. It would be wrong for us to go against his will.
All right, so full disclosure, I was raised Methodist, so I don't know. My opinions are from that perspective.
I'm familiar with the Methodists. They're more focused on what is it? Personal
Reason
experience
and logic.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Right
the
now,
same denomination.
right now, I would say they're not using reason and logic, but that was the
Yeah,
goal.
the United Methodist Church actually recently did something very bad, and it caused them
Yep.
some big problems.
Yep.
They affirmed a bunch of things for their clergy. A lot of their more conservative-leaning churches split from them due to it.
Yep.
Especially the ones in Africa. It was like, no. There's like, why are
You're
you
really
gay?
low, Russ.
We are not gay. So
Why are you gay?
yeah, so that was basically the whole issue with the United Methodist Church not too long ago, is they affirmed gay marriage, gay clergy,
There's
and
a
allowing
lot of
their
pushback.
clergy to divorce and remarry as many times as they please, all kinds of weird stuff like that, and they got all kinds of pushback. But yeah, to get back to the tribalism point, so while I am Reformed Protestant, Westminster Confessional Standard, I like the ecclesiology of Presbyterianism. I'm not tribalistic as to the point to where the presbytery could do heinous things like female clergy, LGBTQ plus inclusion, excusing all manners of sin and unrighteousness. If I were tribalistic, I would say, okay, well, the presbytery can do no wrong, and therefore I affirm these things because the presbytery affirms these things. I'd be putting the presbytery above God. I'd be putting the presbytery above the word of God. I'd be putting the presbytery above the scriptures. And that would be a problem. That would be tribalism. And you don't get that kind of tribalism, especially in Protestantism. Because as soon as the presbytery starts going off the rails, then we either try to reform the presbytery or we end up breaking from them. So that's why you end up with PCA, the Presbyterian Church of America, was split from the Presbytery, the PCUSA, Presbyterian Church USA. And then you have the Orthodox Presbyterian Church that also broke from PCUSA because PCUSA went rainbow. But yeah, tribalism be affirming that and sticking with it even though they're doing wrong and you know they're doing wrong, but the tribe can do no wrong. Therefore you have a blind loyalty to that tribe and then you just stick with it. But yeah. You don't get a lot of that with Protestants. As soon as the elders or pastors or anybody starts going off the rails, man, we call it out quick.
And we got some support from someone, aka John Tay. And just as well, like folks, the whole kind of someone thing is when you click anonymous, but I think for John Tay's one, for some reason, it just automatically goes to the thing. But it was a $3 donation, which means we're down to, okay, one sec. Basically $6 super chat or $3 using the Ko-Fi or the PayPals to get a spin the wheel. So damn cheap, it's damn near free, as they say. And salutes to you, Shante. Thank you very kindly for the donation. But in terms of like, not to get like too religious in it, like to try and bring it back like to the idea of like the nation, let's say, or like the tribe, or because again like this whole idea of a nation was built from the idea of the tribe. And like we kind of said, like there's bad instances of like tribalism or nationalism, there's bad instances of the individual or individualism. So in terms of like that light, like would you say that like having all these kind of different denominations within a nation is actually acting against the nation? It's not actually doing any good to actually strengthen or solidify the nation, because like you're kind of saying there, like there's differences in terms of like the philosophy or even the theology or like the rituals or the practice or the beliefs within inside these different denominations. Like for example, just to kind of use the whole LGBT churches, where they're just like completely rewriting the Bible, where it's like a gender neutral God and all this kind of shit. That completely goes against like what, let's say, the Catholics would believe or the Orthodox would believe. So is there a way to fix that is what I'm trying to get to, or the fundamental point I'm trying to get
That's
to,
what
you know?
the Protestants would believe as well. For example, I'm calling out this man who calls himself Reverend. His name is Dr. Caleb J. Lyons, and he posted something on Facebook, I think on the 1st, and it said, if you are anti-LGBTQ plus, then you are antichrist. And I've been chasing this guy down since for a debate on that very prompt. When it comes to that kind of stuff, there's a lot of us faithful Protestant preachers and pastors that are wanting to clean the yard. We're gonna clean out our own yard and bring these heretics to light. So yeah. So I think that's the best way to do it as far as that goes. Now, with your mainline Protestants, your faithful mainline Protestants, we agree on a lot of the same things. Just the only difference is ecclesiology. So how the local churches are governed, and how worship and service is conducted. But we all affirm the same rule of faith, the regula fide. So we all affirm the same things. We just have little bit of a different way of expressing it. And you can see the same thing with Catholic and Orthodox. They affirm the same things that we do. They just have different ways of expressing it. Now, Orthodox may have different views on things than Catholics, while Protestants align more with the West, the Roman Catholic Church, on a lot of doctrinal things. But I mean, those are really small differences.
And I guess, what would be your thoughts, gentlemen, on the whole kind of like culturally Christian?
I
Like with that,
personally think, I kind of personally think that your religion and your relationship with God is kind of between you and God.
Oh yeah, of course your relationship with God is between you and God.
Yeah, I don't need to be part of a congregation to worship Christ.
Yes. Well, the scripture says, forsake not the gathering of yourselves, especially in these last days.
Well, this word is written on my heart, right?
Yep, and it also says, forsake not the gathering of yourselves. So it's hard to
fair to say we don't need the congregation. We don't need to gather. We do need to commune together in Christ. But what that
But
looks
people are
like, that
corrupt,
really
though.
depends on your culture and your preferences of worship.
But people are corrupt.
Yeah. Welcome to the fallen nature of man since
That's
the
why
day of
it's-
Adam.
100%. That's why I think
When
churches
when
within
Jesus
oneself.
established, but when Jesus established his universal Catholic Church, he didn't say, "Okay, my 12 apostles, go out and be ye separate from each other and from everybody. Worship your own way, and it's just you and your Bible under a tree, and have at it." I don't think Jesus really said that or intended that. In fact, I think he intended for there to be a community, local, corporeal community, and a invisible, universal Catholic community. What's the word that they like to use? A metaphysical kind of church, right? And that's both here on earth and in heaven. But as far as the visible
Isn't God's
church,
presence
the local
heaven?
congregations, I think we should be a part of that to some capacity.
I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not trying to
Oh,
say
for
that
sure.
I'm against it by any means. But I do think if you can't worship within yourself and then you go to like congregation, it can be for show.
It can be, but that depends. What is it to you? Because it could be a show anywhere you go. It could be a show whether you go to a Catholic church, an Orthodox church, a Baptist church, a Presbyterian
Sure.
church, a Methodist church. It could be a show anywhere you go. It just depends on how you receive it and what it means to you and what it means to be in communion with brothers and sisters in Christ who are of like mind and accord. Because see, having a community of Christians to rely on and to lean on is actually really good for you. It's not only good for your spiritual growth, but it's also good for your mental health as well. To have a network of people who truly love you and care for you, because Christians are commanded to love the brethren. We love the brethren. The Apostle John wrote, how can one not love his brother yet love God who he has not seen when he sees his brother?
True, but also one who cannot love himself can't love another, right? I'm not disagreeing with you by any means. I don't want it to sound like I'm
Okay,
being
just tell him you disagree. Just get it on.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
Let's
I'm
get
just
it
simply
on.
talking about my journey as well. I'm not claiming
It's
to
a
have
verbal
the answer.
comment of this fucking wheel.
No, it's
spin.
not
Let's
verbal
go.
comment. If it's
He
verbal
wants
comment,
blood.
I'm getting a motherfucking character in a fucking custom hoodie.
You know,
Darcy's
I ordered
getting,
my hoodie like fucking 4 months ago and it's still not in. Fuck.
Really?
Oh,
Somebody took that in the mail.
I
Said,
ordered
"Oh,
it
nice.
before he
Hey."
changed providers or whatever, and I'm just completely.
Okay. Gotcha.
I got my limited edition Everest.
Yeah, no, I seen that shit. I'm like, you motherfuckers.
Mama, y'all better be getting your limited edition Rev Rust.
It's comfy as shit,
1K champion hoodie.
Dude, I'll buy yours, Rev. I want all of them. I mean, it's gonna sound gay, but Terry X, I'm waiting for yours. I actually was asking to speak, and he's like, I can't tell you.
But then you're gonna have like a whole closet of just nothing but hoodies, you know? You're gonna have to have a
You think I
separate
don't
closet
already?
just for hoodies. That's fair. That's fair.
No,
Yeah, I'm
you
merch
go on
whore.
Amazon, you
I
get
support-
those collector jersey frames, and you just frame them and hang them on your wall like wall decor.
I wear them.
That's
And
fair.
right the reason Shante mentioned in chat as well. You should message Easy. If it's 4 months, then there must have been something that went wrong with the process and all that kind of shit. So if it's been 4 months, then like either the post office fucked up or there was something went wrong in terms of the back end or something.
Started production. I was talking to the people like this week, and they're like, "Oh, sorry." It was the last ones they were using. I can't remember what the name of them is, but it's not the same one they're using now. So
shit, I got mine in like a week.
It's hard to track down. But yeah, I'll talk to Easy there probably soon. I just didn't want to go to Easy and be like, "Hey man, I've got your hoodie."
Nah, because I know he has kind of changed things around. And again, thank you for Shante for posting the link. Make sure you check it out, folks. New link, speakeasymerch.store to get your custom hoodies, limited edition hoodies, and all different brands. Like there's the Panel Purge one, there's the Verbal Combat ones, there's mugs, there's like full kits and all that kind of stuff, like coffee mugs and all that kind of stuff, good stuff as well. But I would definitely just say to him, and I don't think like he'd be pissed off or annoyed or like I don't think it's like a nagging thing. It's like, you know, you paid money for it and all that kind of stuff. But I genuinely think that like Easy would like, oh shit, yeah, like I changed things or whatever. He like, you know, kind of throw you one on the house or something like that kind of thing, or get a sorted for you at least.
Also, doesn't Tiny handle that shit? Maybe Tiny's the one that you should.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's hitting that point. Yeah, maybe I'll complain about it a little more. But like, yeah, I ordered it to
Tiny's cool as fuck.
I think February. February I ordered that shit.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, something happened.
Yeah, that's all good though.
Oh. Anyways, gentlemen, it's getting pretty late for me, and I've got about 3 more loads to run with this U-Haul tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big stuff.
Take it easy, Rev Russ.
So that is going to be fun.
Good to see
Appreciate you stopping by.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was fun playing with you guys. And you can catch me on Discord, Unapologetic Preacher. If you have any questions, want to discuss your walk of faith, all that stuff, I'm always here for everybody.
Sexuality.
Need somebody to talk to. No, none of that.
My man.
Fornicating.
Appreciate you stopping by, Rev.
All right. God bless y'all. Have a great night.
See you, Rev.
Have a good one, Rev.
Later,
We got Southern Man with the $6 says, okay, spin that thing, white boy.
Spin it! Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
So, ladies and gentlemen, contentment is stagnation. Do we agree or disagree?
I guess I would say yes, because it's kind of like complacency, right? Like, if you're content, you're stagnant, you're not doing anything new, you're kind of not changing your ways.
Yeah, I'd have to agree on that.
Yeah, I I would be in that same camp. You know, I think that if you're content, it's a form of comfort, which then through that comfort you'll be stagnant.
But is like, could one not say that like, for example, like wanting to kind of trying to think of the best way to put this, but like this whole aspect of like being overly ambitious, you know what I mean? Being in this kind of like state of like I constantly need to be doing something and kind of like being so fixated of getting to the destination, you're not actually enjoying the journey, so to speak.
Right.
That like appreciation of the little things, or appreciating like where you are, because I think a lot of like kind of like in modern day you could kind of surmise that a lot of people are unhappy even though they have a lot, or they've done a lot in their lives. Like in terms of especially with like the depression rates that we see, the mental health kind of like issues or mental illness that we're starting to see. It's kind of like this idea of like, I should be somewhere else, rather than kind of like saying, okay, I'm here, and recognizing where you are, and kind of saying, actually, all things weighed up, especially throughout like the story of history. Like you go back, 100 years ago, we were about to go into World War territory. You know what I mean? That like young men, rather than going to college or like starting out their life in a relatively peaceful kind of like environment, we're getting ready to get shipped off to France or to Germany and all this kind of shit.
Yeah. To an extent, though, like once you become content with something, you're comfortable, you're relaxed, you're letting all your guards down, right? And in that point, you are stagnant, because you're not looking for change, you're not looking for a thrill, you're not looking to do anything different than what you're already doing, right? So that's where the stagnation would come into play, because if you are content, you're not trying to change it.
Because in terms of, yeah, and this is a tricky one, because it's kind of one of those things that you kind of like need a balance to it. And like we kind of explored at the previous topic, there's extremes at like at both ends. Like I'll put it this way: like, is contentment necessarily complacency or like stagnation? Because in terms of like wanting to conserve or wanting to be traditional, would be that aspect of like looking back at a moment in time. And again, like, especially because, like I said, you go back, like everyone says, like the 50s and 60s, or even like the 80s, like that was a better time. This whole aspect that like we've progressed to more, we've been too ambitious in terms of certain appetites. That going back to that would be a better situation, and wanting to conserve that, or wanting to go back to that tradition would be a better place, meaning that you would kind of like be like content, as if like for the past, let's say the 80s, past 40 or 50 years or so, if we had not kind of like done the whole progressive thing or anything like that, we would be much more happier.
Yeah. To an extent, though, like the world's always going to change, no matter what you're doing. Yeah, you can be content and not complacent at the same time, I guess. But can you stay content, right? Is the question.
Yeah, because I think that's how we're seeing it. Is the contentment is consistent. It's not like you have periods where maybe you're content because maybe some situation happened, or you're in between something, and you're kind of content with the situation that you're going with. But I think what you were referencing, Teriak, a lot of the time is when you kind of go down that avenue. I think that's kind of what you were referencing, is like these in between periods where you could look at the small things. You can kind of enjoy the comfort, because usually if you're kind of in this busy kind of grind set, that you're not enjoying the little things. And sometimes it's good to be content, because then by being content, you can actually enjoy those little things. You can enjoy these little things that you normally wouldn't be if you're on this giant grind set. And I would say that what you were referencing earlier also plays into nostalgia. A lot of the time for me growing up, majorityly in the 90s, as a kid, I would love to go back to the 90s, but I wouldn't say that would necessarily be better. you know, because I think we've made certain good things in the future that's been good, and certain things not. So I think that would just be a situational basis, but I would say it's overall just nostalgia, if that makes sense.
But if you're content, aren't you stagnant?
Well, if it's consistent, I think it is. Like that's how I was taking the question is like if you're content and you've got to this point and you can just ride the contentment, then it is stagnation. But I think if you're not doing that and you just have maybe periods of time where you're content, I don't think it's stagnation. Like I said, I think it's just you're enjoying little things, you know, like you're kind of enjoying your fruits of your labor, you know. So you take that time to actually sit out on the
But that's
porch.
time that you're not using.
Yeah, but
push the future.
regardless, in the end, like let's say you have retirement, are you now content because you're retired?
No.
Exactly. So,
But like, let me kind of like use this example. Like, let's say you're in a business, right? And you're not necessarily kind of like going viral or kind of like exploding in terms of the boom, but like year on year, like you're consistently getting 10% more profit, or like, you know, a certain percentage more of like the market and all this kind of stuff. It might not necessarily be the best, and there might be others that are getting more percentage profit return, all this kind of stuff. But you're not stagnating in a way of like you're not just making the same profit year on year. You're actually making more profit than the previous year, but it's not like an overwhelming or like a grand kind of like change in it and all this kind of stuff. Like, but you're content with that progress.
right.
Like, would you be able
But
to
it's
say
progress.
that?
It's progress, though. Therefore, you're not content because you want more progress. Fuck you. Fuck
Yeah,
me.
But no,
Whoever said
you're
that.
not. You're not kind of saying like you're not kind of like like, let's say give the example of like 10% more profit year on year, and you've been doing that consistently over, let's say, 5-10 years, right?
Mhm.
Now, ideally, you would want to have 20% or 30% or even more, but would you be content that you're constantly growing 10%?
Like he's saying,
Well,
what
that's
would you
putting
want
it.
more?
That's putting a threshold on 10%, though, which is not stagnation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, would you say that you could be
What's the
like
threshold yeah.
like that's what I'm saying in terms of like because the prompt itself is saying like contentment is stagnation, but the example that I'm using specifically is
I
not
get your
stagnation.
example.
But could we say that like is that content, or could one be content that like with that scenario, or would that be an incorrect use of the word content?
I mean, I would say that you could be content in doing that. Like even you could even take that to an extreme example. Let's say you're just making 1% more, and you keep seeing that development of that 1%. You know, you might be content with just moving forward. So you aren't necessarily being stagnant, but you're content with just making the 1%, even though you could be, maybe you could be doing more. Maybe you're being lazy about it. You know.
But you can't force progress, right?
In a sense, like you can definitely, I think you can definitely do a certain extent to help that, you know, like, you, like
At the
you
cost
can
of
have
what?
certain, that's exactly, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a cost contribute, you know, like, you could be doing that and that could be affecting, mental, lack of sleep, whatever it be, whatever you're doing. You know, if you're going down this path, you got to know these things going in, but you're doing it for a reason. You know, you're doing it so you aren't being stagnant. Because usually, if you're, especially in the business sense, like when you're stagnant, you're essentially even just losing. You're not gaining. You know, or at the very least, you're staying neutral. You know, So I think as far as stagnation, like you would have to be, like I said, making, this much percent more, even if it's 0.1 and you're seeing that constant progress, at least you're making progress without the loss,
Like contentment, in terms of to use the Cambridge Dictionary, my lords and my ladies, the feeling of being happy or satisfied. Like, does that lead to stagnation, or
I
is
don't
that
think so.
stagnation?
I mean, I have like very anecdotal shit to say about that, but I was trying to like avoid that. I'm happy with what I do, and just because I'm content doesn't mean I'm not trying to grow.
Okay. Shantae's off. Appreciate you, Shantae. Thanks for stopping by and doing the moderation stuffs. Appreciate you very kindly. And we have reached the grift break as well, folks. So what's going to happen is we're going to put down the curtains. We're going to go play the musics, as they say. So now is the perfect time if you want to increase the old wheel bank and get the topics flying, or if you're content to speak of contentment, as when we get back, that's also acceptable as well, folks. So like I said, sit back, enjoy the music. Everyone on panel, now is the perfect time to go to the bathroom, fresh the drinks, get the waters, maybe a coffee, maybe all the good stuff, all the stuff. And everyone in chat, now is the perfect time to get the L shekels out, as the Jews would say, and to help support your boy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you in a little bit.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Teriak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Lolera.
Nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 miles. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Ken P. Fill me pot.
Birds flying high, you
know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
Jazz hands. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Let me catch up and chat. So just to remind you, it is $20 a spin or only $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. Apparently Shantae's not leaving. I must have got fucked up. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, please be patient. My mom did take Tylenol, okay? We got... oh, fuck. That skipping forward. Did it skip forward or skip backwards? Oh, wait, one sec. It skipped backwards. Oh, my God. The Dreamer needs to sort its shit out. Anyways, I'm content. Hey, my man. I never said I was leaving. You said G2G. I got confused, okay? Please be patient.
She was referencing GTG in the chat.
Ah, okay, I get you, Yeah, like I said, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Like I said, I'll take this brief moment to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. And El Picasso giving us a Leonardo DiCaprio saying, I ain't fucking leaving. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You create too much chaos in my life. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, Picasso, he's a chaos agent. You know what I'm saying? But basically, there's a lot of shit talking here. We got Jack tap dancing and then line dancing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta love it. And then with the emojis as well, folks, become a member. You get access to a wide range of emojis and memes. You know what I'm saying? We got our boy Pepe. You know, multiple Pepes actually. He's working in the farm. He's chilling, being a bit devious. You know what I'm saying? He's praying. We even got the dog saying "sure up you." You know what I'm saying? So make sure you become a member today to get access to those emojis in the YouTube chats. Jack's drunk again. Unbelievable. Saying even take away the keyboard. Well, you can take away the keyboard, but you
doesn't
still have his
even
mic.
have a
You know what I'm saying?
keyboard. He doesn't have a keyboard. He's
I
on the
don't
hand.
even have a keyboard. Yeah.
You can't take away what he doesn't have.
Yeah, start
You know
a
what I'm saying?
Patreon so that Jack can get a fucking keyboard and have a PC, right?
Jack keyboard phone. I like it, boys. I do think the moon changes people. I've no clue why people always get weird during full moons. That is true, especially when you look into emergency rooms, ERs, and hospitals. That's like their busiest night. It's always on a full moon. So there could be something behind that. I'm not gonna lie. We got El Picasso saying, yeah, like when he said, I like drama in your life. I told you, he's a chaos agent. What can I say? But the OG song as well. Yeah, I do like a little bit of Michael Bublé. I'm thinking about. I've got an idea for like a fourth song, but I'm not sure if it will conflict with one of the other ones as well. So we'll have to play our ear by that. You know what I'm saying? And oh my god, chat is on fire. Let me just skip forward a bit more. Jack says, no, I'm sitting on making microwave steaks of perfection. I love you, Jack. You know what I'm saying? He's going to perfect
Lies.
the microwave steak. You know?
Lies.
That's fucked
It's an
up.
ambitious goal. It is an ambitious goal, to
An
say the least.
impossible goal. It's an impossible goal.
One might dare say it is impossible. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a microwave tician or whatever the fuck it is, but like I'm pretty sure you won't get a good, nice sear on it. That's for sure. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And then Dante saying, I'm not 10 on AOL. I didn't say GTG no more. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like I said, you got to improve the vocab, as they say. You constantly got to be updating yourself to the lingos and all this kind of shit. It is what it is. And then Picasso saying, I'm not a chaos agent. I don't even know what that is. Eccentric. Thank you very much. It is what it is. It is what it is. But gentlemen, back to the prompt itself. Contentment is stagnation. How do we feel now that we have got some time to think about it?
If you're not moving forward, then you ain't doing something.
Fighting the boss. Hold on. I'll be right back.
No worries, no worries.
Plain old PoE2. Yeah.
But I think you can be content with a certain amount of growth, which is not stagnation.
Yeah, I think as far as the prompt, I think though, wouldn't that be contradictory in a sense though? You know, because I think you can be content in what he's talking about, but also not be stagnant.
Yeah.
So even though it applies to you can be content with it, it is not stagnation, right? Is that what you're saying, or
That's
or
what
are you
I'm
saying
kind of
that?
trying to say, because, like, I mean, you can't force, a certain amount of growth. So I can be okay with the amount of growth I'm having.
Right,
Sounds
but
like
wasn't
dick joke, right?
wasn't the original point that we all agreed that contentment is stagnation though overall?
It can be, I think.
Right. So it varies, right? It varies on
Mhm.
whatever we're kind of talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, if we can give an example of contentment including growth, then contentment wouldn't necessarily be stagnation.
Right. Right. Yeah, we're looking at it in the sense of growth, right? So taking that away,
I guess then I'm
it
not
would-
content, right?
Right, but if you're taking like contentment, if you're taking the growth aspect away from it, then that's where we all agree on saying contentment is stagnation. That's where the prompt would be in the positive versus if you're just content with some level of growth where you could be doing more, but you're content on that level of growth.
Well, could it be a situation where, like, that contentment is not stagnation, but it can lead to stagnation?
That's kind of where I was thinking. That's why I hesitated.
Well, it can in a sense. I'm not disagreeing there. But you also have to look on it like, I think everything's on a for the most part is on a sliding scale. You know, like how much if you're making just little strides, then would you be like still content? Like basically, like if you were making, let's say, massive strides and you were content with those massive strides, would that be contradictory to kind of what we're saying? You
I
know?
mean, kind of. Can you like elaborate? Because like anecdotally, I'm experiencing this, and I'm trying to figure out what I think.
Well, like I guess like if you were making, I don't even know what the percent would be, but let's say you're making a certain percentage over and you were just killing it. You were smashing it out of the park, you were doing it great, but you were content with that level of like you didn't want to push for more. Like you felt like maybe you could do more, but you're just like, well, I'm already killing it, so why push the luck side of it? You know, why try to force an issue when it might be having negative connotations? This kind of goes back to what Teriak was saying earlier, is sometimes you have these kind of rest periods, even though maybe you're making growth, you're kind of being like a level of I guess a level of stagnation to where, or contentment to where you're just like, well, you know, I'm fine here. You know, like I'm like if I just kept doing this, this would be this much return, but I could do more. You know, so I think if you were looking at it that way, sure. But if you were like, oh yeah, I can make more, and you just kept pushing it, that wouldn't be contentment. That would be consistent growth to where you're not looking at the small things. You aren't enjoying the moment. You're just completely caught up and on keep chasing it, and you're never going to have the contentment because you're never gonna enjoy the moments. So you can't even have a level of stagnation. You know.
So you just completely obliviated the whole point. So when you become content for a period of time, it is stagnant.
Yeah, and like I'm not content with being stagnant. Like, so I'm referring to like how I'm building my shit, and I wouldn't say content. So that's why I'm starting to disagree. I'm not stagnant, and I'm not content necessarily with how things are going, but I can't force it.
But you want to
Right.
change, so you're no longer stagnant, right? You're not content, and
Yeah,
you're
I'm not stagnant at all. I'm
because
very rigid on, you know.
as long as you want that change, there is no stagnant.
Well, that's that's why I was trying to give that kind of example. It's not something I necessarily agree with, but like if you're doing like a level of growth, you know, you're kind of at some point, you know, like there's a consistency line to where you're content, and then there's a point where I feel like you're just completely like chasing something bigger, and you're not enjoying the little things. You're not enjoying the comforts of life because you're completely chasing this goal that will be never ending. You
Well,
know,
it's
because you're
kinda
gonna keep
subjective,
wanting that.
right?
Like I said, it's on a scale. You know, like they're like I said, what is that? What would be that percentage and like business to where you could be like, okay, well now I've passed this certain much, now I can be content on riding this wave. You know, like, or are you gonna want more and more and more? I think us as humans, we want more and more and more. whether that be bigger things to make more happen, or maybe we have a family or whatever it might be. We have reasons for these things. You know, we just don't do them for, you know, the fuck all of it, you know?
Well, I do it for
But could
truth.
but could a possibility be here, gentlemen? Like, give an example, right? Like last month, like Jungle came around and like he donated massively. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like far exceeded any expectations, all this kind of stuff. Now, like in terms of like my expectation, I'm expecting that like this month is going to be nowhere near that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that's like an aspect where it's like technically I'm going to like it's in terms of like a percentage thing, it's going to be like a back down to like a reduction down to like what you would say is like, let's say normal levels or whatever, going to be much less than last month. But like, could I still be content with that? Or like in terms of like the expectation, all this kind of stuff as well. What are your thoughts, John?
I think so, because like it's like especially with the YouTube, it's not something you can depend on necessarily. When it's cool, right? But knowing that you're making progress, look, I don't know if I'd say that's content though.
Well, that's the thing is like when you kind of look at it, you know, like I think it's difficult to use YouTube because there's days where you have a consistent basis where maybe within the week you're getting more or you're seeing more views, like whatever we're contributing that to. Maybe you're getting more subs, whatever more chat engagement, whatever we're talking about. When it's like some situation like he referenced of this like serious spike, would that not give you the consistent expectation that, you know, like I think like, you know, you're gonna come back to like kind of what he said is like this kind of baseline of normal. Like I agree with that, but you're gonna want more because of that, you know.
I
like
don't think that's necessarily accurate, actually.
That wouldn't be content, right? Because at the time, you know, you could always do more, you can always expect more. So when you're expecting more, you're not content.
Or hope, right?
Right. So I think that would be kind of like a false proposition there, because you're always going to be hoping for more.
Well, I don't think.
Yeah, I
hope
think that's a
plays
good
into
point.
Contentment, though.
But expectation, let's say, because like that was a key word that Raptor reason used there, where it's like you're like expecting more. If you're expecting more and you don't get that more, you're not going to necessarily be content. You know what I mean? And like to give kind of a more kind of like generic example is that like Christmas is obviously a massive time for business, and like that this is kind of like a more generic thing than my specific thing there. So it's like the expectation from, let's say, the wise business owner or the experienced business owner is that like Christmas is going to be the major period, and then the next quarter you're going to necessarily see like a downturn in the sales. But could a business be content with that situation? That's basically what I'm trying to get to.
Well, let's take it from this. So I'm even gonna twist yours a little bit and see if we can come to some sort of agreement. But like, let's say the Christmas time, right? They have this expectation that they're gonna make this much or higher, right? What if they don't make this much? Let's say it's not even close. Let's say they just don't do well. Are they content with that level? No, they're not going to be content with that level. They're going to want to do better next
kind
year.
Of a corporate question, right? Because
that's an example that I could use.
But that kind of fuels like the whole persona of the human, right? Like a human as per se is never really content. Like you always want to do better.
Yeah, progress.
In retrospect, like I for myself, I don't just want to be just a normal fucking worker. I want to be the supervisor. I want to be the one pushing everybody to drive to do better.
But there are people that are content with their life and they don't care if they're in stagnation.
All right, I'm gonna make it anecdotal. Should I care if I get like? Should I be content with getting like one subscriber a day?
Sure.
No, because like
your forward progress.
Is that stagnation?
No.
I don't think that.
Stagnation
I
would
think
be
in a
not
certain
gaining
sense
any.
it could be, but I think you're just content with the level of rise. Like I said, it's long. Like we kind of all
Because I have
agreed
faith
that
in the
like
process, right?
right. Like, but you're getting growth out of it. Like we said, like as long as you're
Right.
kind of getting that growth, you're moving in the more positive direction.
But just
You
because
know?
I'm content with the growth doesn't necessarily mean that it's stagnation, right?
Well,
Well,
Shantae made a good point here. Because like I said, I kind of want to move away from like the money thing because I don't want to kind of like give the point that like, oh, like it's all about the money and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
But in
it's
terms of
not about the
Shantae,
money
this is
at
actually a
all.
really good example. Like when your belly is full, like would you not say that you're content? Your appetite is content. You're content with your appetite.
Yes, but you'll never be stagnant because you're eventually going to get hungry again.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Really good
I
point.
also,
You're
I
always
also
going to
don't.
strive for more.
I'm not trying to be contrarian, but I will. I mean, again, not trying to be, but I don't eat until I'm full. I eat until I'm not hungry.
Mhm. But if
But-
you
but
were
even-
But would you
not
be
eat for
content when you reach that
8
point?
hours,
I'm never content.
Like you wouldn't
So-
have like a feeling of happy or satisfaction.
Nope.
Like eating until you're satisfied.
I don't do that. I don't know if you've seen pictures of me, but I'm skinny as shit.
You know, I get that, but like in terms of like you're saying that like rather than eating till like your belly is like full or you can't eat anymore, you're eating to that certain level. But that would
eat
be a
to not
satisfactory
be
level.
I eat to not.
Yeah,
be
but that's a satisfactory level.
yes.
All right.
Yeah, because I mean, you're essentially filling your body's needs, and that has to be a level of contentment. Otherwise, you're falling under growth, and then you're essentially losing weight. Are you consistently losing weight?
I'll concede only for the fact that when I eat 2 hot dogs, I am fulfilled and content. Sorry, I had to make it about hot dogs.
But like in
Um,
that in that aspect, because like what you're saying there, Dart, to use that example, like you're saying that like you specifically only eat until you're not hungry anymore versus being full. And to tie it back to this keyword that I think is related to this is like the expectation, where one person like your expectation is to eat until you're not hungry, whereas the other person's expectation would be I'm eating until I physically cannot like put any more food down my throat, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
is expectation tied into the contentment, and is the reason why people don't feel content with like what would be a happy life is because they have a false sense of expectation.
I would
Your
agree with that.
belly is never full.
Yeah, I don't.
I
have
mean,
that
if you eat enough, it will be. You know, if you like I said, we can tie this into other things, but you know, it's like at least for me, like anecdotally, like if I eat and I'm like, let's say I get something and I usually eat to fill up, you know, I don't eat for most of the day, you know, and that could be the start of my day, and I'm completely content. Like I'm content with everything in my life, like the whole top to bottom, just because I'm full, you know. And that's a form of stagnation because I'm so content in the situation. I'm just, you know, I'm completely fine with everything unfolding and how it is, you know. Even though I'm
'Cause-
seeing a form of growth in the weight, you know.
Because like one thing that like I'd bring up with this is like the whole like black pill phenomenon that we've seen in society. And oftentimes when I speak to these black pillars, like they're literally like pro black pill and they want to bring more people into the black pill quote unquote movement or whatever the fuck. Like it often seems as though the reason why they're miserable or they're kind of like nihilistic or whatever word you would use with it, like not content or discontent with the current situation, is because they have a false expectation that it doesn't matter what my life is like. It's they're constantly referring to like external events, things that are quite literally like out of their control, rather than and even kind of like showing them clips of, for example, like what Pierce Morgan's like now versus 10 10 to 15 years ago. Like I can pull up a clip where he's having people on and they're using all sorts of language and things that are like what would have been censored like 15, 16 years ago. And I compare that to the clip back then where like Jesse Lee Peterson went on and just makes the claim that like BLM was founded by a bunch of lesbians, and they cut away from Jesse Lee Peterson and said, we apologize for that offensive language. You know what I mean? Like that's how bad things were 10, 15 years ago. And people don't see how far we've come. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like especially during that period of
Hold on, does that mean you can't be content because of progress?
Well, yeah, like that's what I think we're digging to, like, or we're trying to wrestle with here.
Yeah, I mean that's the question of the prompt. That's what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, I would say that like during the period of I don't know if we can still say it on YouTube because it used to be a thing, but like the virus 2020, like I think a lot of people were kind of comfortable in that position and they were kind of content even though they wanted it to be over, and that was a form of stagnation as well. Things were very stagnant during that period of time, but people were perfectly fine with getting paid by their job or the government to just stay at home, even though it had bad repercussion maybe on their mental psyche.
Yeah, I didn't have
especially
that luxury, so I can't relate to that one.
Yeah, especially like in the like education department, people that missed those years as far as like students, they're just not the same, and it's unfortunate, but it was something that happened. It's something that we got to contend with and put past us, and I don't look forward to how developing societies will move in the future because of that. I think it will have an effect, and is that a form of growth? Like because they moved into the future and they grew up. Is that something to where we're going to still have progress in that side of the field? Or are we going to see more stagnation? Or are we going to see more negative effects from that? I'd be curious on that type of thing.
And you got grocery people who can't even bag groceries anymore because of that shit. You got people who can't even count. When you go to the store and you give them a 20, they don't even know how to count.
Yeah, go get a bacon.
You change.
Yep. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous, I mean, I think it was already a problem, but especially since that rolled around, it's definitely fucked a lot of things for a lot of younger people. I would hate to grow up during that time, honestly.
It's fucked up.
So how do you fix it?
Yeah.
It's like, for example,
I don't know.
Go ahead, Jack.
I'm just saying, I don't know how you, like, to answer his question, I don't know how you fix that, because you're missing a whole year and a half, potentially in some places 2 years, especially in the U.S. And I don't even know if that includes like overseas, if they've been dealing, some places have been more than that, so like I don't know as far as that, like the detrimental effects that would have.
Well, you can't change the past, right? So, like,
right.
forward.
Right. But that's like the level of like them going into society. Like, how do you fix that to where you start moving forward in that progression?
Incentive.
Because I would. Well, yeah, but how do you curve that learning ability where they should have been learning? Because maybe at home they didn't They didn't learn the
Incentive.
same way.
And there's incentive to learn and incentive
Yeah, but
to be
like, how you
productive
gonna
and
teach them
produce.
again on that incentive? You gonna pay them, hey, take this
Who?
year that you didn't have before, you know?
Who are we teaching?
Well, like for example,
society.
like the whole like feminist movement, right? Like I would say that they have this sense of like never being content. They constantly keep want to push for things. Whereas even when you show them like out straight, like, listen, tell me a right that a woman doesn't have that a man has, and they won't be able to answer that question. And furthermore, when you can stack it on top and say, actually, you have more privilege, especially in America, because if a man doesn't do the draft, then he loses his right to vote. Whereas a woman does not have to sign up for the draft; she gets her vote regardless. You know what I mean? And what I'm pointing to here is this whole aspect of like never being content with your position will not only lead to stagnation, but it will you will avoid stagnation, but you will also like lead yourself to like destruction. Do you know what I mean? Because that's essentially what the feminists are now do. They're standing on side with these Islamicists who, like, if they got their way, like this whole thing of like locking women in cages, like we like I can show you the testimony from like these women from the rape gang inquiry in Britain, where they literally locked women in cages and raped them. You know what I mean? So they're so obsessed with this idea of progress with no sort of direction or no sort of like limiting principle, to the point they're now like, because I don't think that they can actually have some sort of contentment from where they are or the society that they're currently in, they'll inevitably lead to themselves to destruction. That's what that's what they basically want. They want to destroy the state and what they're in, or the status quo.
So does total, like, would it be total contentment leads to like laziness?
Like
stagnation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say yes to that question. Like, I think if you're completely content, like I said, if it's a period where you're just coasting, or you're not seeing any growth, but you're just moving along in a neutral line, or maybe you're having a slight decline of 0.01% in whatever you're doing, whatever this is what we're talking about, then I think you are being content with that level of stagnation.
I think I'm gonna have to play the Uno verse here and be like, well, then apparently I'm not content.
But you're seeing growth. That's what I'm saying. You're the opposite of that.
Well, I'm fucking not content, right? I'm not cool with being stagnant.
Well, yeah.
But
obviously you don't want to be stagnant. No, you're not gonna go up to somebody and go, "You want to be stagnant?" No one's gonna answer that and go, "Yeah." I don't think there's a single person on this planet that would say that. If you went to him and then said, "Are you content?" Though a lot of people would have the reverse saying on that. They'd be like, "Yes, I'm completely content."
Yeah, definitely not on my end.
Yeah. So, what are you saying, Terry?
But is there a level of growth? Because I think you're saying that like I'm not content with the current growth that I'm seeing. But is there a level of growth that you would be content with?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea. I'm terrified of it, to be totally honest with you. But I believe in myself, and I'm investing in myself, so it's gonna go where it goes. Authenticity and honesty is number one for me. So if you don't like,
yeah, but but are you, like, let's say, content with what you're doing so far, or the growth that you've seen so far?
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, not content. I wouldn't say content. I really want to get to 100, but I know that begets 500, 1,000, 2,000, all that crap.
Well, that's something that's going to take time. It's not going to be snap your fingers the next day. You're going to have these type of things. Yeah. So, like, your level of contentment, even though you're seeing a level of growth that is not a lot, you are still content in that direction to move to that goal.
Well, that's kind of why I said I had to play the Uno first, because I'm not content.
So you want to, like, how much? That's what we're trying to say. Like, what would you like to see?
I just want to see it go somewhere because it's not just about me. It helps somebody else too. So,
Well, I
care
agree
about
with you
that.
there. I agree with you there, but I'm just saying, like what would be in your head to where you would be like, all right, I'm content with seeing this much growth. That's what we're trying to find out.
Well,
I don't
even
know.
like if we
I
we
honestly
could
don't
kind
know.
of we could kind of like take a different angle at it rather than like talking about pure growth. We could talk about like in terms of like the development kind of aspect, because this is kind of one kind of like factor that I've kind of like tried to incorporate and all this kind of thing is like, let me ask you this question, Art. Like, would you be content with just talking about cannabis?
No.
You know what I mean?
That's something me and Shaler talk about. I'm like, dude, I can talk about this all the time for sure, but like, it's not all I want to talk about. Like, I don't want to be like pigeonholed. The wrong word, because I enjoy, like, I know a shit ton about cannabis, right?
Well, I guess do you feel like there's a cap there within like cannabis? Do you feel like it could just be a never-ending thing to where you could keep talking about it? Or do you feel like is it more like you do want to do other things as well?
Well, I like talking to people, so I mean,
Right.
I like the free form thing, right?
Right.
But yeah, I could totally talk about. I mean, cannabis research.
But I mean,
research
minus
is
those
going to be nuts here.
But I
Very soon.
mean like minus those two things, like where you just have a free platform, and you're not considering the cannabis. Like, are you looking for something else there as well? Because you're kind of already doing those two things. That's what I'm trying to find out. You know. Like, what would give you the level of contentment, basically, to tie in the product?
Helping the people that help me and having things happen for them.
But I mean, for you specifically, I know that probably helps, but obviously, like for your let's say for your channel, like what would
having a voice and being my authentic, honest self. I care about that and truth.
But what I'm saying is you're already doing that, right? So like, what would be something else that you want to see? So like, let's say I was making a channel, right? And I want to do gaming, DJing,
oh well, I have music shit. If that's what you
okay, so you'd want to incorporate some music stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's the example I'm looking for. That's something you want to incorporate more. No, I know. I know, but like that's the weird thing about like music and in the sense of YouTube is it's
well, I am a musician. I just haven't done anything with like my.
Well, I know, but like as far as music on YouTube, I will say that you have to be careful, because like.
Not if it's mine.
Well, yes, that's true. But I'm saying like outside of that, like if you're looking at maybe inspirations and you have to play a clip or something like this, or maybe like somebody doesn't know that, like there's certain things you have to point to. Like unless you're just making endless music, then I guess you can kind of get away with that. But otherwise,
now I'm confused on what your question is, Jack.
Well, I'm saying like. Well, like I was saying on YouTube, a lot of stuff gets copyrighted as far as music. I don't know if you guys know this.
Not if I wrote it.
Well, let me try to tie it back, Jack. Like basically, I think what Jack's trying to get to is like in terms of like your expectation, like how do you set that expectation? Because like we said, like expectation can, like if you have a false expectation, you'll never be content. You know what I mean? So part of trying to orientate yourself to have that state of contentment without being stagnation, like has to be this aspect of like the expectation. So how do you set your expectation, or how would one set their expectation?
I mean, for me, it's to make every day better than the last and to contribute something. But I already conceded that I'm not content. Right?
Yeah, but how do we get to that contentment? You know what I'm saying? Or how would one get to that contentment? Because like that's the key question here. Because what you call it, like Southern Man was saying in chat as well. Like, you know, in the
Okay, well,
Bible, it's like
should
Jesus is saying that like we want to orientate ourselves to become content.
should anybody be content?
I mean, they don't
Yeah,
have
like
to.
you would
Some
want
of the
to.
most, successful people. I don't want to go back on the business sense of it, but some of the most successful people, regardless if you're talking about, the business side of it, they see the most growth, so they're going to be the most busy, but they're not going to be smelling the roses along the way. They're gonna perish just like that because they continually grinded because they weren't never content. Like, so I think you could have a level of content where it's almost harmful. I think there's a certain balance that you got to be able to willing to accept at certain times. You got to willing to step back and take time to reflect. Take
What if
time
you
to
get,
enjoy the fruits of your labor.
but what if you get personal enjoyment out of the grind?
Well, I'm sure there is. I mean, I don't doubt that because you get to see like a level of success. That's a
not even
form
about that.
of. Well, I'm just saying that I could use that as a form of like seeing things and being like, okay, I'm moving towards this positive direction.
What
this
is your
goal.
measure of that, though?
Well, certain whatever we're talking about, as long as you're making positive strides in that direction, I think you're not being necessarily like you might be content with this small level of rise or this big level of rise, whatever kind of sliding scale we want to use for that. But I think like as long as you go down that range and if you have a expectation that well I'm gonna have this much growth and I'm content with that much growth, then I think you are being content. But if you're not,
did I say that?
No.
Yeah, so in terms of like how we got here, let me just do a recap of how we got here. It's like the prompts like contentment is stagnation. And we kind of like went through, okay, what is contentment, which is like that feeling of being happy or satisfied. So,
Right.
and like the example we gave in terms of like, you can be content with the growth that you're seeing, which means that in terms of stagnation, like you're constantly growing year on year. So, and you're content with that growing. And then we got to like the keyword like expectation, where it's like, okay, like a certain expectation, like you want to make sure you have a healthy expectation and not a false expectation. You know what I mean? So then like the key question we're trying to get to here or dig down towards is like, how do you get to that healthy expectation? Because if you get to the healthy expectation, then it seems that you get into like that contentment, like that feeling of being happy or satisfied with the growth or whatever. But how do we orientate ourselves for a healthy expectation?
Yeah, the gray area, right?
Well, like I said, that's a sliding scale type of effect. It's gonna be different for each one of us. Like
Yeah.
as long as like for
But
me,
you were
like
asking
as
me
long as I'm
personally.
seeing 0.1 of whatever I'm doing, I'm content with that because at least I'm making a rise to making better change. Even though it's small, I'm content with that. But that's just me personally. That's not gonna be
And
for anybody here.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. CFW Carolina, welcome to the show.
Terrible. Put me down.
What up?
How are y'all doing? I just wanted to pop in and just ask, are we talking about the YouTube channel, his YouTube channel? Like growing it? Is that
But we're talking about like contentment. We're using that as an example, but
that's
you could
okay.
just say just business in general, you know?
Okay. Because I was just gonna tell him, like if you're wanting to, are you wanting to grow your YouTube channel a little bit more? Or?
Yeah, but that's not the point.
Okay, I was gonna help you with that, but
Well, I mean, you can DM me or some shit. I have a
well,
Discord.
I mean, what you have to beat the algorithm. That's the way to get your. It's not really about your subscribers. It's more about your views, right?
Okay.
Then you have to decide. Well, do you want to get monetized or not? If you want to get monetized, what you can do right now, they're talking about the copyrighted music. Do all the stuff that you want to that would not like non-copyrighted music, because right now you're not monetized, right? So you can play that music that you want to play to gain your subscribers. And then when you do get monetized, then you can go back, then you can not play the copyrighted music.
I don't have to do that because I'm a musician that has recorded music.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Haven't used
Well,
it.
yeah, but if you want to incorporate it, you said your channel's like about marijuana. Is that what it is?
Cannabis, that's a big
okay.
word.
So like you can't just do like one day marijuana and one day music. You have to incorporate them to beat the algorithm, okay? Because the algorithm is there to put your stuff out in front of people, and they want a pattern. So if you one day are doing music for a week, then it's confused when you come back with the marijuana, and then it's like, whoa, how do the algorithm doesn't know who to throw it out to. So you got to put them both together, right? In order to get that algorithm to pick you up and put you in front of the right people. That's what the algorithm's all about, putting you in front of the right people. So like if you get what I'm saying? And then also, I hate Facebook, but put everything you have on Facebook, everything on Facebook. And do you do live streams?
No.
Oh, you do videos or live streams?
Yeah.
Do you do both?
Yeah, you can look me up.
I mean, are you doing both right now, or are you just doing live streams?
No, I'm on TerryX. I don't snipe.
Well, if you're doing live streams, you got to just be consistent. That's the whole key. The whole key to getting it is consistency. That's the biggest deal. So, and it takes a while to figure it out how to do it.
Shantae, put a link in. Jesus Christ.
But I've been
I legitimately have.
I've been stagnated before too. And it sucks.
Like show. I'm only on like episode 9, but yeah.
You'll get there, man.
Yeah, you'll get there. It's just like the consistency, and right when you're about to give up, you'll hit.
That wasn't the question, though.
I know that's why.
Yeah, to surmise of where we got essentially is the prompt is currently, at least at the moment, is like contentment is stagnation, right? And we kind of pointed out it's that like you could be, let's say, consistently growing your business and be content with that growth.
Right.
So content does not necessarily mean stagnation.
Right.
But it can lead to stagnation or even like, destruction or like diminishment kind of thing. So contentment is this feeling of being happy or satisfied with where you're going, or the position you're currently in and all this. And then from there, we kind of like made the point that that oftentimes like people would be discontent even though they're growing because they have a false sense of expectation.
That's true.
So there's like a healthy expectation versus a false expectation. So then the key question is like, how do you kind of set that like healthy expectation rather than like leading down the path of like a false expectation?
Yeah, because if you go down the wrong path, a false expectation, then you're really disappointed and get depressed. Right? So
Well, be realistic, right?
you have to be realistic. It's more like it's like goal setting, right? More like goal setting. But
Yeah, so how
because none of you
how
guys
would you go about
NBA players, you can't make that your goal. So you have to make it a realistic goal.
so how do we go about setting realistic goals?
See, I was just going to talk about the YouTube channel, but
We'll get you in the
Hit me up
deeper
on
questions.
Discord.
That's what I thought
Hit
you
me
were-
up on Discord. You can talk to me all day about my YouTube channel on there.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah, I
don't
can
want to
help you with that.
hijack.
I can help you with it. I mean,
TerryX.
but yeah, it's like marketing almost with that YouTube channel, but picking the right goals. I've chosen the wrong goals and been, and been disappointed many times, or sometimes, what really disappoints you is people.
A small penis.
Well, can we learn how to set healthy goals from setting unhealthy goals?
Probably. But they have to be realistic too. You know, you have to think of time factor, your education, everything.
Yeah, because
physically.
One thing that I like long time viewers of the channel would know. One of my thing is throw the spaghetti, see what the sticks. Do not break the spaghetti, just throw the spaghetti, sees what sticks. So this whole kind of aspect of like just being setting a goal, right? It might be an impossible goal or like an unhealthy goal or whatever, and you obviously will fail that goal, but from that process, then you're able to say, well, clearly that doesn't work. Let me readjust that goal. Let's lower, like think about like going to the gym.
Well,
you know what I mean? You try to bench.
You saw the spaghetti that stuck to the wall, right?
You may learn from the lessons of what you failed in tribals, right? Like you're gonna live and you're gonna learn from those tribes.
But see, what impresses me about Teriak is because he's so young, he's hanging out with all these old people. Right?
Who the fuck you
and
calling
it's
old?
like he's learning from them too, you know. But he has time to make failures. He doesn't have a wife, I don't think. Doesn't have kids, so he can fail, and it'd be easier for him to fail than someone of us that have more to lose than he does. Does that make sense?
No, because don't because in the path of life, everybody has everything to lose, right?
True, but being
but you guys have a lot more time to recover from the loss, right?
That's
what she's saying.
It just seems that young people.
You guys are young. That's why she's saying.
I'm not young. I'm not young. But Teriak is, and he can bounce. It seems like younger people bounce back after mistakes. They have more time, you know. Yeah. They have more time to mess up. Like people drop out of college, but you can still go back to college at age 25. But
she can go to college in the first
place. A little bit unrealistic, you know, like.
Like if I were to quit my career right now and try over again, it's like I'm already 45 years old. Like what the fuck am I gonna do? Right? Like I'm already committed to where I'm at.
20 years old, he can try different careers.
Well,
you're 20 years old, Terry.
Yeah, this is the one thing. Picasso, shout out to Picasso and chat said Tarek is young. I'm actually 32 years old.
Yeah,
he just missed puberty for the past 30 years. You know, it is what it is. You know, but I wouldn't say 32 is a young buck per se. You know what I mean? Like 20-year-old, yeah, I can see the point. But in terms of like my aspect, like. I think like at any age because like remember like J.K. Rowling didn't write the Harry Potter books till she was in her 40s.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So like in terms of like having that thing of like, and Elon Musk posts about this regularly, like having the courage to just like make it like just make something and then like perfect it later kind of thing. Like make a working example or a prototype that works, and then you can improve it down the line. Because I think a lot of people think that unless it's perfect, I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? And that would be the example of like that unhealthy expectation where it's like the very first time that I implemented it has to be perfect is that sense of like a false expectation or a false goal. But at least having the thing to say, right, this is what I think will work, having that failure and then saying, okay, right, let's try to focus on like first principle thinking and get to a stage where it does work. And then from there, the expectation would be we're going to improve it over time. I think that's a healthy way to set some sort of like healthy expectations.
Well, and is there a philosophy of like, I mean, Thomas Edison was like, yeah, I found 980 ways not to make a light bulb.
He didn't make the light bulb either. He stole it from somebody.
You know what I mean? The philosophy was.
And also, there's a lot of people that they fail because they don't even try.
Mm-hmm.
They're afraid
you
of
miss
failure.
every swing you don't take.
They're afraid of failure, so they don't even go into whatever they thought they could have. Like, I stopped taking math after algebra. I didn't go to calculus and geometry and no, because I knew that I was afraid that I'd fail at it, so I wasn't going to do it. You see, so a lot of people do it that way too.
Are you a mathematician now?
No, I'm terrible at math. But you know what? I don't think we need to teach kids math anymore because we have machines that do that. So you know why teach them how to do math?
What?
I disagree with that.
Because
hardcore disagree with that.
Because here's my idea about that. Because we don't. Okay, when in the olden days we cooked over a fire, right? right? That's how cooking began. But now we're on the stove and ovens and this and that. So we
It's
never
still
teach
fire.
people how to cook over
The
a fire because
microwave.
we perfected it. So why should we teach people how math if they have a machine to do it?
Hold on. Every part of that is hell no. Hold on.
That makes sense, right?
No, none of it made sense.
Math is supposed to teach you how to calculate and learn how to think better. I understand
No,
that.
math is important.
Yeah, but if you have a machine to do it for you, why should you do it?
What machine? What machine?
Like a calculator.
You have a calculator?
Not on me right now, but yeah. But yeah,
But
math.
would you not say,
Of course, math is important, but when that's just
in order to use a calculator, you must know how like the rules of mathematics?
Basic arithmetic, for sure.
But
how can you type 2 + 2 equals if
I
you
heard
don't know
somebody
what
saying something
2
about making
is?
change too, making change for a 20 or something. Was that? I've been jumping.
Yeah,
around.
if it was 1067 and I gave you $11, how much change would you give me?
I'd count back from how much was the price of the
Yeah, it's 33 cents.
Yeah, but how much was
1067.
I was count
I
back
can
from-
do it again.
was-
Let's change it up.
It's like if you give them an extra dime or something, they can't figure it out. They have to use the machine to figure it out.
Yeah,
But-
so 1045. My total's 1045. I hand you $11.
Okay, so
What's my change?
what I would do is how I figure it is I think in my head 1045. You gave me 11. I pull out of the tray. I go 1045. I take a nickel for 50, and then another 50 cents to make it 11. Whatever
What?
you gave me.
How much?
you got-
How much is it?
Oh, 55 cents was it?
Yeah.
But the problem is if the price of something is 10.04, right? And you give them $20.04, they can't figure that out.
Yeah.
They can't figure that out. But Quick Trip, I don't know if you have a Quick Trip by you. They make
I worked in a gas station for 10 years.
Okay, Quick Trip makes their employees count back just the way I counted back. They had to learn that because a lot of people just look at the machine and count back the change, where they actually count back from what the price is to what you gave them. So I like that way of.
But basic math is important.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, like 275 divided by 2. They have to think about it for a long time. What is 275 divided by 2?
135? Or
Yeah.
shit.
45.
Yeah, but basic math, yeah. It's
137.50.
I know basic math, but I can't do calculus. And I can't figure out how to get to the moon with math. But that's what you guys are for. So,
Are you saying that men are smarter at math?
actually, they are, and I'll tell you why. Because, I saw a study about the different halves of the brain in men and women, right? And men, they have a certain part of their brain. I can't quote it exactly because it's a long time when I read the study. They're better at figuring and calculations and such. Where women are better at more creative things like
Because they're
painting.
overthinkers. They overthink.
Yeah.
Whereas men just get to the point.
So it's really
always
amazing when
bringing
you
up the
find-
past and shit.
Well, it's amazing when you find women that are engineers. You don't see hardly any women engineers in a classroom, right? You always see men from India in the engineering classes. But yeah, and I definitely think women should not be police officers. But
I agree with that,
that's a whole
actually.
other thing. That's a whole nother thing. But
I think certain men shouldn't be police officers.
don't get me started.
When we, I'm so tempted to troll on that point there.
Oh, troll it.
When
Troll it.
Ask me.
Troll it.
That's my specialty, you know.
That's what we're here for, right?
That's my specialty. So ask me. That is my specialty.
Because
That's
like
English.
one thing we mentioned with like women being smarter or men being smarter and all this kind of stuff, I think as a society we've kind of gave into the delusion of this whole like egalitarianism. We're all equal and all this kind of shit. Whereas what I would say is like we should all have an equal standard, an equal standard under the eyes of the law, an equal standard in terms of the military and all this kind of stuff, and build upon a meritocracy. You know what I mean? But
Yes.
like I was saying, in terms of like the egalitarianism, we've like fallen into this false notion where it's like, oh, like men and women are equally as smart, and you've probably seen like that kind of like diagram or the bell curve thing where it's like there'll be like more women will like gravitate towards like the average IQ, Whereas like men, it'll be kind of longer. Where there's like this whole thing of like the stupidest person on the planet is probably going to be a dude, but also the smartest dude on the person on the planet is going to be a dude. Because anytime I see this whole thing of like the boss babe comes in and says no, like men and women are equally smart, or even women are smarter than men, I like to show them this video.
What's that?
That's for me to better sit. I'm small.
How old are you?
11. And I'm a master.
I'm small too. And I'm a grandmaster.
Yeah, but you're a woman, right? That's only 2,300. I saw that.
Still higher than you.
Who cares? No, but I'm much younger.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great job.
Don't be shy. One day you'll be happy that you even played me.
Say again?
I hope one day you'll be happy that you even played me.
Well, you're a future world champion.
Thank you.
That
Yeah, but he's
dude
also-
is a short king. He's a
Yeah,
short
but he's
king. No
never gonna
mercy.
get laid. That dude will never get
One
laid.
day,
Yes, he
he
will.
doesn't give a fuck about getting laid. He's going to be a world champion.
gonna have money.
Like
Money.
for an
Money's-
11-year-old,
Never getting laid.
for
Never getting
a
laid.
woman adult grandmaster, right?
Money
To
is
lose to an
money.
11-year-old kid, right? That is embarrassing. But then for the 11-year-old to say, "Don't worry, babes. One day you'll be happy that you even got the privilege of losing to me." That right there.
I mean, it's
He's
funny.
a goddamn Chad.
He's still never gonna get laid though.
Do you
Why?
not see? Do you not
He's
see
gonna
that,
have
that,
money?
that beautiful hair?
Paying
that
somebody to
peak,
get laid.
that peak chess gameplay. Do you know what I
thought
mean?
he was a girl when he first walked up.
It's like $50 you get laid, man.
No, but he's going to be rich like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a trillionaire, and that's what's sexy about Elon Musk. Not that he's smart, not that he's cute, not in his clothes. His
That
money.
says a lot
His
about
money,
the
sexy.
women mentality right there.
That's what women think, you know.
Yeah, nah.
That's why he's got how many baby
That's why all
mamas?
these rich people have, these rich, ugly men have trophy wives, you know. Come on. Look at Anna Nicole Smith married someone that was 88 years old. I don't know if you remember who she was, but
Would you be content with that?
But if he
they're
went
not
to sleep at 9 o'clock, I would. Then boom, out the door.
Wouldn't that be stagnation?
Yeah, that's stagnation. No, not if you're like I mean, not if he's a billionaire, is it? Then you can do all sorts of things with his money.
Does money
To improve
make
yourself,
happiness?
To improve yourself. You could get
Oh,
into
yeah,
real
it does.
estate, you could go to school, you could do a lot of stuff to improve yourself.
No, because if you're broke, you're always miserable. Well, at least if you're rich, you have the chances to be happy.
Not in the face of death. Doesn't matter how much money you have.
No,
That's
I
true,
can pay
too.
somebody not to kill me.
If you don't have health and you're rich, it doesn't matter.
Same. I'd rather be rich the way I am right now than I am the way I am right now and poor.
Well, yeah, everybody wants
Because
to
money
be
can
money.
buy you happiness. Tell
Money can buy you happiness. Yes, it can.
I disagree.
Do you know who says that? Do you know who the people are?
By the
that
way,
say happiness? It's the poor people that say that. The poor people are the ones that say that. Money can't buy you happiness.
Exactly. I've been poor. I got money.
I've been very poor, haven't we
I've
all?
been very poor, eating noodles
Right
for
now.
weeks.
Yeah,
But
there's
poor
a lot
in
of
what
people that
way?
are poor.
I'm
got
rich
no
in
money.
other ways.
But
no
see, there's a lot
life.
of people that are poor that are stagnated. It's a good kind of switcheroo here. They don't even try to get out of their poorness. Does that make sense?
Because they're
And then,
comfortable living off the
and then the
government.
government throws all these programs at people and they don't take advantage of them or they don't use them properly.
This is
Right.
exactly why earlier I said I'm not content. Like originally I was arguing for like I'm content with a certain amount of growth, right?
Right.
But then as we talked about it more, it's like, no, I'm not actually content. And if I was content, then why the hell would I be doing it, right?
Do you think that we have more ignorance in this world today, and that these machines like AI and everything are making people more ignorant? Or is it just us just getting
100%.
smarter here on the panel? Is it just us being smart? I mean,
Well, I mean, as the cannabis guy who works in like the #1 cannabis place in my state, yes,
they're getting more ignorant.
yes.
Or
No,
are we
I'd
just
say-
pushing it more?
But I think what Carolina's saying is that like the AI is causing the more ignorance, where I would say the AI just simply exposed the ignorance.
I don't know, but like the technology now is creating people to be absolutely arrogant. Not even you don't have a basic set of skills anymore. You're relying on technology.
And those are the people that are making like $300K a year.
And like we just said,
500K a
like
year.
you have people working in a grocery store who can't even count 12 cents.
And you know,
Well, for
and
example,
you-
you
go ahead.
have like adults that like, especially like the boomer kind of like me, like they can't even use the computer. So it's like that to even like be
No,
able to use
that's
technology
bullshit.
would be a skill itself.
That's
trust
total
me, bro.
bullshit.
You go to
Because
the
my
these
grocery
parents-
people
store,
that
you
say
buy
that,
all
hold
your
on.
groceries, they make you beg them. What the fuck?
My parents
People that say
struggle
that though,
to use the
That's your
computer.
job.
but
Yeah, my
they
parents
order
did
shit
too.
on Amazon.
But once my father learned, he took off, just like, you know. But I don't know if you saw what I wrote in the chat before I jumped up here. My brother, he's a professor in college, believe it or not, we're related. And he's education. He's the head of the department. Okay. So he only teaches teachers that have their degrees already, that have been teaching in the classroom, that are coming back for their masters and other sorts of principal things. He has so much trouble with those teachers who don't know how to write essays, right? Who complain about their grades, my brother writes detailed notes on what they did wrong, and they still go up and complain. But we have teachers out there that can't write an essay. That's scary, all right? And another thing too, the problem is that we've been teaching kids the same way forever, right? The same classroom, come in. I used
Not
to teach
forever.
school, believe it or not. I used to be a teacher for a long time, and I got quit and started doing a YouTube channel. But the thing is that as a teacher, I only taught for 10 minutes a class period. And this is why they'd come in, I'd have to say, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Finally get into the lesson for 10 minutes. Then it's time to do the practice work. And then again, can I go to the bathroom? Can I go do this? Can I do that? They're getting maybe 5 minutes of education in each class in high school. And that's just not my class. It was everybody's across the board. So then they were given laptops because that would improve it, and they would learn how to read more. They didn't know how to use keywords. And if you walked around the room when their laptops were open, half of them would be on porn. You know? So, I mean, they weren't even taking notes on what you were talking about or doing the homework that you used just as time. They'd be on their own little Mario Brothers crap and porn, and they all had their own porn collections. It's all about porn. And even the kids that were popular, they're walking on eggshells all through high school because people would be like picking on them all the time. Everybody picks on everybody. And it wasn't just the kids picking on each other. The teachers would pick on the kids too and bully them. I couldn't believe it. It's really eye-opening. So used to be when I first started teaching. Go ahead.
One of the maths teachers in like what would have been like the equivalent of like high school. If you were fucking around in the class, you take off his shoe and just fuck it at you.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore. And the thing is that in the olden days, we used to let kids drop out because they go into a factory and work or the military. Now the parents get fined if they do not show up. Big fines, like $500 a time. And so the parents make the kids go. And then you want to have a meeting with the parent. Here comes the parent in smelling like weed, having half her hair done. And you're like, oh shit, what do I do here? You know? Yeah. So you can't punish them in any way, or I don't want to say punish, but you can't redirect them in any ways without maybe getting in trouble. You can't say anything to them because you might just use the wrong word and they twist it on you. And then you got those punks in the back of the room filming you and putting you on YouTube. That never happened to me, thank God, because I left before all that stuff happened. But they don't have any respect for that teacher. And then the parent comes in and takes the kid's side every time because we don't let them drop out. So people that homeschool, they are very blessed that they have homeschooling. You get a lot more done in 3 hours at home than you would all day at school. All day at school, because each teacher only taught for 10 minutes. That was it. That's all we could do. I mean,
You could have said you were pro homeschool, and I'd have been like, yeah.
yeah, and you know everything you need to know for college. If you got A's throughout school, you could drop out in 9th grade and start college, and that way you'd still have the social aspect and this and that and interactions. But even now, they've dummied down college. My brother was telling me they've dummied down the classes in college even because the kids are
Why
coming
would
out
you
not
want to have
being able to read.
$100,000 of debt?
Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing too. Back in the day, college for us, my age group, I'm only in my 20s, by the way. It was a lot cheaper. But then they started giving the student loans, right? And then colleges are there to make money. They're not there because they want to help you. They're there to make money. That's why when you're a freshman, you have all these help groups and you have study groups for freshmen, and you're forced to do this because they want to keep you there for the next year to take your money in the next year. But they raised their prices to the exact amount that the loan would lend you, and that was it, right? And so they took everybody's money, and now they're not paying it back, and the country's a mess because of that too. Because the schools raised their money, they raised the rent basically, which is smart. That's good business. If someone gets approved for $3,000, let's make the classes $3,000 when they used to be $300.
Well, should the schools operate off profit, or should they operate off results of the students?
They don't. They operate off profits. That's what they operate off of.
Well, that's
They're there to make
private
money.
versus public, right?
They're there, even at state schools, they're there to make money. That's why you get kicked out if you don't make your grades, because you're not making money for them.
But should they?
Well, in a perfect society, no, but that actually weeds out the people that aren't smart enough to be in college and put them into other jobs that they're smart enough for, like cops. They could be a cop. And we don't emphasize enough on trade schools either, I don't think, which is what's the new future. Because if you get a business degree nowadays, where do you
That's
get a
about
job?
to be the new future, thanks
Yeah.
to Daddy Trump.
And 30% of the people work in government right now. City, garbage collecting, anything city related. It used to be that if you worked in the private sector, you made more money than if you did in the public sector because you got the insurance, they'd attract you with the insurance and all the other things. But then they started making the laws so that the factories really could not get good workers, because then when they had to pay more taxes, they couldn't afford to give the employees insurance. They had to pay them a certain wage, all sorts of things that the government put on. They have to, maybe it's a factory that's blowing out smoke, so they have to put the pollution things on top of their smokestacks, all that. And so now you make more money if you're working for the city government, and it's harder to get fired from the city government than it would be from the private sector. If you ever notice, if you go into a public building to pay a water bill or whatever, if you've ever had to go deal with an office, what happens? They're so rude to you. They're all gathered around by the water cooler, and one person will come out and help you. And they're just like, whatever. And they don't give you any extra information that you might need. So, there's 30% of the workforce is now working for government. But yeah, and I thought Trump, when he first was going to be president, I thought, oh, that's great, because he's in business. He'll understand how important it is to that he'll get us out of the red, and he'll just like make us great again. That's what I really believe, because he was a businessman. But then he put all the tariffs in and everything. I was like, what? I thought he was going to eliminate all that and just let the invisible hand take care of the economics.
When you have to be very careful when the Democrats talk about the invisible hand, or any people you hear talk about the invisible hand, what they mean is the British imperial system.
Oh, that's
which
not
would be
what I mean.
deindustrialization, all this kind of stuff, right? I know, like that's in terms of the like you're based talking about like the free markets, like deregulate and all this kind of shit.
Correct.
But in terms of like the fight against, because like for example, if you were to just completely deregulate and let the business do whatever they want and go more so along the lines of anarcho-capitalism, what you're doing is you're playing into China's hands, because China's labor is so cheap that like even including the transportation costs to get the good to America, like American businesses would not be able to compete with slave labor essentially. You know what I
Right.
mean? So in
Right.
terms of the tariffs, that's basically used as a mechanism to essentially protect against these other countries that like are more than willing to use slave labor and all this kind of shit. In
Right.
terms of like to tie it back to the education stuff and all this kind of thing, the reason why Trump's not able to go in and just like do the willy nilly thing is because of the federalism in the states, the judiciaries, also the checks and balances,
Checks and balances.
as well as with the Congress and all this kind of stuff. And this is why the midterms is such an important issue, because if the Dems do get majority back into Congress, essentially all they're going to be gearing towards is trying to impeach him and trying to slow him down and try to get in Trump's way, rather than letting him do what he's currently doing, which is actually industrializing, building back manufacturing. Like even this whole kind of conversation around Taiwan now, I'd highly suggest people look into, especially what Mark Rubio's been saying as well. It's like the whole thing of like, oh, we need to protect Taiwan and like be willing to go into conflict with China to protect Taiwan because they make our conductors or semiconductors and all this kind of thing. Whereas why not, as Americans, support and want like an actual America industrial base of manufacturing these semiconductors in America? You know what I mean?
Yes,
because
but
it's
aren't we
complex.
too good for? Aren't we too smart for that now? Aren't our businesses now moving more into services, insurance, banking, those sort of things, rather than manufacturing? Because let's say you're making Nike tennis shoes, just say, and we put a factory over in Somalia, right? Where
Hold on, it's simpler than that.
Okay.
If I may.
Okay, go ahead.
When was the last time? I assume you live in America, right?
And Mexico, but yeah,
Close enough. You know what Wendy's is, right?
Wendy's, the hamburger place.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
When was the last time you had a good one?
I haven't eaten there in a long time.
Oh, well.
But what I mean,
My example is that I eat it fairly regularly. It's
Okay,
trash
okay.
every time, and nobody is ever there, and nobody wants to work. Is
right?
kind
Isn't that
of what I'm
strange?
getting
Isn't
at.
that strange?
Yeah, in Illinois specifically, our minimum wage just keeps going up, and it just the quality of work is going down.
That's so true. Like, I mean, do you know that in my Walmart, we call it the ghetto Walmart. I hear them, like, if I go in late, they're on the intercom telling their workers to get back to work and naming them specifically. They're watching them on the cameras and they're just like playing
Mhm.
around. They're not really doing the job. And so I don't understand why they just don't fire those people. But then if they do, they can't get more in to work. So it's funny how, here's another thing that happened. I had a friend that was just wanting me to work really bad. I've been doing the YouTube, but I just wanted to help her out while she was looking for more people. So it was a call center, and they have a paper that you have to sign that you get 20 times of not showing up before you get talked to and fired. 20. You know, and I used to tell the kids in school, it ain't going to be like this in the real world. You're not going to get second chances. That company gave the people 20 chances to be late or not show up, no call, and still keep their job. I mean, even those kind of places are dummying down and letting these kids and people get away with that kind of stuff.
So why should we not replace them with machines?
We might, well, if we can get our population down, that's probably what's going to happen within our lifetimes. We're going to have machines replacing us. I mean, the other day I saw a DoorDasher machine downtown. They didn't use a person. They used a machine that rolled right up to the person that was ordering the food, and she opened it up and got her food. It wasn't a man. It was a little cart with a flag on it. So they're already moving towards that. And it's like these people don't care when they're working either. They don't care that they're going to get fired.
They don't
just
give a
me
shit what
job.
the product is because the companies don't give a shit about them.
Right.
I hate the corporatization of everything.
But it's the same. It's working. It's doing the same
inhuman.
thing if you work for the government too. They don't get on those people that are rude to us when we walk in asking for service. And they don't get in trouble for it either. It's just like, I can't be rude like that to people. I just don't understand how anybody could. It doesn't make sense that people just don't care about their jobs anymore like we used to. But yeah. But as far as bringing back industrialism, let's say that we did have all the factories built. Who would work in them? People would say, I don't want to
Well,
do
and the
that kind of
quality
work.
of work. I mean, They're good.
I don't want to do
I
that kind
mean,
of
I
work.
can't even get a fucking Dave's double.
Made correctly, right?
made
And you got all those
right.
kids back there working too, and they're just like playing around and throwing paper at each other and stuff too. It's really amazing, you know, that they work like that. And nobody ever smiles anymore. Nobody ever says thank you. Walmart, they just hand you your money back without even counting it.
Well, I think a key thing in terms of like if we brought the factories back, like he would work in them. Like this whole notion that the average American wouldn't be willing to do those type of jobs. I think it's because of the welfare state that it's kind of like, well, if I just sit and this is all across Europe, like this was the case as well, where people basically worked out. It's like, well, if I work a minimum amount of hours or whatever, a couple of years, and like pay into the tax system, then I can just basically get made redundant or whatever. Where there's plenty of ways you're able to actually do that. Get some sort of like redundancy package, and then just go straight onto the dole and just live off the dole. Which I'd be kind of like an advocate of. It's basically like abolishing the welfare state notion and let these people essentially get to the stage of like becoming homeless, and then there's no better kind of like motivator than getting to that stage, because that basically is the swift kick in the ass, as they would say, to actually kind of say, you know what, this factory job ain't that bad.
Yeah, hit bottom like that. The problem with the homelessness too, I think that I found, is that about half of them are really mental, right? And we here in Texas, we closed down all the mental health hospitals, the free ones, I guess is what you want to call them. And they went out on the street, and that perpetuated the homelessness stuff. But
you can't have that guy operating, the guy that's telling you about the orbs in the sky and shit. You can't have him using a fucking press.
A cutting machine or something like that. But it's just it's mostly in recent history that we've been getting welfare, like the last 70 years or so. What did people do before that? Who took care of them before that? It was the rich philanthropists, the rich people, and the churches took care of the poor. Because it's people's job to take care of people, not government's job to take care of people. Right now, we've got what they did was, and they did this on purpose, they got people dependent on government assistance so that they can't take it away. All right. So here in Texas, we have food stamps. It's called SNAP. Just this month, they started the new thing. They warned them about it. They can't have sugary items. They can't have certain items on their food stamps. Like they took away Cheetos, which is a favorite for poor people, soda.
That's racist.
They took it all apart. They took it all away, right? And now those people, the companies that provide those products, they're like, oh my God, now what? Our sales went down because they can't buy their product with the food stamps anymore. But there's also, they can only work a certain amount of hours and still have their food stamps, so they don't work past those hours. There's no incentive. They don't have incentives to get out of the food stamps and the assistance because
hold on, was that word you just used? What's that I word you just used?
SNAP.
No. I word. Incentive.
Yeah, incentive. Oh, yeah. There's no incentive for that.
There is no incentive anymore.
No, there's no incentive. No, for anything, for anybody. Really. I mean, especially police officers. They only solve 11% of property crimes because it's not their stuff that got stolen. The first thing they ask you when you want to report a burglary is, do you have insurance? Oh, you have insurance? Okay, claim it there. They don't go look for your stuff. They find cars, but they don't find your stuff. So there's no incentive for them to solve a crime. That's why no murders are solved here where I live. So there's no incentive for them. And people really don't care about those bonuses and those incentives either. They just want to work their hours and go home, put their feet up, I don't get that either. There's no like bonuses. Like when you're working on straight commission, that's an incentive to do better and to sell if you're working in sales. But teachers, we don't really have an incentive. When I was working there was no incentive. There was no bonus.
It's to feel good, right?
Mm-hmm. That's it.
But like this whole thing is a relatively new phenomenon, as we kind of mentioned, because like when we look back to like our grandfathers and our grandparents' generation, like you were able to support a household with one income. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to like that level, you don't have these people, like for example, like police officers who are just being a police officer to phone it in, because you don't really, if you're a person who just wants to phone it in and all this kind of shit, and let's say you can get a similar kind of like salary like working in a garage, or doing something that you're passionate about or whatever, you're not going to take that policing job because you're fuck that shit. I'm not really interested in trying to solve a murder and like because bear in mind, like if you solve a murder and that murder was tied to the mob and all this kind of shit, the mob are going to start coming after you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like in terms of like that essence, it's almost like an automatic filtering process. At least in those days, that it's like you actually had the police officers that wanted to actually police and look out for the weak or the defenseless person and solve these actual murders and cared about justice and all this kind of stuff, rather than people saying, well, it's a nice package, it's good incentives, and if I just do the minimum amount of effort, then I'll get these benefits and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So I think a huge part of this is basically going down the lines of getting rid of the welfare state. But just yesterday on the deductionist files, which is where we go over like police interrogation footage, like we went through the whole like LAPD, like in the 80s, like LAPD was corrupt as fuck. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's like sometimes we can look back on rose-colored glasses and all this kind of stuff, but a key question of how do we get rid of corruption in the police force, I think that's going to be an age-old question.
Well, part of the problem too is that, for instance, here in Fort Worth, we have the police union. The police union paid for the campaigns of all the city council. So whenever an issue comes up with police that they have to vote on, they always vote with the police and not with the people, what the people want. That's one of the biggest problems. Also, we have so many of them. We don't really need as many police as what they're saying, that, we don't need as many as what they have. People say, oh, but you're pro defunding. I'm not pro defunding. I'm just saying we don't need as many as what they have, because they're just kind of tripping over each other. And, like there's an accident, 25 million show up instead of just a couple that they need. So I think we have too many police officers, and I think we pay them too much. And I think the problem is too, is that we can't get rid of the bad ones without a big hassle.
On the other side of it, there's a huge shortage of people applying to be police officers because they're so vilified, which is why they're having to pay.
Right. But why are they vilified? Because they didn't get rid of the bad apples. They should have kept the good ones.
Okay, but does that make them all bad apples?
Nope, doesn't. There's bad apples in every occupation. But if the daycare worker left a kid in the van and took all the other kids in and that kid died in that van, that lady would be held accountable and she would go to jail. But not the police. When they mess up, they just get pushed, they just
be held accountable too.
They should be held accountable, and that's part of the problem. And they're not being held accountable at all for the police.
I think that's a narrative, because I watch a lot of body cam shit and cops get fucking fucked up, whether it's their lives or them.
You don't watch my body cam stuff then.
Again, hit me up on Discord. I'll watch your shit. But I mean,
it's just
there's
a bunch of things that we have to fix. And it's just hard to do it.
Yeah.
But it's not Trump's fault. I mean, there's a lot of checks and balances for him. It's not Trump's fault. And of course, Trump's pro-police, but he wanted all their votes too. So 80% of America is pro-police. They back the blue 100% without question. So he wants,
why is it bad if he wanted the votes? Because if he got the votes,
nothing. I think that was smart. I thought that was smart of him to do that. I thought that was a smart move that he told everybody he backed the blue. I thought that was the smartest move he ever could have made. Because
a massive part of this equation is like it takes a certain amount of years or training and all this kind of stuff to get people to the level of like enforcement or police or whatever, right? And then as Blue Aqua Guitar or Tiger mentions that like they vilified him, and if you're actually a good police officer and then like you people on the street because of like one motherfucker in the force that was the bad apple, you're getting a bunch of shit every day today because that bad apple, then essentially it does kind of like demoralize you to the point where it's like, why the fuck do I even bother and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
So it is that kind of like balance between that. It's like, yeah, like even like I think it was kind of mentioned there, it's like there's not that many people actually trying to apply to become a police officer, and even the caliber or the standard that we would want in terms of the police force as well. The whole kind of, let's say, the bar or the standard of becoming a police officer, they say, oh well, if we lower down the standard, we can recruit more police officers and shit like that as well. So like I was saying, in terms of the aspect here, I'd say you'd need to elevate the standard across the board in terms of police force, because a simple thing in terms of like the X amount of like female cops, like you look at the Henry Nowak case, it's like there was 3 women there, and like they basically like, and I know the dude that was arresting him done the whole kind of like, well, I don't believe you, mate, and all this kind of shit, or I don't believe you've been stabbed. There is that aspect, but when you have so many females on the force, that is going to feminize the men, rather than this aspect of like
Yes,
having
because yes.
rationality as the key, and I don't
Because
give a
they're-
fuck about your feelings.
Yep,
Well,
because they're
actually,
worried
what
about
happened was
protecting the women.
what happened. Well, yeah, but what happened too is that they have a certain culture that they already have in place, and that their culture is it's the police against the citizens, right? They hire the women because they think the women will be better at de-escalation, softening the officers, you know, maybe standing up for someone's rights. But what happened was is they assimilated into the culture of what the police are already doing, so that they can be part of them, because nobody wants to be ostracized. Nobody wants to be not part of the group. So to become part of the group, they assimilated to what the men were doing. That was part of it. And they all have their tattoos too. All the women, they have their long, their tattoos all over their arms and everything like that. So they're just as bad as the men as far as policing and how their attitude is towards the citizens and so on. They also get away with a lot of things too. So, but right now, in Fort Worth, where I'm from, we have what's called a meet and confer agreement, which means that the city who got all elected, all the city council who got elected because of the police union, they gave the police union the ability to hire, to fire, and to discipline the police officers. So now what? So they're not held accountable at all here, and that's what's been going on across the nation too. We don't hold them accountable. The district attorney here, his campaign again was paid for by the police union. He has not put one police officer on trial since he's been elected for any kind of wrongdoing. So we're kind of screwed as far as that goes. It's all politics for policing. But I think
That's
there's going to
definitely
be robots in policing.
No, I don't think it would get to that point, but I would kind of be conscious of like the the robotics, where it's like the next thing you know, you have like a little police dog, like those mechanical dogs and stuff. You're already starting to see the footage of like the military training with them and all this kind of shit, which then, like I said, kind of further de-incentivizes having like fitness tests and strength tests and all
Oh
this
my
stuff with
gosh,
the police
yes.
force and all this kind of thing as well. Like, but I would like, one of the things that I would do is I would shatter all these police unions, make it illegal to have a police union and all this kind of shit, and
Absolutely.
completely decentralize it to like the local counties and all this kind of stuff. Now, again, there is kind of like drawbacks to that, where it's like, what keep forgetting the name of the movie, but it's like there's certain like counties or villages across America where it's like population of 700 people, and if you like the story of like where like the couple's car breaks down and they go to the village and then they fatten them up, and next thing you know they basically murder them and they're sacrificing them to some fucking like
Oh my
pagan
God.
god or some shit like that. You're like, what the fuck? Like the whole kind of what's it called, like the owl thing,
I don't remember. I heard
Grove,
that.
something Grove. Alex Jones broke into it.
Scary.
Come on, guys, you fucking know this shit. What's the name of
I
that
was
grove?
listening to what you were saying. Don't fucking call on me for
I
shit.
can't. I don't know, but I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
The
Yeah, like
owls?
basically like
Sure
that
it
shit.
wasn't the
There's certain kind of like
raccoons?
towns and villages across America where it's like they have that kind of like type of shit going on. So it's like if they're kind of like doing their own kind of form of police, and there's not, let's say, like a standard across the state, then all of a sudden you have an issue. But when you have the likes of, let's say, the FBI, like I would say that those are the Bohemian Grove. Thank you very much, Blue Aqua Tiger.
Bohemian Grove, that's it.
Like those types of villages. I'm pretty sure I forget the name of the movie, but there's like there's multiple movies and like TV shows that have kind of done like parodies off and all this kind of stuff. Where it's kind of like that thing where it's like they have their own kind of like set of rules and all this kind of shit as well, and outsiders not welcome, all this kind of thing. What I'm saying is like to go down that aspect of like you have tools and resources there, like the FBI, to be able to enforce, let's say, a common standard across the states, even in terms of policing and all this kind of shit. Like get rid of this whole like unions in general is a bad thing. You know what I mean?
Investigating
And
themselves.
I get a lot of pushback on that, kind of saying, well, if it wasn't for the union, my wages wouldn't rise and all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, I get that. Like, the union's constantly there getting you more pay and all this kind of shit. But some of the stuff that they're fighting for you to have, like longer breaks and all this kind of shit, that's not actually good for you in terms of the long run, because it's slowly and slowly making you lazier, making you more, you know, what would be the word? Kind of like like it gives you kind of like to go back to what we're talking about in terms of the prompt, like it's giving you a false expectation of what you should be expecting in terms of the work. Do you know what I mean? And the amount of shit that it's like the pay stuff and the pension and the benefits and all this kind of shit, those could have been direct pay increases rather than trying to collectively bargain for like all these benefits where you're not necessarily using all these benefits, yet the union sounds or makes out that they're the good guys because they've got you, let's say, like this extra health benefits or dental or whatever, when you don't necessarily, you're not actually using that, which means what good is it really to you? Like I would have rather got that money into my direct paycheck and be able to use that money myself.
Right.
I think it is this whole kind of aspect of I want someone else to manage my money rather than me taking on that responsibility and managing my own money. Particularly if you do claim to be a capitalist, if you're not investing your money, if you don't have investments, be it in stocks, gold, crypto, or whatever, then you're not an actual capitalist. You're basically just an unconscious socialist, essentially. That's the way I'd kind of put it in terms of that. Do you know what I mean?
Hate socialism.
But like that's what I'm saying in terms of like this whole thing of like you have like even like the union itself. What I probably to perfectly sum it up. Like this whole aspect of like wanting a union or having a union to fight for your pay increases. Why are you not taking on that responsibility yourself? Why do you not understand your own value so then you can put forward like your kind of like wants and needs in terms of your own kind of paycheck and all this kind of shit?
Right?
Yeah, that's
Isn't
a good
that the question? So how do you convince people?
I think you're born with that that want. I don't think it's taught.
No, it's definitely taught.
Well, I mean, like
modern slavery isn't taught.
Salespeople, you're either born with being a good salesman or you're not. You're either born with critical thinking skills or you're not. I don't think critical thinking skills can be taught either. You see?
Well, then what do you do?
Oh, then I guess you're on a low. Someone has to be on the bottom.
You sick the rakings on them?
I mean,
no, I would say. I would say that like critical thinking is taught. It's not or taught. Sorry, I wouldn't say that like people are like naturally born, and like a key thing for me is in terms of like the critical thinking thing is like curiosity, like following that curiosity. Like the key thing to practice reasoning is like why. I think of like, what reason do you have that belief is the same as asking why.
That's true.
What made you come to that thing? And that's how you get to, and like, again, another part of it as well is like interacting with other people and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And I think like this is a key thing to demolish this kind of like union talk per se, is this whole aspect of like people kind of like starting to question beliefs that they have, because if you don't have a reason to hold a belief, you need to destroy that belief. You need to like take that belief and fuck it out of your mind and just go based on like sound reasoning. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Which is it's a very difficult kind of like mindset to be in, because in order to get to that, like you do then have to plummet where you quote unquote like have the ego death, or your reality shatters, so to speak. And that can be a very uncomfortable roller coaster down for a lot of people. And they rather have their security blanket of these beliefs that are unquestioned. And they go out of their way to never question these beliefs. They get very uncomfortable and defensive when you start to question these beliefs with them. But that's what I'm saying, like this whole aspect of like, you need to be willing to go to those lows. You need to be willing to go through that uncomfortableness to actually get to a much better point as an individual.
Well, invest in yourself, right?
Invest in yourself.
That's
People avoid
I've been looking
uncomfortableness.
at it lately. Like, it sucks, but maybe it won't.
But if it does, it will. So.
Oh, and I mean, I'm still gonna be me and have my stupid ass thoughts. So
It's hard to change
Well,
like
let's-
a career or to change and to do something different. It is.
Well, let's look at it at this point. Like I wouldn't know the standard in America, but we can kind of like cross compare. So like to the panel, like what would be the average kind of like Uber Eats or whatever the equivalent would be in America of let's say like your average meal, let's say, using Uber Eats.
I've actually never ordered
Fast
Uber
food, right?
Eats.
I never either do either because it's so expensive. But it would be like fast food, right?
Yeah,
That's what
Jack's
you order?
piping up as an expert, I believe. Jack's like, finally, Teriyaki, a question I can answer as a professional. Let's go ahead,
So
Jack.
yeah,
Go ahead.
How
So
much
you're
does a
asking-
steak cost on Uber Eats?
How much?
maybe
Are you saying how
order
much
your-
more?
It's expensive, but you should order your double Wendy's from there.
It
Yeah,
is
so like,
expensive. It is expensive.
Yeah, but like, what I mean by Uber Eats, like, let's say you're ordering your Wendy's or you're ordering your pizza or whatever. Like, what would be like, let's say, like a price or an average price that's okay? This would be a comfortable amount to, let's say, of a Wendy's order that would actually give me satiety or cessation. No, I can't pronounce the
Oh,
word.
like a
But
meal.
like that thing of feeling
okay.
full.
So, like on my lunch break, I go to Wendy's. You're asking how much that costs?
Yeah.
It's $6.
If you walk in, it's $6. If you order it, it's $15.
Well, I do it on the app
Yeah.
ahead of time, and I time it because I go on break
That's how I
at
do
the
my
same time.
Domino's too.
It still sucks every time, and they usually don't actually have it ready, even though I ordered it an hour in advance.
And they don't
Well, to give
understand when
it-
you're
and-
telling them what's wrong with it. They don't get it. Like,
Yeah, so let-
most recently, I had the manager be like, "What do you want?" He was trying to take my order, and I was like, "I have a mobile order," and he's like, "We don't have any mobile orders. What's your name?" I was like, "Steve," and he's like, "Yeah, there's no order for Steve." Like, I already had it pulled up on my phone. I'm like, "Well, I definitely bought it."
Yeah, but let's take that figure of $6. Would you say that you'd be full for the day, like doing
Oh,
that
no.
3 times?
No, that's just to get me till I get home. And then I
Yeah,
eat
but
hot
let's say like when you went home and you were like, let's say ordering your dinner, like how much would it cost?
more, a little bit more, right? Or
Oh, if I was to, well, they don't deliver here. So
Yeah, but if you were to
honestly
get
don't
some
know.
sort of fast food, let's say you got pizza or whatever, you know what I mean?
I think the average price would probably be $11 an order. usually.
Yeah, yeah.
He
I'd say
orders off
around
mobile
And then-
apps. He gets it for $6.
I also
if you were
don't
to
eat
do-
till I'm full.
If you were to order breakfast as well, how much would it be? Do you reckon?
don't
Let's
eat-
say another $6 for that.
Yeah, if I ate breakfast.
Yeah, so let's say we'll kind of just to balance it out, because like I said, or Jack, would you be happy with those prices? Or would you say no, it's a little bit more for you?
I'd be
or-
lucky to pay those prices, especially if I was ordering. Like usually, I see in between like $20 to $50 to what I'm ordering.
Right. So let's say if a better way to probably say is if you were to just order fast food, right, for the day to fill you for the day, would you say like what would be your total there? Because I think like would you say like $30? Would you say $50? Kind of like, where's the price range?
It'd be different. Like if I'm going out, I'd see lower prices. Obviously, like driving to somewhere and picking it up, like you're seeing kind of a lower price. But if I'm like ordering off the app, yeah, I'm seeing like I said, $20 to $50, and that's just one order. So, yeah, if I'm paying out just for that one order, then generally most of the time I just do that once, because
Well, let's-
otherwise I'm gonna be broke.
Hold on. I'd
Let's-
also like
let's
to
do-
clarify. I only eat fast food once a day. Like I'm not eating fast
Yeah,
food.
I get that. I get that. But I just want to kind of like put it in perspective, if you get me, right? So like, let's use the app prices, Jack, because
Yeah.
like if you're driving to a place and all this stuff, like you have to factor in the price of the car, the
Yeah.
insurance, the fuel, and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
So let's just go based on like app prices. Like, would you say $30 would be a fair price if you were to, let's say, like live off fast food per se, like each day of the week that you're ordering out, kind of thing?
Are you saying just for the whole day?
Yeah, for the whole day, $30 a day.
Oh
would
yeah,
you say
30.
that's-
That'd be a steal. Yeah, that'd be a
Yeah,
steal.
that includes your gas and everything.
So-
yeah.
So would you say $40 then, just to be safe?
40. That'd be fair. I think that's in the fair
Okay.
category. Yeah.
So if it's $40 a day times 7 days a week, right? That's
Yeah.
$280 for the week, and then there's 52 weeks in the year, which gets you about $14,560 for the year. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm putting this through a calculator and all this kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
To put that in perspective, right? And this includes like me actually getting the food delivered right to my door, like just buying the food from like Tesco, or I think like let's say Walmart would be the equivalent of like Tesco, what we see over here. So order in the food and cook it myself and all this kind of stuff. I spend about €2,000, right? So let's round that up to about $3,000 just to be safe in terms of exchange rates. So if we minus $3,000 from that 14,000 that we said, that's $11,500
Yeah.
that you're not spending to invest in Bitcoin or into gold or into stocks or whatever. You know what I mean? So there is that whole kind of aspect of like people not realizing like the power that they have, the change that they can make in their lives to actually kind of like I said, kind of invest in themselves, so to speak, be it through, in this example, to invest rather than Bitcoin, rather than spending that extra, let's say $10,000 just to be safe. Like $10,000 in Bitcoin each year, that's with a 60% APR. You know what I mean? That, like, you can get yourself like in 10, 20 years with that. You know what I mean? But one sec, let me do a multiply by 1.6. And let me do this 10 times. 1, 2, 3,
See why you
4,
have to know
5,
math?
Hold on,
6,
did
7,
Vintage
8,
show
9,
up?
10.
Did I miss the part where Vintage is here giving us financial advice?
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of that original $10,000, like on an APR of 60% each year, in 10 years' time, that's going to be worth 1.2 million
Damn.
from that $10,000.
Yeah.
But people don't know
Compound.
that. I didn't know that.
Mhm.
Well, I knew that, but
Do you know what I mean? So it's like from that aspect, like a lot of people are like screwing themselves by not being willing to invest in themselves. But just being
Well-
able to do the figures themselves, that's reason alone, I would say,
Well,
why
I
you
would-
should be investing in yourself.
I wouldn't say that whole thing would be, because then you have to consider like if you were thinking like regular prices, like you're taking off whatever you're paying for. So whatever you're eating, whether it be fast food or something from the grocery store, you're still going to be paying out. So I don't think it would quite be that number, but it could be heavily construed into at least a couple 100,000 that you could put back. You know, if that's what we're considering. So
Oh shit, I was on mute. Yeah, but like that's why I kind of said, in terms of like, let's say you cut that from like the $14,000 or $15,000 down to just $5,000, and you're strictly only eating based on like what you're cooking at home. There is going to be that like huge amount of savings. And again, bear in mind, we're comparing this to someone who would literally order out every single day of the week versus someone who's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Because like Dart says, he maybe he goes to the Taco Bell like once a day, maybe. You know what I mean?
Well, like
And then
on
he
my
cooks
lunch
at
break,
home
but I
and all this
get
kind of shit.
I get chicken soft tacos, so it's just chicken, cheese, and hot sauce. I mean, of course, it's not the greatest shit, but I also take a shit ton of supplements because I've had an incident with malnutrition because I hate everything.
So you gotta get yourself the carnivore diet, baby. I actually I worked out that like it was the fact that I was taking the multivitamin that like I basically went through that stage. Like if you notice, like last week or the week before, I was like, I gotta take a couple of days here because I'm not feeling right and all this kind of thing. And so I was kind of like pumping too many vitamins and minerals into my system. So like too much that shit can be a bad thing, but especially if you're on the opposite side. You know what I mean? But I'd say in terms of like, the one thing that I've noticed through carnivore as well is like you're more satiated like from eating the fat rather than this carb, where it's like you get that spike of energy and then all of a sudden you collapse. Well, not collapse, but you like the whole food coma thing and all this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But even just like the main point I'm trying to get across here is like, just by managing your food bill and aiming for like a cheaper food bill, you can make a substantial cost of what you're currently paying out. And the reason why I say that this is a big thing, because like Darth, you're in like a minority when it comes to like the average person. The average person in the States, like 3 out of 4 people in America is either overweight or obese.
Yeah.
So when you look down at your waist, like that's money essentially that you've spent putting yourself in that situation. So not only would you get a health benefit, but you also make a tremendous dollar savings cost. And like I demonstrated with the Bitcoin, if you're willing to sit on a Bitcoin investment just from that $10,000, potential there is, it's massive. But I mean, especially if you're able to do it year on year with the $10,000 going in, because 10,000 that's 100,000.
I gotta jump down for just a minute. But you're still here. Let me back up, okay?
And cut.
Yeah, no worries, Carolina.
Okay, I'm gonna come back. So let me back up when I come back. So let me jump out real quick. Thanks, guys. I'll be back.
Cool beans.
Turn this off right here. Okay.
Yeah, Darth, go ahead.
Well, I get your point. My food budget, though, is fair to none because I hate eating. So, but there are other ways I can implement what you're saying.
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, like I'm kind of in the same category. I don't even like eating, but it's something that I've struggled with since taking Ritalin. It zapped all my metabolism. I used to be a lot more active as well, but even then, I was overperforming as far as losing. But then once I got off the Ritalin, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm still not necessarily gaining, but it was neutral. But I had a process to where I was still active, but I was gaining, So I think it's definitely a process of like what you're eating, and like what vitamins and what type of things you're doing in the scheduling and what you're doing it. But I think for me, it just doesn't seem to matter. That's something I've always struggled with, is a type of like a scheduling kind of thing. So obviously I'm hoping to change that, but and something I'm working on, but I don't like eating either. Like I actually, I like the process of eating, but at the same time, I don't like it. It's kind of a weird thing for me. It's like something to where I enjoy it, but I kind of don't like the fact that I'm eating as well. Like I'm not gaining the enjoyment to where I'm like, oh, that was a delicious meal. I'm so glad I did that. I'm just like, I hate the fact that I have to eat to find any enjoyment on a filled stomach for myself. And I know that's kind of a little different to your situation, as far as, you're just kind of eating or snacking to survive, essentially. Where
Yeah,
I'm
it feels
kind
like a
of,
chore on my end. Like it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm doing something. It's like my body's like, my vehicle or whatever. It's like, oh, you need to do this.
Yeah.
And it's like that I don't want to stop what I'm doing.
Yeah, where I think mine's a little bit different, to where once I filled, I feel like fulfilled, but then once I eat, I'm like, well, I wish I didn't have to do that. So I kind of get what you're coming from on that sense, to where
Mm.
I don't enjoy it per se.
My dad used to always get really mad at me about this because, like, he's from the Depression era, and I will stop eating when I'm like not hungry anymore.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if there's 3 bites of a hot dog left or 1 bite of a hot dog left. I will put it down so I can go back to what I was doing.
See, I'm a little bit different on that.
Yeah,
I
no,
usually,
you're the complete opposite. You two are the complete opposite of each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I come from a family to where, like, you finish your plate. It doesn't matter what happens. You finish your fucking plate.
Yeah, I'm
And
just
so-
It's like that scene from The Simpsons where it's baking up that sausage, boy. Butter up that bacon, boy.
But the thing is, I think the thing is where we do agree, and what I was trying to get is, I don't like eating either. Like, I really don't find too much enjoyment on doing it. I just like the
annoying.
fulfillment it gives me.
It's
That's the
annoying
only
to
part
be
that I
hungry,
like.
right?
Yeah,
like,
no,
I don't want
it
to be
is, it
fucking
is.
hungry. Like,
Yeah,
the machine
like
needs
who wants to
keep
be
moving.
fucking hungry? It's not enjoyment. Like, I can't imagine getting to a point where it actually becomes like
It's a chore.
painful.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah, because it's like I've had times where it's kind of been painful, and I feel like I'm just bitch made in that sense because there's people out there actually starving, and that's always what I think of when I get that pain. I go, well, what they fucking dealing with? This is nothing, you know. Like they're just wanting what Darth's got going on, not what I'm doing, you know. So.
But like this is a key thing where like and again it's like it seems like a shameless self plug on the Discord and stuff, but get your asses over to the Discord because like I said, I have the whole like fitness and health and stuff, and it's not a thing of like weight is like a side effect or a side benefit to what I'm talking about. It's in terms of like getting like that mental clarity, getting like all like those kind of like benefits where it's like it's you're literally kind of like the best of both worlds in terms of like with Darth, it's like you're eating just to get the sustenance and get the nutrition from it, and from that like if you combine it with intermittent fast and all this kind of stuff, which I understand is a difficult thing to get into and all this kind of stuff, but it will essentially just like completely change your life and go to a better kind of aspect in terms of that, you know. But in terms of the but just real quick, Darth, in terms of the correction, I do have to correct myself. I was being a bit of a retard and all this kind of stuff. The APR, I think I typed into the AI and all this stuff, like they're saying like that 60% like wouldn't be a fair kind of like analysis in terms of like future projections for Bitcoin, but at least in terms of like a 30% one, that initial 10k, and if you're able to do 10k year on year, that would still net you $564,000. So it's not a full like 1 million, but it is at least $500,000. And like I said, you're able to like get those savings. And if not, let's say in Darth's position, you're not getting it from the food. It could be from like, let's say like smoking or like different kind of like hobbies or activities that you have going for yourself. But we have reached the end of the goal as well. So we're going to go on a very small grift break. So just basically when the first song finishes, that's when we're going to be coming back. Now is the perfect time for everyone on panel to go to the bathroom, clear out the bladder and all this kind of stuff, get yourselves a drink, etc., etc. Everyone on panel, now is the perfect time to get the shekels rolling, because we need a full $20 super chat or $10 in the Go-Fire PayPal to spin on to the next topic. But if you do enjoy the current topic that we're talking about, a bit of fitness and health and finance, all this stuff, that's also okay too, folks. I shall see you in a little bit. Enjoy the music.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Griffin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard a cabin found for Terria, down among the pigs I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Griffin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing. Poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're drifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
Yo! As they would say in Yo, Aaron's Isle, as they say. Folks, we're back. And Jack and Dorothy, as bastards, you abandoned me. How could yous? How could yous? But I understand it's what was it, about 6:30 a.m. I think in the East Coast of America. So again, salute to you. Thanks for hopping on board. Let me catch up a chat before we continue. Where are we at? So wait, where the fuck? Okay. Well, we got Steelborn in chat. He says, am I the only one who enjoys satiating my hunger with a fat, juicy D? Pause. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Are you saying you are delivered? Hopefully you're delivered, Steelborn. Because, not gonna lie, that comment kind of sounded gay. You gotta get your ass to church.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Johnny says, I've just started loving food. And that's what I'm saying, man. Like with the carnivore, like a lot of people say, oh, it's a restrictive diet and all this kind of stuff. Is it fuck? Is it fuck, folks? Okay? Like, think of like a ribeye steak. A medium rare fucking ribeye steak is probably the best meal you can have. I mean, bacon is carnivore. Eggs. Like fuck it, like chicken thighs. Like just chicken in general. Duck. You know what I mean? The salmon. You know what I mean? Think about all the fish and all this kind of stuff. To me, at least, like I eat typically like the same thing every day, which is beef mince or ground beef, as you say, like smashed into smash burgers, bit of cheese on top, mozzarella cheese, and then some bacon on the side. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, to me, Like, and another thing to it as well, it's not that like all of a sudden like I eat that and I feel like I'm an angel or some shit like that. It's seeing the progress from it, and then also not only the losing the weight, like that'll be like probably the first thing I'll notice. Then you'll start to notice, oh shit, like I'm kind of like a lot, like I don't have like this mental fog, I don't have these crashes, these sugar crashes, and all this kind of stuff. And then also with the financial aspect to it as well. So I'd highly suggest everybody gets themselves onto the Discord, go into the info channels. There's both the finance section, but mainly the one I would say is the fitness and health one. I have all the can I share screen just to kind of like show you like what I'm talking about when I go through this stuff. So when we hop onto the Discord, right? Like I have a whole section here in terms of like links to like Dave Asprey on like why you should be focusing on your protein and making sure that you're getting animal proteins. I have Dr. Anthony Shafri on the fats and why like fat is such an important thing and all this kind of stuff. And you can't technically overeat on fat because your body will just like get rid of the fats. And then in terms of like the recommended daily protein calculator, I have the protein calculator there. So like 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. And this is not your current body weight. This is like like what should be your ideal body weight, and you're able to calculate that based on your height. But even if you were to do these calculations on your current weight and you're quite heavy and all this stuff, trust me, you will not be able to eat that much protein if you are that big. It then comes to just eat until you're full, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And if you're using the metric system, which is, I'd argue, superior system, 2.2 grams of protein per kilogram. This is the upper limit. You want to make sure that it's like you're not going over this because you don't want to eat too much protein as well. And it's pretty much this exact same measurements for the fat as well. Because 1 gram of protein is 4 calories, and 1 gram of fat is 9 calories. So that's like that perfect balance of having the 70-30 split between fat and protein. So you want to make sure you're getting the majority of your calories from the fat, basically double the amount of calories that you're getting to your protein. Make sure that you're on that kind of like correct level. And like I said, we go through the whole aspect of and again, you can look at the Jordan Peterson is a great person to listen to talk about like these kind of things as well on it, because you're essentially like you can go like full carnivore and just like ignore all this in terms of like calculating now how what's the precise amount of protein you should be eating. But the one thing I would say is not mentioned enough is you need to make sure that you're eating enough fat. So this ratio is a key ratio, and like a lot of people kind of get worried. It's like, oh shit, like I can only afford, let's say, the lean meats, and I can't afford to get like the, let's say, the ribeye. I can only afford to get like the lean meat that doesn't have that much fat in it. You can use butter, you can use cheese to get more fat into your diet as well based on that. And essentially the key thing is you're basically kind of like the goal is to get your body off carbohydrates onto using fat as a fuel source, and that kind of like that stage is like the ketosis. You're getting your metabolism and getting your body into this aspect of like getting used to burning fat. And you'll start to notice the weight will shift off. But like I said, it's not just the weight. You're doing it for also the health benefit. You're doing it in terms of your brain. You're doing it in terms of like your circulation, your heart health, all that kind of aspect. But not only in terms of the health, it also benefit. I also have a video here in terms of like a dude, and if we just like show you the picture there, like this is the same dude. One sec, let me Dan Ferrigno is his name, I do believe. This is the results of just 3 years. If you're willing to be this consistent on the carnivore diet, this is like the results you should expect to see. You know what I mean? So if you imagine, like, again, like roughly speaking, like this dude is kind of like what I would imagine Jack is kind of like at the moment in terms of his weight, and look at what the results can be within 3 years. You know what I mean? One sec, let me do this so we can see. So like this is the same dude. And like notice it's a substantial difference. And like a lot of this dude is just basically, he just kind of like went off what Jordan Peterson was saying. He didn't really have that much research going into it. And he kind of just talks through the journey, like the mistakes that he made and all this kind of stuff as well. It's about, I think, 30 minutes long or so the video is. One sec, let me double check. sorry, it's an hour long, the video is, but like you'll see, like he starts incorporating things of just going on walks as well. Like that has a profound impact on it too. So again, like I said, I heavily suggest you make your way over to the Discord to do that. And like I said, it's not just based on a health thing. We also have the finance section off it as well. And in this, I have a video where you get a free budget template. And like I said, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about with that. One sec. So like this is public, it's free to download, all this kind of stuff. And it's a full-on budget. Is there a way I can zoom in on this? Yeah, I can. Just do this. So you basically, like, you just say, okay, like, you either work out it annually, you work out it monthly. So let's say you're spending $1,000 on a thing, and like, let's say that even includes the electricity and the gas, just for the example of stuff. Let's say this is what you turn your diet into, again, just for the simplicity of the thing. And then you have like things like that if you're vaping and all this kind of stuff. Like you can work that out. And it will show you, like, in terms of, like, you type in your earnings. Let's say your earnings is $1,500 a month. I know that's not realistic. It's just to serve the example. But it calculates out your expenses on the total level. So it basically will add up to 215 from your miscellaneous items. It'll add in your annual food. And it'll add in the like your mortgage, all this kind of stuff, living expenses. And it'll basically kind of like, you type in your expenses there. And let's say you're earning $3,000 a month. Oh wait, that's 300. But you see it automatically updates. You know what I mean? And you can basically download that template and it'll show you, okay, right, that's how much I should expect to save. And like I said, based on that, then you can kind of say, well, I might have unplanned for expenses, you know, like expenses that come up out of the blue. Let's say the car breaks down, all this kind of thing. So you can kind of account for that as well in this, and kind of say, well, if my savings is going to be $22,000 a year, you know, at least like then you can say, well, I at least have $10,000 or let's say $15,000 to play around with. And the reason why I mentioned that is because then we go into this whole aspect of like the finance as well. To go back to the Discord, shows that the information is there if you are willing to implore it. You know what I mean? One sec, I've done that wrong. I need to make sure I get the audio. Because right underneath this free template, I show you, it's like, here's a way, or here's what you can do to like with these finances. So if we talk about, what is it, $50, I think this is a 50 DCA. Yeah, $50. Sorry, this is $50 weekly. Okay, so this is just $50 a week if you're willing to spend. So one sec. Let me actually no. Did I pull this up on the other end? Wait, one sec. Let me do it on this. Oh no, I know where I done it. One sec. Un momento, por favore. Un momento, por favore. I fucked up. Alright. So what I want to do is share this. So this is only spending $50 a week, not even $50 a day. But like I said, $50 a day, 365 days. That's roughly about 15, 16 grand. Like I pointed out, in terms of the budget, you'll be able to work out exactly how much you would be able to spend or to invest based on that budgeting. That's why all three channels are linked, essentially, folks. Okay, so the information's there, right? But this is if you're just to spend $50 a week, right? Daily cost average, starting for in 2018, gold versus Bitcoin versus the green line is if you were just to leave that $50 in your account. Okay, so right. So basically, you see right here where it's like there's not much change between the gold and, well, the green and the yellow. The yellow is the gold, the green is the dollars just leaving in your account. So the green is just leaving the money in your account. The yellow is tracking what the value would be if you're to put that $50 into your bank account each week. If you're to put that $50 into gold instead of just leaving it in your bank account. And obviously the price of gold goes down. So you see gold is slightly less now. And Bitcoin is currently, you know, Bitcoin's, like, if you look up the totals here at the top right hand corner of the screen, you'll see, like, you'll be able to get the precise thing. So you see, like, if you had just left the money in your account, you'd have $1,150. If you instead threw it into gold, it'd be $1,128 at this given point in time, versus Bitcoin at this point in time would be $852. So technically you would have been at a loss doing this strategy. You know what I mean? But bear in mind, we're only, like 6 months into the year of 2018. But let's see how it plays out. So that's where we end up based on that, right? So what would have been $18,200 in your bank account, if you had to put it into gold instead, would have been $27,993. But if you had just done it in Bitcoin, it would have been $128,000. 720. Sorry, 1,000. Let's say $128,000, right? And that's, like I said, $50 a week, which is basically 52 weeks a year times 50. That's just over, $2,600 a year. You know what I mean? Like over a 6-year period. That, like, you motherfuckers, like, especially Americans, say, more freedom. What is more freedom than financial freedom? The whole aspect of fuck you money, right? If you're not doing this, if you're just leaving your money in the bank account, or if you're not like investing and all this kind of stuff, you're never going to get yourself out of the hole. But if you start to learn to invest in yourself, you will achieve freedom. The mathematics doesn't, because like I said, this is a 6-year period, because like you see, like it transcends this whole aspect of like multiple bull runs, what they call in the crypto space, like the bull runs and all this kind of stuff. Like this is like showing it, like I said, on a 10-year time frame. That's how you get from like we're talking about, like the $10,000. You made $10,000 savings, and you were to invest that into Bitcoin instead, it'd end up at like over 500,000. You know what I mean? The choice is yours, the choice is yours, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, like I said, I've given you the information. I've done my part. You know what I mean? So it's entirely up to you if you want that freedom. If not, if you don't believe me, if you're like, fuck you, leprechaun, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But let me get back to chat. Kat says, my mom made me sit at the table till I ate it. I woke her face sloppy joes. She was like, you read or you eat? Wait, what? I'm not sure what that means. But again, appreciate you, Shante, for posting the link. Get your asses onto the Discord, ladies and gentlemen. Because like I said, the information's there. The information's there. Take it at your own time to peruse it. Like I said, I don't know how many times I have to say it to you, but well, we continue on. We march forward. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Make sure it's a full stream. Don't forget to tap. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. We got Dart saying it has to go to bed. Hey, it is what it is. All right, these two motherfuckers. Oh my god, probably missed that. Like I said, I'll repeat this at the start of the next stream to make sure wait till you motherfuckers are in the chat as well, just to make sure that you've seen this. But it is what it is. Jack says I have to go. Have a fun, y'all. Good night. Appreciate you stopping by, folks. Appreciate you. Like I said, have a good one. Have a good one. Copycat. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. No worries, gentlemen. No worries. Jack plays. There's that anger. Hey, it is what it is. I slept for 2 hours earlier, but I got to go with the rest of my sleep. Yeah, man. Like I said, that's another aspect to it as well. You got to make sure you're getting your sleep, especially deep sleep, because that's where your body replenishes itself, repairs its like damages and all this kind of stuff. And also, like I said, you get into like more fat burn and all this kind of stuff when you're in that deep sleep as well. Same, my parents would get mad at me sleeping at the table. They'd sit there just to make sure I stayed up, or would send me to bed, and depending on the food I was eating the next day. That's what I'm saying. You need to get into another aspect to this is like the intermittent fasting. I only eat once a day, but I eat like a sizable meal. You know what I mean? Like I'm making sure that like I'm eating enough protein for my daily requirements, kind of thing. And like that seems a lot more extreme than it actually is. But you can get to 1 meal a day by starting with like the what's known as like the 16-8. You know what I mean? So like you're fasting for 16 hours and you're only eating within an 8-hour window, right? And again, like that seems intimidating at the beginning, but the way you got to look about it is like if you're sleeping for 8 hours, then all of a sudden that 16 hours is just 8 hours that when I'm awake, I'm not eating. So if you make sure that 4 hours before you go to bed and 4 hours after you wake up that you're not eating, then all of a sudden you've got yourself into that like 8-hour eating window. You know what I mean? And then from there you can kind of say, well, if I just eat more, let's say that's between 2 meals, right? And then even let's say you fit like 3 meals into that 8-hour eating window. Then you start working on, right, well, like I start eating more in my first meal, means I don't need the second meal, but I still might get a bit peckish for the third meal. And then you kind of work from there, and then eventually you get to 1 meal a day. And then you're in like 24 hours of fasting, essentially. You know what I mean? Jack says he used to have issues in the past. Hey, it is what it is. Like I said, you got to do like work on it day by day. You know what I mean? Like I said, the same thing of like the throw spaghetti, see what sticks. You got to make sure that you're chipping away at it. You don't have this, like we're talking about, this false expectation that, like, you know, within a day you're going to switch your whole kind of like diet and like go into intermittent fast and all this kind of stuff. Do the whole like quitting cold turkey and all this kind of thing. You got to make sure that you're setting reasonable expectations and trying to work towards that goal. You know what I mean? Rome wasn't built in a day. It was built brick by brick, day by day. You know what I mean? Have a good one, Jack. And don't worry, boys. I will be going over that. Shante, if you can, remind me to we'll just call it the promote the Discord. Just tell me to promote the Discord and basically just do what I just done in terms of like the videos that I just basically showed you of why you should be on the Discord. Discord for me is just mainly just like those info channels is what I do. If you want to see like daily posts in terms of like text based content, just follow me on X. And like I said, the YouTube, the Twitch, the YouTube is like videos and live streaming, whereas the Twitch and the Rumble is just purely streaming as well. So make sure you get your asses onto it. But yeah, 6:30. See, I can do time zones. Yeah, something's gay. Hey, it is what it is. The Wheel of Fitness. Hey, my man. Think about all the chicken thighs, baby, or thighs. Why the fuck do we have a H after T? It's pretty fucking useless. You know what I mean? Shanti says she's 4'6" and 300 pounds. To that, Shanti, I say,
why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop you fucking lying.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Or am I 6'4" and 500 pounds? I still say lies. Fake news. CNN, Shantae News Network. You know? So I should eat 160 pounds of fat a day. What are we talking about here? It's 160 grams of fat per day. 160 grams of fat, 160 grams of protein, which would be let me do the calculations. Well, depending on what you're eating, so like I said, it'd be difficult to work out what you're eating. But like relatively, like that's basically like a kilo of let's say 20% fat ground beef. You know what I mean? And that's if you were just to eat the beef. Like you can mix it up with cheese and bacon and split it between them and all this kind of stuff. Some meats have more fat than others, etc., etc. But like that's what you're basically talking about. You know what I mean? Which would be like, 2 pounds of meat, 20% fat ground beef. I think it works out to about 2 pounds. Don't get mad at me if I'm wrong or if I'm off in terms of the figures. Well, actually, it's a pound and a half of let's say 20% fat ground beef. Something in that region. You know what I mean? So it'd be about pound and a half to 2 pounds of 20% fat ground beef, you know. So should I not be eating nothing but noodles? Fuck no. Get yourself off noodles, bro. You need protein. It is what it is. It is what it is. I can't even imagine how much food you'd have to eat to get that big. It scares me. It's not even necessarily the amount of food. It's kind of like if you're constantly eating every 2 hours, your body will never get into ketosis, which means your body will constantly have like insulin and your body just never actually gets to the point of actually burning the fat. You know what I mean? So like a huge part of it as well is the intermittent fasting and getting yourself to that point. You need to fold pizza slices. Hey, it is what it is. I don't even love noodles that much. Hey, it is what it is. I am so damn picky. Sometimes like picky's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. Is elk the next step? I mean Teriyak. No, like the reason why I think Joe Rogan talks about elk so much is because it's an easy kind of like game to hunt and all this kind of stuff. But like beef, elk, goat, or lamb, like those types of meats is what's called ruminant meat, which means the animal has multiple stomachs, which means like it's basically like the best meat you can get. But if you can't afford ruminant meat, you can still eat chicken. You know, chicken thighs have like that the same kind of like fat to protein ratio as a ribeye steak. You know what I mean? Bacon has like a higher fat to protein ratio as well. So there's cheaper ways to do it as well. You know what I mean? I don't even understand crypto stuff. It's way over my head. But like that's why I said, Shante, like just like you don't need to know, you don't need to be able to analyze the markets and all that kind of stuff. Like that video that I showed you was literally just saying no matter what's happening in the market, at the end of each week, I'm just depositing $50 into my my crypto, my Bitcoin account on the crypto exchange. I'm just spending $50 a week. It's like buying a pair of shoes or whatever. You just basically say, I'm just buying $50 worth of Bitcoin each week, no matter what the price is. You know what I mean? Like that's literally the strategy. And like you're saying, like you over time, you just see the price going up and up and up, and you're like, what the fuck? And it's like, those show you like that's basically the like showing you how fast our currencies are actually are inflating. You know what I mean? Which, like I said, we can talk about hyperinflation at a later point, as they say. And again, salute to you, Shante. Thank you for posting the link. Get your asses onto the Discord, because, like I said, that information is well, knowledge is power. You know what I mean? That's what I'll say. You know. Teriak's a treeist. Yeah, fuck. No, I'm a Hist. Fuck H's, bro. It's actually a useless fucking letter. You know? Because like, think about like honor. You don't say honor, you know, or honor. It's honor. So it's like half the time, like H is even silent, anyways. What the fuck are we doing with H? Makes no sense. It makes no sense. You know what I mean? Down with the H's. If I only eat once a day, is that bad? No, it's good. But you need to make sure that you're eating enough in that like one meal to get yourself like your daily protein requirements, get yourself enough fat, get yourself enough nutrients as in like vitamins and minerals. But if you are eating meat, like that's already largely covering your bases. Plus, if you have like sea salt specifically, that's going to get the rest of the minerals and all this kind of stuff. That's why like Jordan Peterson for like the past 7 years has been a carnivore. Well, probably more at this stage, but like he's on Joe Rogan saying it's like he's been carnivore for 7 years. Like literally just like beef and salt and water is all he eats. And he doesn't have any deficiencies on minerals, doesn't have any deficiency on vitamins and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Eating once a day. So you need to make sure you eat enough to cover that protein thing. You know? I quit cold turkey. Now I eat hot turkey. What can I say, man? What can I say? I don't eat dinner usually, but when I eat better, I tend to eat more often. Trust me, guys. Get on the one meal a day on carnivore. You'll be flying. You'll be flying. It is what it is. What is a kilo? It's 2.2 pounds. So when I say kilo, basically just double it to get the pounds. You know? 2 fucking pounds a day. Holy fuck. Sick. It's not that much. And like depending on like your body composition, all this kind of stuff, and even in terms of like appetite and all this stuff, you know, because like think about how like this is the raw weight of your. Wait, let me think about that actually. Be 1,000. Yeah, it wouldn't even be 2 pounds. It'd be about 1.5 pounds. You know what I mean? Because like I eat about 400 grams of beef, about 250 grams of cheese. No, sorry, 125 grams of cheese, and then kind of uncertain about the amount of bacon I eat, but I think it's about maybe a couple of 100 grams at least of bacon. You know what I mean? That kind of adds up to that like 800 grams that I'm talking about. And 20% of that is protein and 20% of that is fat. So that's basically about 1.5 pounds of stuff that I'm eating. You know what I mean? And again, like that is not that much. That is not that much. I'm a small little leprechaun. You know, I'm like 5'8", 5'9", and about 130, 140 pounds, roughly speaking. And like I said, I comfortably eat like 1.5 pounds. You know? But the reason why a lot of people say, oh, that's so much to eat in one sitting is because they're eating 3 meals a day. You know, when you get into the intermittent fast and all this kind of stuff. Another thing as well is making sure you chew your food. That was one thing, like I'd basically like take a bite out of something and then basically try to swallow the bite without chewing. You know, I was a motherfucker for that. But getting into the habit of chewing all the way through, you know. But yeah, like about 800 grams, which would be just over 1.5 pounds. Like 800 grams, 20% to 800 grams, about 160 grams of protein and 160 grams of fat. Like I said, probably a bit over 140 pounds, but maybe 150 pounds. So I'm making sure I'm hitting those targets, you know. Shante says, I only like to tell lies that are obvious, or I'll tell you I'm lying, but I still like to do it. Hey, it is what it is, you know. The memes, as they say, you know. I never even saw elk before. Like I said, just focus on the beef. Focus on the beef, or goat or lamb, and then chicken, you know, eggs, bacon, you know. We're fucked. We're fucked, boys. It is what it is. Never black pill. Never black pill, ladies and gentlemen. I will see chicken thighs though. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't eat chicken thighs. The bones are too crunchy. Don't eat the motherfucking bones. But another thing you can do with the bones is basically you basically make a chicken broth out of them. And that's very good for like minerals and nutrients and all this good stuff as well. No more nudes. That's crazy. Is rice noodles, or wait, is that dumb question? It's carbohydrates. Like rice, noodles, bread, all that kind of shit. It's all carbohydrates. And the whole aim with carnivore or a ketogenic diet is to get rid of your carbohydrate intake. You don't need carbohydrates. Like look up what your minimum daily amount of carbohydrates is. There ain't one. There's no minimum amount of carbohydrates you need. So why the fuck are we eating carbohydrates? Because carbohydrates is cheap to produce, especially en masse. So they want you being dependent on carbohydrates, which, like I said, in terms of inflammation, in terms of all that kind of shit, it's all coming from the carbs, you know? I don't think rice is noodles, but noodles can be rice. Hey, it is what it is. Seesaw? Oh, salt. Yeah, sea salt. Yeah. I only eat water too. Depending, yeah. If you turn water into ice, then you can technically eat it, you know? I drink Pepsi all day. Man, you gotta cut out the sodas. Like, even just cutting out the sodas, you'll see like a vast improvement in terms of like weight management and all this kind of stuff, you know? I drink sugar Kool-Aid all day. Just change it out for waters. You know what I mean? At least it's better than vodka. Well, that is true. That is true. But you should just be drinking water. Kool-Aid is the second ingredient. Sugar is the main. No water. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, don't drink the Kool-Aid. Exactly. Just pound sugar like some bitch. Unbelievable. Like, holy shit. Like, no wonder so many motherfuckers have diabetes. You're literally drinking, like, liquid sugar. And then wondering why you have diabetes. But that's a whole aspect. Like, if you're drinking, like, a sugary drink, like, even a sugar-free drink, like, to compare to water, to either Kool-Aid or soda or whatever, that's keeping you out of ketosis. That's keeping you from actually burning fat. Because you're adding sugar in. You're technically ingesting sugar, which is then your body has to metabolize that, you know? And rather than actually burn it off, it just converts it into fat. So like all those like sugary drink, like sugar is a carbohydrate. It's not a protein, it's not a fat. You know what I mean? So even though you're not quote unquote eating, you're still ingesting, which is keeping you in like it's keeping your insulin levels at a certain level, which means you'll never get into ketosis, which means you're not burning any body fat, which means you're just storing the fat. So that's a key thing, like, and it's a hidden thing that not a lot of people think about, especially like people who like to go to Starbucks and get their pumpkin spice lattes and all this kind of shit. Like if you're drinking coffee, like I only drink coffee black. I don't have it with milk. I don't have it with sugar. None of that shit. I just have it black. Because I look at food and all that kind of stuff as what would be the word? Like I look at it as a means to an end. Like I look to it for sustenance or for like the value of having nutrients and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas a lot of people like they drink their sodas because it makes them happy, or they drink it for pleasure. You know what I mean? You know? I don't even like Kool-Aid. I think it's weird. So just switch to water. You know? Oh yeah, that'd be right. Yeah, what you eat. Exactly. Bro, we don't do grams. We don't know what you're saying. Yeah, just like double what I'm saying in grams. Just double it. So if I'm saying 800 grams, that's basically over 1.5 pounds. Multiply it by 2.2. You know? We don't have lamb or goats. These are missing out. But beef. You definitely have beef, you know? Don't like rice. It's all carbohydrates. Useless carbohydrates, you know? I drink 1 to 7 OJ and water. Yeah, get rid of the orange juice. Just drink water. Maintain your blood sugar, though, through the day. Not if you do intermittent fasting. Drink yourself some water. Get rid of the soda. Like, think about, like I said, the costs that you'll be saving, you know? And like I said, go back to the Bitcoin video. You know? Rather than getting paid a certain amount, you want to be making 10 times that amount. You know? I hate that he's right. It is what it is. It is what. But I was in that same mindset as all of yous. You know, I was once just like yous. You know, and then like I said, I discovered the knowledge. I tested it out. I was a bit skeptical at first. You know what I mean? I think I'm pretty sure it was Jordan Peterson who kind of like got me into it, because I was like, my thought process was, okay. And other people have said this to me as well. It's like, there's no way that you can survive off just eating meat. You know, meat, salt, and water. There's no way. And then Joe Rogan's literally on sorry, not Joe Rogan. Jordan Peterson's on the Joe Rogan podcast. And he's like, yeah, I've been doing this for 7 years. And I've literally, it's the best I've ever felt. And if you go back to Jordan Peterson in the early years and compare him, it's like, actually, no, this dude's legit. Because like back then, like he's got a double chin. He's got a bit of a belly and all this kind of stuff. And when you look at him now, he's, you know, completely different. He's dropped all the weight, all the excess weight and all this stuff. He's dropped all these medical conditions and all this kind of thing. Completely kind of like a life-changing kind of thing. So I was like, if he's done it for 7 years, well, at least I can try it for 7 years. So I know that he survived for 7 years off it. And then from there, got into the videos. Like I said, kind of like got all the information, got the key things of the do's and the don'ts, experimented with it, tested around, all this kind of thing. And like I said, kind of like incorporated other things to it as well, like the intermittent fasting, you know. You know, and not coming at it from a perspective of, oh, okay, I'll try carnivore for a month, and if at the end of the month I don't look like a bodybuilder, then it doesn't work and all this kind of shit. Like the video that I have in the Discord, like that's a 3-year difference. And like this whole kind of mentality of taking it day by day, building Rome brick by brick, and then looking back to what you looked like 3 years ago and comparing and contrasting. And if you ever get like those urges, because like the whole like sugar craving and all this kind of stuff that we talk about, just compare, contrast. Say, nah, man, I'm not going to take that sugar. I'm not gonna what would be the terminology? Like I'm not gonna fall into that temptation, because look at the difference that I have already, and if I continue this, it's going to get even better. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying that the information is there on the Discord, ladies and gentlemen. You know, so I even had like the British dude Damon. Anybody who's like long-term watchers of the stream or the channel, like they know like that, like especially when I was doing a lot of stuff with Project VOPod, like Jake from Project VOPod. There was an English dude, Damon, right? He works in the medical. He's in that field, the medical field. I don't want to tell you exactly the job he has and all this kind of stuff, because I want to make sure he doesn't get doxxed, because as you probably all know, like Britain's kind of crazy at the moment. But like he was kind of saying to me, he's like, oh, like I'm skeptical and all this kind of stuff. Like I've talked to nutritionists and all this kind of stuff, and they're skeptical and all this kind of thing because of the vitamins and the minerals and the things like that. And I basically said to him, like, listen, just trust me. So long as you're getting the sea salt into you, you know, just focus on the meat and see how you go. And he was completely skeptical, but he says, listen, I'll try for a month. And at the end of that month, he was like, holy fuck, dude. Like this is amazing, you know? You know what I'm saying? Wait, Rat the Reason, are you there? I think Rat the Reason's gone to sleepy bye-bye. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to put him backstage. But we do have Carolina back. Welcome back, Carolina.
He went. Everybody left you. Why'd they leave you? What happened? What did I miss? What did you get on him or something? Why'd they leave?
Oh, no, the Jack and Darts had to go sleepy time. They got to go to their bedtime. And to be fair to them, it is like, 7 a.m. in America. And like they didn't sleep. Here. Like they just went through with the streams and all that stuff.
I crashed early and got up at 3 o'clock.
And again, we got
I crashed early and I got up at 3 a.m. But anyways, are you fixing? Are you cutting out now?
No, we still got an hour left in the show.
Where are you at exactly? Are you like in Ireland?
Yup, I'm a leprechaun.
I wish you could go find that pot of gold underneath that rainbow.
No, we sold the gold and we put it into Bitcoin.
Oh, yes, I heard what you're just saying right now. That's pretty smart.
Daniels.
I'm going to live off my Social Security. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to live off my government paycheck that they're going to give me.
It's risky because, like I said, there's plenty of people. Well, not this is not for Americans, but specifically to Europeans. Anybody who's paying into a pension, that shit is a Ponzi scheme. There's no fucking way that any European that's currently paying into that pension scheme is going to see a fucking dime of that. You know what I mean?
Because it's not going to be available.
Because like when you look at in Germany, 20% of your paycheck automatically goes into the government pension. And the only way that works is if there's at least 5 workers paying into that pension scheme for one pensioner, right? When it started out, like fucking, what was like 100 years ago when it was first implemented, it was 70 workers for each pensioner. In order, the bare minimum you have to have is 5 workers for each pensioner. And at the moment in Germany, there's like, it's between 2 to 3 workers paying into that pension scheme. So mathematically, it's about to come crumbling down. And that's why they done the mass importation in Germany, because they're like, we have to get enough workers to pay the pensions. That's why they done the mass immigration. It was for the pensions.
Oh, in Germany.
And then the people that they imported aren't fucking working, even though they set them up in hotels and all this kind of shit. They're claiming benefits and all this kind of shit. So they just made the situation worse. So in terms of like Germany, Like that's why I'm saying like the euro is fitting to hyperinflate. That's why I have all my like a large majority of my money and all this shit like tucked away in terms of crypto. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the crypto market, the next big one's going to fucking spike.
What if the computers crash?
Bitcoin can even work on radio.
Oh.
Believe it or not.
So they're probably going to raise the age of retirement over in Germany to help them.
That's their plan. That's why they've been raising the retirement age up and up further and further to try and manage the pension schemes. But it's going to come crumbling down. Fucking Ponzi scheme. So anybody who's paying 20%, and it's like it's state mandated. You can't get out of it in Germany. You know what I mean, so anyone paying into that, you're just basically getting docked 20% of your wages for no fucking reason because you're not going to see a fucking penny of that. You know,
we pay in, but I don't think we pay in that much. But not 20%. That's a lot. That's probably why they raise the rate. They raise the rates of the pay, and then it's just a big mess. It just keeps going.
This is why I say, like, why trust someone else to manage your money? Why don't you actually teach yourself to actually invest and then manage your own money?
That's what you just wait. Did you hear what you just said? Why don't you teach yourself? Because these people won't do that. I have no idea where to start. I mean, I would figure out how to start if I really wanted to do it. You know, I'd start doing some research. But people can't even figure out the keywords on the computer. So how are they going to teach themselves?
Yeah. So a simple.
They'd rather just someone take care of them. You know.
Like that video I showed there was called like the DCA, like the dollar cost average, right? Which means just that at the end of each week, you just put X amount of dollars, you just buy X amount of Bitcoin, right? So whatever you're currently spending on your pension, cancel the pension scheme, and whatever that amount that you were putting into your pension anyway, just put that into Bitcoin each month or each week or whenever your paycheck was arriving. You know what I mean? You're better off just putting it into Bitcoin. And then whenever you want to retire, you'll have insurance. What do you mean insurance?
For insurance, health insurance?
No, fuck that. I took my health into my own hands.
Yeah, okay. I never paid health insurance either, even when we were required to, because it's a gamble. And besides that, in America, if you don't pay your medical bills, it doesn't go against your credit. That's sorry, but it's true. So
like that's what I'm saying. Like this is the whole thing of like investing in yourself, trusting yourself rather than some dude in a fucking office that doesn't give two fucks about you. Right. Who's going to be better at managing your phone, or who's going to care at least more about your finances and your health? Probably should be you and not someone else. You know what I mean? And like I think that's the key thing in the mentality.
I mean, some people trust the government for doing it, but we do have people you can hire to do it. If you're confused, at least get the guy for a year or two until you figure it out yourself.
But the information's there. If you really are interested or have enough concern over it, and like I said, like in terms of hyperinflation, that should be the motivator.
Right.
Like the information's there if you're willing to spend the time to actually kind of like teach yourself. But like I said, a foolproof strategy, or a strategy where you don't need to know anything about markets, is just go into an exchange, just look up what the most trusted exchange is, make an account, do the whole KYC, which is know your customer, go through the whole thing. You have to like send them like your ID and all that kind of shit. But once you get verified, then it's just the same thing that I was saying there. Whatever a key thing there is like whatever you're currently spending your pension, cancel out the pension. Say I don't want to pay into pension anymore, and whatever that amount you were spending on your pension, just put that into Bitcoin instead.
Yeah, a lot of people, but some of these older people, they wanted to have something solid like gold or money. You know, they don't.
You could do the same thing with gold.
They don't trust the Bitcoin
if
yet.
you really wanted, if you're that skeptical over the crypto, you could just say, right, fuck, I'm just going to buy that amount in dollars in gold each week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you were talking about just now the pensions. I mean, you need so many workers for each worker to retire or whatever. You know what someone told me, and I don't know if I have this exactly right, because I can remember a lot of worthless trivia, but I don't have the complete details. But I know someone told me this, that the COVID here in the United States killed so many people that they saved X amount of dollars on the Social Security payouts.
Yeah,
that's kind of scary. Like, did they put it out so they do that?
why did you think they were rounding all the old folks up and putting them into the old folks' homes and all this kind of stuff, despite the fact that like those are the key places that are rampant for like diseases and all this kind of shit. They were trying to cull the old folks so they didn't have to pay off the pensions.
Yeah, and then they did some other really crazy stuff too. Like if they died of COVID, they got this amount of money for the hospital, and it was like there was and you know what was really weird? I don't know if they have it over in Ireland, but we had like at the cashiers' places and stuff, they had plexiglass to block the spit going back and forth from the people. Well, they put plexiglass everywhere. How did they know that they were going to need plexiglass? It was available. How come they didn't run out of plexiglass? You know, like it was everywhere. Like, how did they know that they were going to need it? There can't be that many suppliers of plexiglass, right? So I think it was like a plan somehow. I don't know. It's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, 100%. Just real quick, I think we got a raid. I think if anyone chat's seen us get raided, let me know. Or if anybody in chat has just joined from another place, let me know. Because, like I said, we just spiked on the viewers up to, what was it, 58 people.
Oh,
so welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let me play the clip. Shout out to everybody just joining. Like I said, I'm going to assume it was from Misunderstood, because she just, I think, stopped streaming there, or she just ended her stream there. So if you are from Misunderstood's stream, or whatever stream you were currently at, and you've just joined now, let me know in chat. Well, salutes to Misunderstood or whoever rated me. Appreciate you very kindly. We're currently going over the Wheel of Madness. We need, we need $20 super chat or $10 on the PayPal or Ko-Fi in order to shift to the next topic. We're currently in free roam mode, which means that, one sec, let me just do this. So we currently do not have a topic. So if you want us to spin the wheel, let us know. I posted the links in there. If you want to get half off, use the Ko-Fi or the PayPal link there. That will kind of shift us on to the next topic. But currently we're basically talking about we'll be talking about a range of things, from finance to fitness and health and all this kind of stuff. But in terms of the Rona, I'm genuinely convinced that the whole Rona thing, like that was a bioweapon used on China.
And it was maybe a test too, like to see what if they let more of it out. I don't know.
Oh, definitely. It was basically like a compliance test.
Yes.
Like, are you going to bend over the barrel just because the government said so?
And you had so many people arguing over it. Like, how can you walk into a restaurant and you have to put the mask on if you're standing up like 5'3" or what I am, but you could take it off at the table. So the COVID didn't go above the 3 feet. Is that what it? You know, if you were under 3 feet where you were sitting at the table and you had your mask off, no COVID bugs there. But when you stood up, that's where the COVID bugs were, and you had to put the mask back on, and people arguing about that.
I have the worst story for it because, like, my mother, like, was a nurse, and she was constantly hounding me day by day, and I was like, I ain't fucking leaving, I ain't fucking taking it. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then eventually, like, she chipped away at it, and I was like, because even like Donald Trump was talking about it, even Jordan Peterson said that he got it, he got the shot and all this kind of stuff, and then eventually I caved, right? But like I caved like a week before they like ended all the fucking mandates and all this kind of shit. And I was just like, and that moment, I think, as like as bad as it was, because I just got the injection, I didn't get any of the boosters or none of that. But I basically was like that moment is like, I am never going to trust these cunts again. Like that, when you say it's like what radicalized you, like that moment is like that moment right there, because it was literally 1 week after I got the fucking injection. They opened everything back up and all. It was all Gucci and all this kind of shit. I was like, you fucking bastards. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'm never trusting this shit again. You know what I mean? So as bad as it was, I think it was the kick in the ass that I needed to kind of stick by my fucking have the courage of my convictions. You know.
I know 3 people that have died from getting that injection. The healthy people in their 50s that were, and they just died, and nobody knows why. You know, not all out at the same time, but basically right after they took the shot. I didn't take it, but but some people's jobs required you to take it, and you had to go get it. Over here,
Mm-hmm.
people were forced to take it, but I didn't take it. But isn't it funny how they can find a vaccination for COVID, but they don't have a vaccination for herpes? Herpes has been around a lot longer. 1 out of 4 people have it here, or 1 out of 5. But they're making lots of money off the medicine that they hand out to those people on herpes. But isn't it weird how they found a vaccination for herpes or for COVID like that fast? Like they were ready for it already. They already had it ready. But they can't find someone for herpes. It makes no sense.
I have a very interesting video here on China, and this will tie back into the whole Rona conversation, because take a listen to what this chick is saying about China's population. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, apparently is the key word here. China's population is 1.5 billion, right? But she's skeptical, to say the least, in terms of the China population. Here's the reason why.
Oh, she's a dissident.
You are ready for the number?
Yes.
At one point, I projected under 400 million.
What?
500 million. Under 500 million.
Under 500 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that they have a very similar population to the United States and China?
Yes. There's 1 billion people missing.
And this goes back to what we were saying in the beginning or earlier in the podcast with all of the fake IDs and all of this stuff being found out.
Yeah, there's possibly 1 billion people missing. It's
Jesus.
not a demographic question, Danny. It's a mathematical question. Let me ask you. It takes a couple to have 2 children to replace themselves, right? Think about it.
Yes, 2 children.
If every couple produces 2 children,
the population stinks level.
right? So, do you know how many children does every woman needs to have in her lifetime in order to triple its population in 50 years?
To triple its population in 50 years, you need to have what? Let me guess. I'm terrible at math.
I'll give you the answer because I asked AI. It's a crazy mathematical. If a country needs to triple or grow its population by 2.5 times, let's just say 2.5 times.
Okay.
Over a span of 50 years.
5 kids.
Each woman, you're right. Each woman needs to give birth on average between 4.5 to 5.5 children.
Wow.
Okay. Now China grew its population officially from 1950. That's when the CCP took over to control. Okay, China's population in 1950 was about 500 million. In the year 2000, 50 years later, China's population was about 1.27 billion. Okay, so it grew 2.5 times, right? From 500 million to 1.27 billion. That's 2.5 times over 50 years. Chinese women did not have, on average, have 5 children because of the one-child policy.
Yes.
Because of the Great Famine. Because of the Great Famine, tens of millions of people died. Because of Cultural Revolution. So China, from one political movement to another, and then to almost 4 decades of single-child policy, there's no way Chinese women had 5 kids.
There's no motherfucking way under a one-child policy that China was able to even grow their population from the 1950s, right? And then on top of that, you had the color revolution, as they call it, all this kind of shit, Tiananmen Square, where they were just gunning down people en masses. The policy they put in place led to famine, which killed tens of millions and all this kind of shit. And the reason why they overinflate their figures is not just directly from the government, it's from the local governments, because the more population you have in a particular region, the more government budgeting and finance you'll get. You know what I mean? So there's incentive to grow the population. They have a whole thing of like the fake IDs and all this kind of shit. So at best, especially because of the one-child policy, you're talking about somewhere between 400 to 500 million in terms of current day of China, right? And that's if they're just to maintain their population, right? So in terms of the figures, it's clearly off in terms of that. Now, what I would say, and on top of this as well, is we had the whole COVID thing, the Rona back in 2020. And when you look at like the Wuhan lab, like coming from the Wuhan, it's actually like that used to be a quote unquote conspiracy theory, but now they actually had to come out and say, yeah, no, actually was a thing. Now, one way to look at that is research and development, like the same way as like when you look at like, for example, like Elon Musk building the rockets, right? Like that's like a transportation company technically. But another way to look at that is like, you know, weaponry, because you're technically building rockets. You're just not planning on them,
right?
Like going into a building and all this kind of shit. So there's multiple ways to look at a particular phenomenon, right?
Right.
Another way to look at this whole like, you know, research in diseases and all this kind of shit is to look at it as a weapon, as a bioweapon, right? And when you look at the rumors that were emerging from like China defectors and all this kind of shit, like while China was saying, oh, like initially they were saying, oh, only 1,000 people died and all this kind of shit from the COVID shit. Then there was like independent adjudicators, and that 1,000 went up to 100,000. But like what the rumors were from the China defectors was, that's not 100,000, that's 100 million that died from the COVID shit and all this stuff. And now, and this is the official record, China's population is projected to drop by more than 100 million people by 2050.
Drop.
Which would explain that if a bioweapon was released into China and you had 100 million people died, that would be a good way to explain it, saying, oh no, it's just because of our low birth rates that we're going to lose on.
Wow, sneaky.
You see what I'm saying? So again, like that's my 2 cents on the whole Rona thing, because there's too many coincidences in that whole shebang. And like I said, like even the way that it was handled in the West, where all the like there was a concerted effort to say, let's round up all the old people and put them into like these places where we know they're more exposed to getting like colds and diseases and all this kind of shit as well.
I think they might, a lot of them, pneumonias were probably, I think maybe even some car accidents were attributed to the COVID, you know, because that way they got the money for it. They got more money if they just put down COVID instead of anything else as a matter of death.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it was all because like, and it was all because like essentially it's like what the lady in the video was saying. It's like this is not like a demographics question. This is not like a moral question or whatever.
Right.
It's simply a mathematical one, right? And like I was saying about like Germany, it's simply the mathematics. Like there is no way in hell that like the current system that they set up, that the mathematics does not math. The math ain't mathing. You know what I mean? And once you understand, like if your bottom line is at risk, if your whole like if there's a certain individual in the company that's willing to, you know, what would be the like you know, whistleblowers, or kind of like talk about like the trade secrets the company has, like that company has no issue, like no moral issue to contact a certain agency and get that person whacked. Like think of like the mafia, the mob. If there's a whistleblower in the mob, it's like, bro, we have to kill you because you basically broke the code. You're whistleblowing on our activities and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Same way with these things where it's like, it's better if a certain X amount of old people or pensioners were to go bye-bye, you know, because we can't afford this. We can't afford to pay them off, and we don't want this Ponzi scheme to get exposed.
Yeah, and that article that I read or someone told me about, it was a huge number that they saved when all the people died from that here. So yeah, it could happen. You know, they could have done a little conspiracy theory there, but just that like telling us to stay inside. You know that we've changed a lot since then, because like Walmart doesn't stay open 24 hours anymore, and a lot of the mall closes at 8 now instead of 9, and they've changed a lot of hours, and people just don't seem, a lot of like dance clubs closed. You can't go to a dance club over here anymore. I mean, it's just like people are starting to stay at home now. The trend's more like staying at home and stay on your computer. And people don't seem to be going out as much as they did before 2005. Or what year was it that happened? 2000?
Yep. 2020.
Yeah. It's just like people's lifestyles have changed a lot since then too, because of it. So they want to keep us in our homes. You know, they don't want us out in the streets.
But like, bear in mind as well, right? Like this whole aspect of like when the lockdowns came into place, like they were saying we only need essential services, the key essentials. Now the key essentials were fast food joints, weed dispensaries. They all remained open. You know, like the bread and circus. Think of like bread and circus. You know, but the churches had to close down. How does that make any sense?
Because they could get germs from each other if they sat next to each other. That's not essential. They've closed down the travel agencies too. And who decides whether something's essential or non-essential? Come on. But yeah, they did close
like
a lot of
the factories and all that, like they all had to close down, but the unhealthy habits.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And they gave them huge unemployment checks too. And oh gosh, I talked to a lady who was normally, she used to get like $800 in food stamps. They raised it to $3,000 for no reason. She just started getting $3,000 worth of food stamps. And we're like, what? I want food stamps, you know? And they just would just throwing money away. I mean, the government's throwing. And if you weren't an essential business over here, like they would give you a loan, like loans because you had to close down your non-essential business. They would give you money. I mean, it's just all kinds of programs they had for this kind of thing where people were stealing, you know, or like if you had to lay off 6 employees, you got money for it or something. There's all kinds of programs. Don't quote me on that because I'm not sure, but I know there were different programs that just were like, what? Are you serious? Just throw that money away or wait for that COVID. Oops.
And like, just think about that concept. The government was willing to pay you tons. They were willing to say, "Oh yeah, like we won't affect your weed, won't affect your alcohol. Keep drinking, keep smoking, keep getting your fast food, and we'll pay you to stay at home."
Yeah, big money for long periods of time for unemployment. And they waived a lot of the things that used to be required. Like you used to have to be at the job for a certain amount of time. If you were only at that job for 2 days, they gave you the money. A lot of times. Don't quote me on that because I'm not sure exactly if I'm so. But it's in that you just got the mindset of where I'm going with that. It's just crazy that they were spending all that money.
It's almost like, but it's almost like, you know, it was like a payoff.
Yeah, you know what? It was like a payoff, wasn't it?
Don't take to the streets. And bear in mind as well, the fucking BLM riots and all this kind of shit was going on.
Those stopped.
Like what is going on? You know? And like there's a lot of shit that I look at, like these news reports that come out, and I you just have to laugh. Like
you do.
But these news, like the mainstream medias and all this kind of shit, like I just view them as like this is a comedy show. You know? If I didn't laugh, I'd fucking cry. Because here's one thing. I want to know your thoughts on this one. Because I've noticed that like these types of topics, they make people uncomfortable, right? And like I said, I like confronting the uncomfortable truths. But like this is why I laugh at these motherfuckers. Because like they'll deny they said any of this shit. But this is literally, you know, your late night TV show hosts, your CNNs and all this kind of shit.
I thought it was a hoax.
Here's what their plan. They call this conspiracy theory, right? And I do love myself a good conspiracy theory. Also welcome in Dark Side Deaconess. This one, I want to know your thoughts on this one, Carolina.
And white Americans will soon be a minority, and that's great.
You know, whites will not be the majority. I mean, it's an exciting transformation of the country. It's an exciting evolution and, you know, progress of our country.
We are going to be a white minority very, very soon. I'm okay with that.
If things are so bad, as you say, with the white working class, don't you want to get new Americans in?
America is going to look very different in 100 years. You're not going to be able to tell you're black, you're white, you're Hispanic, you're Puerto Rican, whatever. It's going to be very complex, and I think ultimately that's going to be good.
white Americans feel that they're losing their country, they're losing ownership of the country, and they're right. In the end, they are not the future.
For the first time in American history, the number of white people went down.
White population is declining for the first time in history in America.
White people will not be the majority in the country anymore.
This will be the first generation ever in American history in which whites will be a minority.
Treason to whiteness is loyalty to humanity.
To abolish whiteness is to abolish white people.
White people are committed to being villains in the aggregate, right? We got to take these motherfuckers out.
Was it or was it not the duty of every good revolutionary to kill all newborn white babies?
We have to kill white people.
When do we start killing white people?
I don't want to say we need to go start killing all white folks, but it's like, but maybe.
When we say we want to kill whitey, we don't really mean we want to kill whitey, we do.
We have to exterminate white people off of the face of the planet to solve this problem.
Fuck white people!
An unrelenting stream of immigration. Non-stop. Non-stop. Folks like me who are Caucasian of European descent will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. That's not a bad thing. That's a source of our strength.
What are your thoughts, Carolina?
Okay. Well, as far as I'm not, I mean, I'm white, obviously, but I'm not saying I'm not racist. I'm one of the few. I'm one of the few people I know that's not racist. I'm not racist at all. But the white people, the reason why this attitude towards the white people is the white people have been in charge for so long and taken advantage for so long of minorities, in as far as their laws go, and as far as the social economical and all that. They've been taking advantage of all the minorities for so long. No wonder they have this attitude towards white people. All the laws are geared for the white people to win, and well, I mean, first look at the immigration laws that Trump put into place right now. Like some of these, he wants to deport people that have been here since they were 2 years old. They can't even speak the language of their country. He wants to get rid of them. It's just no wonder they have the attitude towards white people. Look at the prison system, for instance, policing. Let's go back to policing. You have 19% of America is black, but 50% of the jail population is black. So why are there more blacks in prison than whites? Is it because blacks commit more crimes? No, it's because they've been discriminated against. There's racism. They get longer prison sentences than white people. And, they've been discriminated against for so long. And that's part of the reason for the attitude is the separation. So for him saying that in 50 years, you won't be able to tell if anybody's black, white, Mexican, I feel like there's more of a separation going on now than ever before.
But just this general kind of like thing, because like I said, there was like late night talk show hosts that were white, like a lot of people in that like were white. And like the general kind of like message, like let's ignore like kill Whitey and all this kind of shit, right? Like that whole aspect of like things and all this kind of shit. But this whole idea of like there's going to be less white people, and that's a good thing, right? To use an example of like if I was to say there's going to be less black people, and that's a good thing, or like we should focus on getting rid of white black people. You know what I mean? Like, do you agree with the message? Do you think that we should have less white people?
I mean, I don't think that's a good thing. I think we should just populate the same way we have been. But I think we need to remove the white person from being in charge of everything. We need to get out there and do some voting or something. I don't know, but some of it's got to change. The white people have been in charge for so long. It's obvious. That's why they're mad. I think those people were saying that we're losing ground as white people as far as population and everything goes, is because maybe they're afraid of losing control. Right?
Yeah, but
there's white people in charge. There's always been white people in charge.
But like I would say, like I don't want to see white people control Nigeria. I want to see Nigerians controlled by black people. I want or Nigerians specifically. Right. I want to see Italy controlled by Italians. I want to see America controlled by Americans. Right. But when we say like if I was to make the claim that like there's an active campaign to attack and like basically just wipe out white people, like would you say like no, that's conspiracy theory, Teriak, or would you say no, there's no effort to get rid of white people? Would you agree or disagree?
I don't think there's an effort to get rid of white people. I just think white people are choosing not to have children. You know, that they're not multiplying as fast as the immigrants coming in, maybe. But I don't think there's a conspiracy to get rid of white people, because who would be doing that? The minority?
Well, like I said, a lot of the people that I showed you were literally like white people saying it's like, oh yeah, like we want to get rid of them. I think there has been a sort of mind virus that has taken place that has put in like this mentality of, yeah, we need to get rid of Whitey, or we need to make sure that like Whitey loses control, or we need to make sure that like there's no more white people anymore, because that's a good thing. And it comes from like.
I don't think it's a good thing. Like they're saying it's a good thing. The white people are saying it's a good thing. I think what they should be doing, instead of saying let's get rid of the white people, is let's get into office, or let's get into control just the same as them. Like, I mean, if you look at the Congress and the Senate, it's mostly white people. You know, those people need to get in there and get in charge too, so they have a voice, more of a voice. You see what I'm saying? I think that's what they meant by that. No, don't get rid of the white person as far as killing them and getting rid of them and sending them to an island somewhere, but to get rid of them being in control of everything, bringing in other aspects, other ideas, other ways to do things.
Because like the way I kind of see things going is that like there is an active campaign to essentially destroy the West and destroy Whitey in whatever way, shape, or form that they can do that. And like I said, this whole thing of like white people shouldn't be in control of America, white people shouldn't be in control of Ireland or Italy or Germany or France and all this stuff. I think that's like out and out racist. The same way that, like I said, like why should a Nigerian come over to America and then start to say how America should be run if they're a Nigerian?
Yeah, it's reverse racism, but still, there's not enough representation by minorities in the government or in positions of power or positions of decision making. There's not enough. There's not enough minorities up in those areas.
Why should there be representation to minorities?
Well, because everybody needs to be represented. Everybody, like, it shouldn't be just like white people in charge of everybody else. I mean, they should have a mixture of. It should reflect the population. So, like, for instance, here in Fort Worth, we're like 45% Hispanic, 45% white, and then I'm doing my math wrong, but 20% are black. We have more Hispanics than blacks. And the whites and the Hispanics are even here in Fort Worth because we're so close to Mexico. But the point of the story is here, it's all white people in charge. We're the Hispanics, right? It seems like they're trying to get rid of the Hispanics by putting all this ICE
so let me
stuff.
let me kind of like let me come at it from a different perspective, and hopefully it kind of shows what like I'm trying to point out with this whole like minority representation, all this kind of stuff. Like 50% of the like roughly speaking, 50% of the population is woman, 50% of the population is man.
Okay.
Do you think that we should have 50% representation, like, or women politicians?
Ooh. Well, as I was talking to you earlier, I think men and women have different mindsets, and they're actually programmed differently. I don't see them having 50% Hispanic, 50% female, and 50% black, because I don't think the females are interested in being people, like in power or elected in. I just don't see that. I don't see it. Seems like more men are interested in women. So that wouldn't be that. So there you go. That wouldn't be an equal that would not be an equal representation then, would it?
Yeah. And just because there's like male politicians, that doesn't necessarily mean that all of a sudden the women are oppressed or underrepresented or whatever. Right. Because in terms of the law, like my belief is that the law should be an equal standard for like an American, regardless of gender, regardless of race, regardless of whatever. It's like when the rules are set in place, we should not factor in black, Hispanic, woman, man, or anything like that, because we should be holding each other to an equal standard. Exactly. And if you are coming into America and you assimilate to be an American, you will automatically be afforded all these rights and protections that an American has, because you're designing the laws based on the American. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. And the first wave that comes in, like I've noticed this from teaching school, the first wave that comes in, the parents don't speak, like, let's talk about Mexicans. The the first way that comes in. The parents can't speak any English whatsoever. The kids are speaking English for them and translating. And finally, they just start assimilating. And by probably the third or even fourth generation, they're American now. They don't even talk about their homeland. They don't even speak. They have some cultures, like they sell the piñata at birthday time, but they're not, their language is not Spanish anymore. It's primarily English, and they just sort of assimilate to America. So they're American. And I have a lot of African Americans or Black people say, I'm not African American. I'm American. I'm not African American. I'm American. And they see themselves as Americans. So I think that we should just see everybody as an American. You're right, as far as that goes.
And design the laws just based on like the American and all this kind of thing.
Right.
But the reason why I bring this up is because like even with what you were kind of saying there, where it's like this mentality where it's like, no, like whatever demographic is, we should have that representation, all this kind of shit. That's that mentality that will inevitably lead you down to saying, well, there's going to be less white people, and either that's a good thing and we should kind of actively get rid of like white people. The kind of the neutral position is, I don't care if there's less white people. And then there's the people who genuinely believe that we should protect white people and should have like we said, for like the white people, you know, like in these positions of power and all this kind of shit, because fundamentally it was founded, like all the founding fathers were white and all this kind of shit. But
Right.
in terms of like I'd prefer the term like ethnicity rather than race, purely because in terms of like ethnicity, you're specifically talking about like the heritage, like the origin, the ancestry and all this kind of stuff. And when you look at the founding fathers, it was like that European ancestry, because if we do not like basically what happens is like in those three positions, the actively against white people, like wanting to like genocide white people, to neutral and you don't really care about thing, like that's 2 out of the 3 people, let's say, in terms of like the options that effectively, like there's no one actually standing up or protecting the white person. And anybody who does kind of like mention these conversations, they would be perceived as a white supremacist or all this kind of shit. They're kind of like thrown as like the racist just because you want like white people to remain like a thing in this world, and not just like, you know, oh, like by 20 and 100 years, like there's not going to be any white people and that's a good thing. If you're against that, you're branded as a white supremacist, all this kind of shit. The reason why I mention all this is because if we don't start having this common sense or applying this rationality, what you're effectively going to end up with is this.
Erika heißt von 100.000 kleinen Bienelein wird umschwärmt. Erika, denn ihr Herz ist voller Süßigkeit. Der Zarthaarduft entströmt dem Blütenkleid. Auf der Weide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
Do you know what that song is?
No.
That's
What
the
is it?
German soldier song of 1940s.
Hey, I was just looking at the chat, and this guy in here, he said something that's interesting. What it says, ask her what advantage does whites have? What are we in charge of? I don't know if he's white or black to say what he's in charge of, but the advantage whites have right now, still going on, is that we have something I've coined, and I'm always going back to policing, is the new Jim Crow laws. And because the advantage that whites have is there's more white judges than black judges. There's more white there's just more white people in the criminal justice system. So then again, what whites have is that they get when you have a white man and a black man doing the same crime, the black man always seems to get more time than the white man. That's an advantage that white people have, like an advantage, but not. Okay. Also, here in Fort Worth, where I'm from, 19% of the people are black, but in our county jail, 49% are black. So is that because blacks commit more crime? No, that's not why. Then why are 49% of the prisoners black? There should be only like 17% or whatever. That's because we concentrate our police forces here within the black neighborhoods. And we have some over policing situations where they're really harsh. They have harsh enforcement of low level crimes. They're supposed to go where the high crime rates are to prevent robberies and murders and all that, but they're enforcing low level crimes very harshly, and people aren't very appreciative of it. Like they arrest people for walking on the wrong side of the street. They arrest people for disorderly conduct, for being like trespassing. But if this whole group of police officers were in the white neighborhood, those people would be getting arrested the same way. So it's a disadvantage there. So that's an advantage that white people have over blacks right there. That's one of them. So
okay, so for example, like in Britain, would you argue that like whites have a privilege or they get treated better than, you know, brown or black people?
I'm not sure about England. I'm totally clueless on England, but
well, like think of like your if I was to say like an English person, like you would probably kind of agree that like your typical kind of like British person would be white, correct?
well, yeah. So I wonder.
Yeah, because here's something that happened in England. Here's some body cam footage, 'cause I know you're into the whole thing. So I just want to know your thoughts in terms of like the way that this situation has been
He
handled.
was on the bin on the other side of this gate.
He's jumped over these fences and stuff like that.
And
he's up here.
Away, mate.
He's obviously he's fallen
Right.
from there and he slipped from there.
There's
other shooters left over there, mate.
What's your name, mate? Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me. He's grabbed my brother. He's took my turban off. Started grabbing my head.
Are you
like that.
injured?
Yeah, I've got swollen eye, little bruises.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down.
Got this stabbed.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we? Oh.
I was in bed asleep. When everyone just phoned me up, they looked, someone was attacking me. I can't breathe.
Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, alright? You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
That's what, and then I'm like, you've got nothing, I want to keep you up, keep your...
Hand?
I can't breathe.
Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
Yeah. This is like the times this has happened to us. We've been walking, we can't
Can we get a van
racist
90 foot.
nothing happened.
He's saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think you've
him.
been stabbed?
No, he was the one that was reporting
In the
crime,
face?
right?
Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
Right.
In the face?
Just get these back off, get their details and that, and I'll keep hold of him.
Should we
Right, keep you on your side, mate. You better retrieve then. Saying to him, keeping him on his side. We were set up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest, and that's for assault, so you do not have to say anything, may harm in defence. If you do not mention when questioned, it's up to which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? It's going to be sick, I think.
What's his name?
I just want you to call it.
Yeah, we've got this male. He's
Just-
been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance, please?
His pupils aren't even reacting.
So, what are your thoughts on that situation? I'll fill you in the facts of the case after your initial thoughts, just based
What
on
was
the
it? Was the
body
guy
cam
that-
footage.
The guy that was reporting the crime, was he the one that got arrested?
No, the guy that like said with the like swollen eye and all this kind of like turban was taken off his head. The police were called to the scene by like witnesses to it. I'll just what's your kind of like initial feedback in terms of like the initial footage, and I'll fill you in the details in a sec.
Well, I don't really have an opinion on that one. It's just like they took his so he had the turban on, they took his turban off. Like they totally just, because I couldn't really
With the
tell.
brown guy.
Huh?
Like they were
What?
basically like talking to the brown guy saying his turban was knocked off and all this kind of stuff, and then they arrested the dude based on that.
So it was like a racist kind of thing.
Yeah, so the details the details is witnesses called the cops because that dude was getting chased. He was stabbed 5 times, specifically in the back, which punctured his lung. Twice in the legs. I think it was like multiple times he was stabbed in the chest as well. And as you've seen there, like the body cam footage when the police arrived on the scene. And the dude in the turban says, "Oh, he was being racist. He knocked my turban off." And the dude that's lying on the ground right now, his name's Henry. Henry said to the cop 4 times, "I can't breathe." He said 4 times, "I've been stabbed," and 9 times he told him, "I can't breathe." And the cop arrested him, as you've seen there, like was more concerned about putting the handcuffs on him, just from the accusation from the brown dude that the white dude is being racist. And it actually turned out later on that all the racism thing, that was just a lie.
Okay.
So in terms, like he was dead, like when, like by the time he's reading the rights, like Henry's dead. Like he's dead on the ground. And the reason why his face is blurred out is because there's blood on his face.
Yeah.
And the cop literally said to him as he was putting him in the handcuffs, "I don't think you have been stabbed, mate." So to go back to what we were just talking about there in terms of like the white privilege or like the whites being in control and all the stuff, this is where it leads you, like this mentality where it's like, oh, we should have equal representation, or like, you know, the minority representation and government and stuff. This is what it's going to lead to. So that, like, the reason why I'm putting this forth is because it is an uncomfortable conversation to have.
Right.
But essentially the reason why the cops done that was because this was a white dude, a brown dude said that this white dude is being racist, and they were more concerned with the accusation of racism, and they put him in handcuffs and all this kind of stuff, versus like the white dude is saying, I've been stabbed, I've been stabbed, I've been stabbed, I've been stabbed, I can't breathe 9 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that happens a lot over here too.
Like in terms of like just the accusation being had, like one party saying I've been stabbed versus the other party saying this dude said something racist to me. Like, what are your thoughts on like knowing the details of this now?
Well, that to me, I mean, I have a completely different attitude. To me, especially from working with the police and doing a channel about it and everything, to me it seems like there's only two types of people here in the United States. It's not black, white, Mexican. It's police and non-police, and the police are above the non-police, and they really just do what they want. They don't get in trouble for anything to do. They're never held accountable. They're not transparent, and they do this stuff all the time, and nothing ever happens to them. So that's my feelings on that, as far as police being racist and everything like that. It's anybody who has a bad attitude towards them is the one that's going to get their butt beat. That's for sure. So
would you agree that the police officers here were racist?
What do you think they were?
Yeah.
I think they were too. I think they are. I think they're another reason why they. Okay.
Well, but just to clarify, do you think that they're racist against like brown and black people, or do you think they're racist against white people?
They can be racist against anybody, I think, but they're mostly
but in this
racist
specific
black and brown.
case,
In this case, it was. Yeah, I'm thinking that the guy that died. What was he? Was he black, white, Mexican? What was he?
He was white.
Yeah, I don't know if that was. I'm not sure. I don't even want to give an opinion on that one. I know it sounds.
This is why I'm saying it's uncomfortable to even say it, to even mention it,
Yeah.
like from your aspect, where it's like, I'd say this is clearly like they prejudged this dude and said he's white, he must have been racist. Let's put him in handcuffs. And when this came out, like when this dude was actually like they found out, like they done think, oh shit, he actually was stabbed and all this kind of shit. When they went to arrest the brown dude, they didn't put him in handcuffs. They brought him to like a food shop, let him choose his own food and all this kind of shit. They never put him in handcuffs. So in terms of like the accusation of the police being racist, I think you're right. But in Britain, they're racist against white people.
I think that's different. That's strange in Britain, but here it seems like they're racist against the blacks and the Mexicans, and but they'll still get you if you're white. So yeah, but I think that the police, they actually are bullies, and they seem to bully the blacks a little bit more because they just think, well, the blacks don't know their rights and such. But it seems like they bully the blacks more than they do the whites here. Because that explains why there's 49% of the jails filled with black people. when there's only 17% walking around? I mean, it's not that blacks commit more crimes. So why are they arresting more blacks than whites? Why?
Well, in Britain, it's the same kind of like situation where like there's an overrepresentation of brown and black people as opposed to white people, right? Now, given that this is the way law enforcement acts on a scene, they're so conscious of racism and all this kind of shit. Even the counter, like the claim of I've been stabbed, is a less priority to the accusation of being racist, right? So in terms of like the police force being racist, that literally does not hold water. So in terms of the statistics in Britain, it's a similar kind of case where it's, you know, like 15% of the population or something like that, but 50% of the murder rates. It is because they commit more crime. That's the only explanation left on the table.
That's what it seems like. But a lot of times the crimes that they commit are low level, and they're just harshly enforced, the low level crimes. And sometimes
no, we're talking like murder rates.
Yeah. Oh, well, the murder rates. Yeah. I'm just talking about the reason why there's so many black people here in our jails. Like they're harsh on the low level crimes here. And that's why there's so many of them in jail.
Well, in terms of like Britain specifically, like given that situation, like would you still say, oh no, it must be just because the police force, even though, like I said, they cater to the whims of the brown and the black, like an accusation of racism is more important or more of a priority than the other person saying they've been stabbed, right?
Right.
So like the whole kind of aspect of, oh, they're just like policing these areas more heavily and all this kind of shit. Like when you see that, like those statistics being put up where it's like they're 15% of the population, but 50% of the murder, would you not agree that it's because they're murdering more people?
Well, they must be, if that's how the statistics are showing, right?
Yeah. Now, as like, and I do appreciate you like having the conversation all this, because like fundamentally, like that's the situation we're in, that I have to go to like that level of kind of like detail and given like that much counter evidence, to the point where like if this was a black dude and a white dude had stabbed the black dude and this was the treatment, you would not need to go into statistics. You would not need to kind of like go and give the whole details and all this kind of shit, because we've already seen what like this situation in America. George Floyd, I can't breathe.
Right. George Floyd, yeah.
Like that was the slogan, and cities burned, like police stations were literally burnt down because of that. So this is why I say, like, then I played the German soldier song, is because like this is where it's going, where there is no rationality trying to explain this to a person of color, to say it's not because they're policed more, it's purely because they commit more crime.
I don't think so. Not over here anyways. Not over here, because a lot of times that over here, well, I'm just speaking about Fort Worth because I really just know about Fort Worth, is that we have a lot of people that did not commit the crime, but they got the time. Okay. Like here's a big example that I'm really trying to break into right now. We found out that there were 1,000 rape kits not tested here. 1,000. That means like 3 years of rape kits. So if they had tested them, we might have been able to find like a serial rapist because they're all the same DNA and et cetera, et cetera. But we had people still get sent to prison for rape, but they never had their DNA test, the rape kit tested. So who's to say they didn't get a public defender, and the public defender said, dude, you know, lies to him, we got the DNA on you. You might as well just plead guilty. And the guy's like, well, I can't beat DNA, but I didn't do it, but I can't beat the DNA.
I would like to thank
so that's enough. It's to report. So that happens a lot too, where they're accused of a crime that they didn't do and they don't have good representation.
Here's, because again, like all these kind of arguments that you're making were the same arguments that were being used in Britain until a lot of this is coming out. But here's a video of because you mentioned rape, like there's this like phenomenon of like the gang rape inquiry and all this kind of stuff, where it's basically like cells of like people that were raping children, raping girls and all this kind of stuff. But again, I'm going to let it play through and I want to know your thoughts.
Firstly, I would like to thank the 260,974 British men and women who signed the petition to make this debate possible. And I want to welcome these brave survivors who are sitting behind us in the hall. This debate is about them. As you quite rightly say, it's not about politics. I want the world to hear what we heard during the 2 weeks of our independent rape gang inquiry hearings, an inquiry that should never have needed to happen. I sincerely urge this Parliament to listen to the testimonies from these brave survivors and to act, to finally act. So the first testimony, he took his pants down, penetrated me, had sex with me. He then stopped before ejaculation. He picked up the bottle of Jack Daniels, which was now empty, and he forced it up inside me. He broke the glass while he was there. At that point, I was about 12, nearly 13. Another testimony. I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and vaginally rape me, taking it in turns to pin down my arms and my legs. When the assault ended, the men hit me repeatedly, threatened to find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones if I ever told anybody what had happened. Another. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls, the Christian girls, were viewed as having fewer morals or lower values, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me. Another. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed, and has obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us. Throughout the whole sentencing, she was constantly saying, "Fucking liars, lying white bitches." She said to me that God will be the witness for what happens to me. Another. Race did play a part and motivated the selection or demographic of the victims. Throughout my exploitation, the other girls I encountered or who were abused alongside me were almost exclusively white. Another. She had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew, and he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child. They look after their own community. Another. Over the course of the abuse, I was raped by multiple police officers in different parts of the country.
Wow.
Another. He put a cigarette out on the baby's face. Another. It started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years. Another. They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Another. I was bleeding from both my vagina and my back passage and was so swollen I could not sit down. I told hospital staff my drink had been spiked and I did not know what had happened because I was too afraid to tell the truth. They did not ask any questions. They gave me tablets and discharged me. I was 15 years old. Another. Things would escalate around Eid and holidays. Parties got bigger, got worse, got more violent. More people involved, more girls involved. The parties were just bigger. Another. The main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something really special to me. It was just used as a way to break me down. They said, "Where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you?" Another. It was all of the white girls in every home that I went to. I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages.
Wow.
Another. Dogs were brought in and I couldn't move at all. I had nowhere to move. I think that was the scariest thing, was not having any concept of it. There were men around me, not horrified, not disgusted, not helping, but filming and laughing, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped by a dog. The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did. Another. I just want it to stop and not happen to any other children, and for people to actually act, to do something and stop being so scared. I could continue for hours and hours. All of us in this building have a responsibility to finally act. Not to talk, but to act. Our Rape Gang Inquiry report will be released in the coming days. It will change Britain for good. Thank you. Firstly, I would like...
So, the reason why I show all this, Carolina, is because, like, that kind of, like, mentality or the attitude where it's like, oh, the reason why they're overrepresented in the prisons is because the police are racist. They're just racist against, they hate brown people, they hate black people, all this kind of shit. That's what has led to this, to the point where the police are so afraid of being even perceived to be racist that, like, all this stuff has been covered up, like, for decades. Tommy Robinson came out and he was like, he tried to put shine a spotlight on this, and they just imprisoned him. They trumped up charges on him and all this kind of shit. And this is in Britain. The same thing has happened in Germany. The same thing has happened in France. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because it is an uncomfortable conversation. It's an uncomfortable truth and all this stuff. But fundamentally, like, you are going to see, like, Adolf Hitler on Germany currency, right? Because the only way to explain what's going to happen is, like, if you guys were afraid or tried to accuse the current status quo as being white nationalist, or sorry, white supremacist, right, you haven't seen shit yet. Because that's essentially what's going to happen. Because, like, that shit right here is the what would be the way to describe it? Like, that is the straw that broke the camel's back. That is the like, the quote unquote proof for, like, all these, like, white nationalists, these Nazis and all this kind of shit would say, see? You see where this ideology takes you?
Yeah, it's so different than what's happening over here. Yeah. It's bad. It's bad.
And this is what, like, this is why I try to explain to people in terms of, like, the suicidal empathy and all this stuff. It's like the natural thing to kind of say, where it's like, oh, they're overrepresented in the prisons because they must have some sort of racism in them and all that kind of shit, is not true.
Yeah, I don't think that it's like, I don't think it's because they commit more crimes, and I don't think it's an intentional racism thing. I just think that it's just they're not treated the same way. As far as, like, if you have two guys the same crime, the black guy gets more time. I don't understand why, but I think they should just follow the Constitution all the way around. That's what they should do. It should be the Constitution, and the rules should be fair to everybody. And it just by looking at the statistics, it's not. We had also here, I'm going to talk about Fort Worth again. We had the city paid $1 million for a study that studied, it was called the Expert Review on the Fort Worth Police Department. And it was found in the study from outside sources that were third-party sources that the people of color are afraid of the police. They are mad that there's no community policing, and that they feel like they're more monitored than helped. Like, instead of the police being in their neighborhoods for safety, they feel like they're just being watched and monitored. And they are getting harsher enforcement of crimes that really are not, where they could just tell the guy. Like, for instance, they're getting arrested for walking on the wrong side of the road when they could just be told, hey man, you're walking on the wrong side of the road. That's what I'm talking about. So the study was actually done. It's called the Expert Review Board for Fort Worth. Paid $1 million for it. And it does show that there's a lot of excessive force. There's a lot of things that the police are not held accountable for. So.
But this is why, like, I'm like, when your kind of, like, go-to answer, your gut feeling is police are racist. They must be policing these areas more or more harshly.
Well, that's
purely because they're black or brown.
Well, that's what the study showed too. So.
Yeah, so like in terms of, like, your area or whatever, but like in terms of the reaction to the cop, like, for example, if I was jaywalking, if the white dude was jaywalking and he got, let's say, a month or something like that, and the black dude got 3 months,
yeah,
like, what you would also have to factor in is the reaction to the cop. If I turn around and said, yeah, you're right, officer, yeah, give me the ticket, and went on my merry way, I still end up getting the month of prison. But if, let's say, the black dude was like, fuck you, you fucking pig, and all this kind of shit, and like, when we appeared in court, you're over talking the truth.
But saying fuck
Yeah,
you,
like
you
if
fucking pig, that's not against the law. That's not against the law. So that shouldn't even come into play. It should be what should come into play is the actual crime, not what was said when they
So-
were getting arrested. That I mean, but see, emotionally, the people are going to say, "Well, yeah, I'm going to throw the book at him because he was rude to me and he had this attitude and he argued with me. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and not just get him for this
Yeah.
crime, but I'm going to get him for resisting and this and this and this and this too." And they just stack it, because the guy was rude. But why was the guy rude in the first place? Because they have a distrust of the police. That's why.
And this is just justifying the bad behavior, right? Because it's not illegal, but
Right.
it's justifying that what you're doing right now is you're justifying the bad behavior. Let me give you the example of, let's
Well,
say,
I'm
the
not
murder.
I'm just saying it's not
But-
against the law to be rude to the cops. It's not.
But let's say two murder cases, right? Same, like as close to the same crime as possible, right? We're at the sentencing thing, right? And I'm there, I'm the white dude. I murdered some chick, right? And I basically kind of like give a speech where it's like, I genuinely feel guilty about this. I know I done wrong. I genuinely feel remorse. I apologize to the family. I apologize to everybody. I've let my family down about this. And like, this is going to stick with me for the rest of my life. Like that's my statement in the sentencing hearing. Versus, let's say a black dude gets up and he says, "Fuck that white bitch, I'll do it again." Right? Do you think that both people should get the same sentence?
Well, of course, the jury's going to come back and give the one that says, "I don't care, I don't have any remorse." They're going to get a higher sentence. They're going to get the maximum. Where the guy that shows remorse is going to get lower. That's from the jury. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But do you think that should be the case?
Well, they do, when they do have a punishment, they do have like a like if you do this crime, then you get this amount of punishment. If you do this crime, you get this amount. So they have a range. So you can have, then they range. Sometimes it can be, you can get up to 2 years for this crime if you do this crime. And sometimes they'll just get probation because they were nice and they were remorseful. And then the guy that said, "Fuck it, I'll do it again," he's going to get the maximum. He's going to get 2 years. Right?
Yeah, but let's say you were the head of the legal system and all that stuff. Would you like have that system where it's like the person that shows remorse gets the lower end, and the person who doesn't, who shows like contempt for the court and contempt for the victim and all this kind of shit, that they get more? Like, do you think that should be the case?
Well, no, I think that it should fall within the range of the law. So, like I said, like if crime A gets punishment A, they should get punishment A, right?
No matter the mentality.
They should not get punishment B, C, A, B, whatever. They should get whatever the books say that the penalty is. That's the penalty they should get. They shouldn't get more because they're not remorseful. Right?
Yeah,
They
so
should
like
get-
that's a key thing. That's a key thing in law, and why there's punishment. It's so that like you learn your lesson. You try to correct the behavior. So
supposed to
the
be
reason why
true.
the remorseful person gets less is because like they're showing that it's like they're at least willing to change their behavior. Whereas
Right.
the person who shows contempt for the court, contempt for the system, contempt for the victim, they get longer because they're showing that they don't want to change their behavior, that they feel as though that they were justified, which goes
Yeah,
against the law.
and
right?
another
Now,
reason-
given
right.
one sec, just given in terms of like that aspect, if it was the case that like that's the reason why blacks get longer sentences than whites, would you then concede that it's not actually the system being racist, the system's actually nonpartisan?
It's nonpartisan, but they got the higher range of the crime of the sentence. But another reason why they're in jail too is because they don't have the money to bond out. We don't have like sometimes they'll set the bonds really high where they can't get out, and they have to sit in jail until it's time for their trial. So that's another thing too, is that they don't have they have public attorneys rather than private attorneys. And that's another thing too that causes them to go to prison more than people who have money. So it might be socioeconomical, but here it seems like the blacks are in the lower socioeconomical area, and that's why they can't afford the private lawyers, and they depend on the private, or they depend on the public defender rather than being able to pay for a private lawyer. So, and those public defenders don't work for the defendant necessarily. They work for the judge or for the DA and for the state, basically. A lot of them already know what the sentence is going to be before the trial even begins, because they'll do pleas and such. But yeah.
And like and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, because I'm talking about like the mentality that like you're saying, like the justification that like that you're giving, like that's what's going to lead like what's leading to like, you know, like Adolf Hitler being on the currency, statues of Adolf being put in Germany, and all this kind of shit, this whole white supremacy thing. That's what's inevitably going to lead to this. Even in America, I would even wager that like that's where we're going essentially with this, is because like fundamentally like reason has gone out the window. And like I said, I'm not saying I wish this to happen. I'm not saying I support this to happen.
Right.
This is like a
Right.
prediction. You know what I mean? Because essentially it's gotten to the stage now where like I said, like it's almost like mask off, where like you have people saying like there's the like kill Whitey, you know, there's going to be less white people and that's a good thing. You heard the stuff that's going on in Britain and all this kind of stuff. Like essentially, because there's British people who make the same exact arguments you do. It's like, oh, it's just because the cops are racist against brown and black people. That's why they're overrepresented in the prisons and all this kind of shit. Despite the fact that the evidence clearly shows not only a neutral, but also like, but to the point where they're more racist against white people than they actually are against brown and black people, because the accusation of racism is more important than the accusation of being stabbed.
Right.
The rape gang inquiry gets covered up despite the fact that it's purely because it's you know, Muslim Pakistani rape gangs that are doing it. They don't want there to be a negative impact against the Muslim community in Britain. They don't want to be perceived as racist, so they literally will cover it up. And like I said, like that's where we're heading towards, like this whole like white supremacy, Nazism, and all this kind of shit, purely because of this mentality that people are showing, where if it's a white person, well, they deserve it because of previous or historical perceived injustice and all this kind of thing.
Right.
But we have reached the end of the show. Is there any final thoughts?
I wanted to say one more thing.
Yeah. No. You like that's what I'm saying. Like any kind of final thoughts or nuggets of wisdom to end on before we head away.
Okay. Yeah, I got one. Okay, so someone in the chat said, I'm white and I've used a public attorney. Well, here's the problem with public attorneys. Public attorneys here in Texas are appointed by the judge. So if I'm the judge, right, I don't want to go to trial. I'd rather this public attorney go get me a guilty plea from the guy that's supposedly guilty. And so what happens here is that okay, so to me, I think public defenders are more like good salespeople, because they go to sell that idea to the person that they're representing. See, and so they can basically say anything to that defendant to take the guilty plea. They don't go to trial necessarily. So the public defender also has to be approved by the district attorney. So anybody that really defends people or is a constitutionalist, they're not going to be picked as a public attorney. They're not going to be a public attorney. The public attorneys here are friends with the judge. And if, like I said, I started to say it, if I were the judge, I would pick the public attorney that was going to sell the plea bargain to the courts, right? So that's what would happen. And I need to say also that, hey, I'm white too, and I was convicted of a crime that I didn't do. So can I just briefly tell about it, since we got all these people in here saying that I'm a racist and stuff, because they arrested me too. So what I do is I film the police, all right? So I was out filming the police one night. It was 3:00 in the morning. I was filming them. They were towing cars. I don't know if you knew this, Terry. So as they were towing the cars in the entertainment district where all the bars and everything are, the cops there are instructed to ignore me. Not really ignore me, but they just aren't just supposed to disregard me. So I was trying to find out why they were towing the cars. So I asked a couple of the ladies that were walking along. They were cops. I said, hey, can you tell me why they're towing the cars? They ignore me. So I was following them up to where they were going to go stand. And as I was walking up, an officer got out of his car and he walked over to me and he knew my name. He said, hey, Carolina, go across the street. We're busy right now. We don't need you filming over here. Go across the street. And I said, but why? You guys aren't doing anything, because, you know, you're not doing anything. Why do I have to go across the street? He said, I'm not going to tell you again. I said, okay, but tell me why first. He goes, that's it. You're under arrest. Turn around. So I turned around I put my arm behind my back and he broke it. Right. Then he threw me face first into the pavement and broke both my eye sockets, right, and my nose. Cut my lip and knocked me unconscious. I was unconscious and I was doing agonal breathing. I don't know if you know what that is. That's what boxers do. That's when your brain's trying to keep your body's dying, but your brain's trying to stay to keep you alive. So then he was saying the whole time I was already knocked out, he was saying, quit resisting, quit resisting. And they wrote me up for interference with public duties, because I had been walking around there for 45 minutes before he came out of his car and walked up to me, evading arrest, like I tried to run away, and resisting. All right. So anyways, I got convicted. I went to court, and the reason why is because I had a real lawyer. I paid a real lawyer. Every time we tried to object, and every time we tried to get something across to the jury, we would be overruled. Like, for one thing that we put in our appeal is that we were not allowed to put the guy that did it on the stand. How am I not allowed to? We weren't allowed to question him. We weren't allowed to put him on the stand. We tried to, but they said that we were going to impeach him if we put him up there, and that we couldn't put him up on the stand. That was weird, for one thing. And then they never showed me getting slammed on the face. They just showed me saying, no, tell me why first. That was 14 seconds from the time he went from the car over to the time I was thrown on the ground. It was 14 seconds. That was it. So I'm allowed to ask why. I'm allowed to ask why whenever they're saying that they're going to arrest you. That's a law. But we weren't allowed to present that. We weren't even allowed to present that in the trial. So that's all in the appeal. So yeah, I do know what's going on. I have been arrested when I didn't do the crime. So anyways, my point is I had a regular lawyer. I still lost. I'm white. So I got discriminated against too, but it wasn't because of my race or anything like that. It was because of being a YouTuber and what me and my partner do and how we've exposed so many people. So anyways, that's what happened. So I don't trust
100%. And any shout outs you want to give before you go?
I don't. Shout out to all the people who said, let's see, you totally did the crime. No, I didn't do the crime. So that's my shout out. I didn't do the crime. I wasn't interfering with anything. They weren't doing anything at all. He was just mad, the cop. He didn't like me. So that's why. So that's it. That's all my shout out. Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money. The last thing was, thanks for costing us more money. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big lawsuit.
Appreciate you stopping by, Carolina, and I do genuinely say like I appreciate you being honest and like sharing your opinion, all this kind of stuff. Because like I said, we do need to kind of get the perspectives out there, because like I said, we're getting into danger times. But appreciate you coming up. Like I said, just going to do my outro there. Folks, like I said, I went over this at the end of yesterday's stream. All I can really say is trust the plan. I'm posting the link in chat if anybody wants to check it out. Basically, like the last hour or so of the stream that I done yesterday off the to give myself a bit of a shameless self plug, as they say. The deductionist files, like I said, you can watch the whole thing, but I've basically sent the timestamp out there to make it easier for you. Basically, trust the plan, and as we end with all the streams the same way, God bless America, God bless Donald Trump, and I'll see you all tomorrow, folks.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.